Chapter 1. Wow! That is a rainbow-like fog. See Circle Calendar 1520. The first half of the Grand Line, Lolagia Island. A colorful fog covered the sea ahead. No doubt about it, that is the colorful mist that I have been waiting for 50 years. Going merry above. A short old man with white hair and beard was full of excitement. The Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but stare at the dreamy colorful mist with wide eyes, full of surprise. Is this the legendary colorful mist? Do you really want to go in? Watching the pirates' ship getting closer and closer to the colorful fog. A young man with a long nose couldn't help but feel like giving up, full of worry. Didn't they say that all the adventurers who went in, disappeared, and no one came back alive? The elderly scientist Henzo said solemnly, I have been doing research until now just for this day. You're not scared anymore, are you? A beautiful figure with a dark complexion and a curvaceous figure, with a smile in her eyes, asked with a smile. Who's scared? Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates, was sweating. But fearing that his companions would laugh at him, he still gritted his teeth, gave a thumbs up, held his head high and said loudly, I am Captain Usopp of the Grand Line. That is too dangerous. Let's not go in, right? A pretty orange-haired girl, wearing a floral t-shirt and denim shorts, looked youthful and lively, but was obviously a little timid. Her face turned pale, and she spoke weakly with her hand raised with trepidation. This colorful fog is so dangerous. She didn't want to not be able to come back like this. Miss Navigator, I heard there might be countless treasures inside. Robin turned around. Looking at the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, he smiled and said, You know, Mayor Witten invested money to support Dr. Henzo's research on the colorful mist just for this reason. Treasure. Hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up immediately. All of a sudden, I became excited. Holding on to the railing tightly, he stared at the colorful fog ahead with burning eyes and said loudly, Usopp is right. As pirates, how can we retreat so easily? Nami, do you support going in too? Woohoo! Tony Chopper, the ship's doctor for the Straw Hat Pirates and one of the cowardly trio, was crying and trembling there. Ms. Nami, Robin-chan, please don't worry. A young man with curly blonde hair was dancing with joy, spinning around, and vowed, I will protect you. Haha, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Chef. Robin smiled. Although she has just joined the Straw Hat crew, she is not yet trusted by all members due to her status as the former vice president of Baroque Works. But he has almost figured out the personality and temperament of every member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Although the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates is a bit lascivious on weekdays, he is generally chivalrous, not vulgar, and not disgusting. It is still very reliable at critical moments. Yes, this made the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates' eyes bulge with anger. My heart beat faster and I was completely mesmerized. Be carried away. At this time, as Going Merry officially entered the colorful fog, the young monkey D. Luffy, who was sitting on the sheep head sculpture on the bow of the Merry, held down his straw hat and grinned. We rushed into the colorful mist. Interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at the pitch-black fog all around, the young man with green algae hair and 3 knives on his waist remained alert and couldn't help but smile. Swish, swish. Soon the dazzling light keeps shining. Everyone felt as if they had traveled through time and space. Going Merry passed through the dreamlike passage and came to a strange sea. Everywhere, there were dilapidated ships full of traces of time, and even a large number of shipwrecks floating on the sea. The group of people couldn't help but widen their eyes. Robin looked around, full of surprise. Doctor, where is this? EPS Concert. Dr. Henzo took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. When he was young, pirates suddenly attacked Lolagia Island, and his childhood friend mistakenly entered the colorful fog and never came out again. Over the past 50 years, he has been dedicated to the research of the colorful fog, in order to rescue his childhood companions from this special sea area. What could it be? Robin's eyes narrowed and his expression changed. What is that? Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others on the side all had a bad feeling and asked hurriedly. The graveyard of ships that never return. Robin's face was solemn as he responded directly. She once read an anonymous adventure book. The place called EPS Concert was mentioned above. What? It's great to hear this well-informed and knowledgeable archaeologist say this. Not to mention the timid trio of the Straw Hat Pirates, even Zoro and Sanji were shocked. But their captain, Straw Hat Luffy, was shocked, and looked around with shining eyes, full of excitement. Great! And at this moment, going merry ahead. The fog is shrouded in the dark depths of the sea. On a dilapidated pirate ship floating on the sea. It looks like there are some interesting guys here. A tall, handsome young man with black hair raised his eyebrows. He was holding a grilled fish and sitting casually on the guardrail, and finished it in just 3 or 5 bites. Next to him, a giant panda with black and white fur all over its body and a body length of no less than 4 or 5 meters was sitting there carelessly. He also grabbed a piece of barbecue and kept chewing on it. Woo Woo responded. P.S. The new book is now available, don't miss it if you pass by, please collect it, comment and support it. The author has a lot of quality assurance, and there are no disappointments or depression. You can collect and read it with confidence. Chapter 2. Straw Hat Crew. In the dark sea. On the pirate's ship that had already decayed. The tall young man, with his partner, the giant panda Beilong, stood leisurely on the bow. He had a head of shaggy black hair, wore sunglasses, brown trousers and a blue vest, and a grey-white jacket tied directly around his waist, revealing his perfectly proportioned muscular body. There is also a colorful Madara peacock necklace hanging around her neck, which shines with metallic luster and is extremely exquisite and fashionable. The lifelike peacock pendant appears to be about the size of an average person's fist, which is just the right size for the artist's 3-meter-tall body. Devil's Son Nico Robin. Shakya looked out at the misty sea in the distance. But the powerful observation haki had already locked onto those suddenly appearing auras in an instant. One voice after another kept flowing into my mind, and I was able to directly determine the identity of the person who came. In this special space and time, the flow of time is indeed different from that in the outside world. Has 50 years already passed? Deep in the dark mist. Shakya looked somewhat helpless, muttering, before I knew it, even Oravia's daughter has grown up this big. Nobody knows. He is a time traveler. Moreover, he was once the heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Flowers. He was born with the ability to listen to other people's thoughts. At the age of 5, he accidentally gained the abilities of the human fruit, the mythical beast species, and the great Buddha form. He has been gifted since childhood with amazing comprehension. At the age of 10, he naturally awakened Conqueror's Haki. At the age of 15, he had already become the grandmaster of various boxing and kicking techniques and qigong passed down from generation to generation by the Navy of the Flower Kingdom, such as the Afterimage Fist, Shadowless Kick, and 8-Charge Fist, and he has mastered Conqueror's Haki more proficiently. With his persistent training, Observation Haki is even able to directly read other people's memories. But few people know that with his photographic memory, Buddha-like wisdom and understanding, he also became a scientist out of interest. He also secretly developed a series of new weapons for the Flower Kingdom, which gave the Flower Kingdom an advantage in the war with enemy countries and was respected and admired by countless citizens. But when the world nobles, representing the world government, visited the major member states of West Blue, a tragedy occurred because the brutal and tyrannical celestial dragons wantonly robbed women in the Kingdom of Flowers. Shakya was so angry that he could not turn a blind eye and was about to attack celestial dragons directly. However, he was stopped by Huo Shan, the 10th second-generation pillar of Urbao Navy, and Cone Green Pepper, the 10th second-generation pillar of Babao Navy. In order to avoid angering the world government, the king of the Flower Kingdom announced the abolition of his status as heir to the throne and ordered him to become a monk. Of course, in reality the cheap Laozi didn't really want to give up on him. His original intention was just to maneuver around him and at the same time temper the impetuous and intolerant character of his son, who he had high hopes for but was too young and energetic. But looking at the whole country, they are servile to celestial dragons and fear them like a tiger. There were even many people who blamed him for almost bringing disaster to the Flower Kingdom. Although it was understandable, Shakya still couldn't help feeling disappointed. He was disheartened. Instead, he let go of his obsession with power. He devoted himself to pushing himself and training himself, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds in just 2 years. Later, he gave up his royal status and severed ties with the Kingdom of Flowers. As a monk who had violated the precepts of not eating and drinking meat and was expelled from Dalan Temple, he used the alias Shakya and travelled on the sea with his pet and partner, the giant panda Beilong, who had accompanied him since childhood. East, west, south, north, and south, the first half of the Grand Line, New World. His footprints can be found in every sea area. In just a few years, the names of the monk who broke his vows and Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva spread throughout the Grand Line. Whether it is the marine or the pirates, they all turn pale with fear at the mention of it. I also accidentally encountered the Queen of Amazon Lilies, Flame Flower, and stayed on Daughter Island for a few months. Because he received news from Sky Island Birka, who was once conquered by him, that the legendary Logia Thunder Fruit was found, he left Amazon Lily and went to Sky Island to bring the Thunder Fruit back. Unexpectedly, when passing by Logia Island on the way back, he happened to encounter the legendary colorful fog. So he prepared to collect the huge amount of treasure accumulated over the long years and give it to Amazon Lily as a betrothal gift to marry the Queen of Nine Snakes. I want to look for it more carefully. See if there is any devil fruit in it. Unexpectedly, because he had killed a celestial dragon, he was chased by the leader of the Knights of God and CP0, and a fight broke out between them. Although relying on his extraordinary strength and tenacious will, after 3 days and 3 nights of bloody fighting, he finally turned defeat into victory and successfully eliminated these guys. But because he missed the time to come out, he was unfortunately trapped in the colorful fog. The speed of time and space in this strange other world is much lower than that in the outside world, almost equivalent to being still. Even if 50 years had passed in the outside world, he and the giant panda Beilong had only been trapped here for a short year. Woo woo. On the bow, I saw Shakya looked a little melancholy. The giant panda Beilong standing nearby tilted his head, looking puzzled. I don't understand why the owner is so depressed all of a sudden. Ziobai, have you forgotten? I told you a long time ago. Shakya patted the 2 giant pandas and explained helplessly, this space is different from the outside world. We are only trapped here for about a year, but in fact, 50 years have passed in the outside world. Of course, he was not completely ignorant of the colorful fog. Shakya had been mentally prepared when he was trapped here. But when the Straw Hat crew actually showed up, he was happy, disappointed, nervous, and uneasy. So many years have passed, and Flame Flower still has her daughter whom she has never met, as well as her other confidants. How are they doing? The only thing that made him feel a little relieved was that he had already obtained the ability of the Bat Fruit, the mythical beast, and the vampire form, and gave it to Flame Flower, the 9-snake queen. Even the ability of the mythical beast vampire form may not really allow people to achieve immortality. I believe it is enough to keep them young forever. Woo woo. Giant Panda Beilong opened his mouth wide. He scratched his head, feeling confused and not knowing how to comfort his master. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shakya took a deep breath. Suppress your heavy mood and put those messy emotions behind you. He patted the silly and cute giant panda beside him and smiled, I have nothing to do, so I might as well play with these rookies. What do you think? Squeak. The giant panda Beilong tilted his head and blinked his big round eyes. This silly and cute little cat has cooperated with its owner countless times and they have already developed a perfect understanding of each other. I couldn't bear to throw away the barbecue, so I stuffed it into my mouth. He rolled around there, as if he agreed with this. Chapter 3. Soon. As Going Merry slowly goes deeper, proceed cautiously. The Straw Hat crew above was full of curiosity, looking around at the gloomy environment. But at the same time, keep your nerves tight and remain alert. Namo Shakya. Without any warning. A majestic voice echoed in this sea area, if greed is not eliminated, evil thoughts will not stop, and if troubles are not reduced, suffering will arise. Why are there always greedy people who dare to trespass into EPS Concert? What? All of a sudden, there was a sudden sound. The Straw Hat Pirates, who were slowly going deeper into Going Merry, and Dr. Henzo, were all horrified. They all looked in horror in the direction where the sound came from. However, the sea ahead was empty. There was nothing around except for scattered rotten ghost ships and shipwreckage floating on the sea. It was eerie, filled with deathly silence, and extremely strange. It's really creepy. No one. Is there really a ghost? Nami, Chopper, and Usopp. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately shrank behind other people, trembling with fear and tears streaming down his face. And Straw Hat Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and the others became alert. Buzz buzz inexplicable. The sound of Sanskrit is heard and the golden light is dazzling. Under the suddenly shrunken and somewhat shocked gaze of the Straw Hat crew. Woohoo! The clouds and mist are surging. A huge golden Buddha appeared there. Sitting cross-legged on the clouds, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, coming from far away. The treasure is solemn and majestic. It's shocking. Namo Paradise, the Tathagata of the West is here. Huge Buddha. Even bigger than going merry. He clasped his hands together, and his voice was like a loud bell, deafening and sacred. Sitting cross-legged on the clouds, high above, looking down at the Straw Hat crew. It is awe-inspiring and one cannot help but bow down in worship. Ah, ah! Buddha! Buddha! Hey, is this true? How is this possible? Does Buddha really exist in this world? Looking at the huge, majestic golden Buddha sitting cross-legged in the vast clouds. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Robin, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, including Dr. Henzo, were all shocked, their mouths opened wide, unable to speak. Everyone broke out in cold sweat, frightened by the invisible pressure, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. His face was full of disbelief. You sinful and greedy pirates have committed countless crimes under the banner of freedom and adventure. The golden Buddha has a solemn appearance and his hands are clasped together. With a cold, majestic, and sharp gaze, he looked down at the Straw Hat crew on going merry. It's so frightening that I dare not look at it. His tone was dignified and unyielding, and he spoke indifferently. Why don't you wake up quickly in front of the Buddha, recognize your sins, kill yourself with a knife, wash away your sins as soon as possible, and go to paradise. Thump. All of a sudden. Nami, Chopper, Usopp and the others just knelt there. Dr. Henzo sat slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the giant golden Buddha, staring at the majestic and familiar face. His eyes were somewhat doubtful. Buddha, spare my life. We may be pirates and a bit greedy, but we have never done anything evil on our own initiative. Yes, yes. I am still a doctor. I often treat patients and do good deeds. The timid trio of Straw Hat crew were so frightened that they burst into tears. He kept bowing his head there. Kowtow and beg for mercy. Nami, Chopper, Usopp. Seeing this, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and the others couldn't help but stare with their eyes widened. Although they were suddenly faced with such an unknown existence, they all had sweat on their foreheads and felt tremendous pressure. But unexpectedly, Nami and the others were so scared that they knelt there. Robin was also a little trembling, his eyes were a little uncertain. The big Buddha in front of me doesn't look fake. Usopp. Ah! Usopp froze. Even the people in the Straw Hat crew were somewhat shocked. No one expected that the big Buddha that suddenly appeared in front of them would actually call out Usopp's name directly. Could it be that the other person is really a Buddha? You are lazy by nature, timid and cowardly, and you are usually smooth-talking, sneaky, and full of lies. The golden Buddha has no expression on his face. He looked down at the trembling, sweaty Usopp and said coldly, "You will be sentenced to 10 years in the hell of tongue-pulling. Only then can you be reborn as a pig in the animal realm." What? Tongue-pulling hell? Hearing this, Usopp's eyes narrowed. Pale and trembling. I was so scared that I almost fainted. There he cried and begged for mercy. "No, I know I was wrong, I will never lie again, please forgive me, I don't want to go to the hell of tongue-pulling, I don't want to be reincarnated as a pig." Lord Buddha. No need to say more, just cut open your stomach and commit suicide. Ah! Usopp paled. He was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Usopp, Luffy, Nami, Chopper, and others standing by were horrified. Little thief Nami. The golden Buddha has an expressionless face. He ignored Usopp who fainted from fright. Looking at the Straw Hat Pirate's navigator, the beautiful young girl with orange hair, the little thief Nami. Ah! It's my turn. Nami's face turned pale. My body couldn't help but tremble. I didn't expect it would be my turn so soon. You are greedy by nature. You went astray at a young age. You have been stealing and cheating people everywhere for years. Shakya, who was transformed into a giant Buddha, was extremely majestic. Your body and hair are from your parents, but you don't respect yourself. You use your beauty to seduce others and scheme to steal their property. You are not ashamed of it, but are complacent. You will be punished to go to the stone mill hell. After serving your sentence for 10 years, you can be reborn as a cat in the animal realm. Ah! Nami was so frightened that her face turned pale. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. No. Buddha. Although I am greedy for a little money, I never hurt anyone. The stolen treasures are mostly the ill-gotten gains looted by pirates. I pray that the Buddha will see through me. I have a keen eye. Stop wasting your time on sophistry. I will leave your body intact and you can kill yourself with the sword. Thump. The little thief cat's body went limp. Same with Usopp down there. Immediately afterwards, he fainted. But to be honest, the fainting was not natural enough. It's a bit fake. Look how smooth Usopp is in pretending. Just like the real thing. Chapter 4. Use going merry above. Unlike Shakya, who saw through Usopp and the little cat thief at a glance that they were pretending to be unconscious. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin and others standing by, saw Nami faint as well, and their faces turned pale. Luffy, in particular, clenched his fists angrily and glared at the big Buddha in front of him. UBD, what did you do to my companions? Luffy, stop messing around. Zoro and Sanji hurriedly grabbed him. Robin even used the ability of the flower fruit to cover Luffy's mouth immediately to prevent him from saying the wrong thing and angering the mysterious being in front of him. Because this unknown existence in front of him was so terrifying. Just appearing there makes people tremble and lose the desire to fight. I simply lost the courage to resist. Tony Chopper. The Golden Buddha looked directly at Chopper. He ignored Luffy's shouting, seemingly not caring about the offense. Good, good. Although you are a reindeer and as timid as a mouse, you have a kind heart and remember your duty as a doctor. You practice medicine and accumulate virtue. Although you have committed some sins of killing, your merits and demerits offset each other. Looking at the panicked and anxious Chopper, Shakya, who had transformed into a giant Buddha, said indifferently, you don't need to be punished. You can directly enter the reincarnation cycle after death and be reborn as a human being. Chopper was trembling. His eyes widened, surprised and happy. But when she thought of the fate of Nami and Usopp, she cried and begged, Buddha, please have mercy and spare Nami and Usopp. They are good people and never hurt others. Robin, Zoro, Sanji and the others were all shocked. Because, the Buddha in front of him actually said the names of Nami, Chopper, and Usopp in one breath. Moreover, I know their personalities and what they have done in the past very clearly. This is really mind-boggling. Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, do you admit your guilt? The Golden Buddha ignored Chopper who was begging for mercy, and looked directly at Luffy. UBD, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Luffy's eyes were determined. He rushed out gritting his teeth. Regardless, he punched hard. The rubberized arms continued to stretch, and the fists became afterimages. He madly fired at the majestic and inviolable Buddha in the sky, rubber machine gun. Luffy, stop messing around. Seeing Luffy being so reckless, Robin, Zoro, Sanji and others couldn't help but change color. Namo Shakya. The Golden Buddha had no expression on his face and chanted the Buddha's name. A huge Buddha's hand, shining with metallic luster, gently raised up, ignorant and stubborn. Bang! 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 Understatement. Blocked Luffy's violent attack. The fists were bounced away and blasted wildly in all directions. Boom! Boom! All around, there were ghost ships or shipwreckages that were directly blown to pieces. Just flick your finger lightly. The invisible energy broke through the air like lightning. Luffy was caught off guard and had no way to avoid it. He was hit directly in an instant and flew out like a cannonball. It crashed straight into the mast of the Mary. The huge mast creaked and shook violently. But due to Shakya the power was controlled. It was not directly broken. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Luffy fell there, rolling around in a panic. The pair of fists suddenly grew several times larger in the blink of an eye, and became extremely red and swollen. The burning pain made him scream in agony. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Luffy. Isn't he rubber? Why would a fist being bounced off cause such an injury? Zoro, Sanji, Robin and the others shouted. Luffy was crying in pain as his fist was swollen like a braised pig's trotter. Some of them can't believe it. I feel cold all over. Monkey D. Luffy. Surrounded by clouds and mist. The big Golden Buddha was sitting cross-legged there. He looked down at the Straw Hat Luffy who was rolling around there, with an inviolable dignity. You have committed serious sins and committed many murders. You are unforgivable. I will punish you to go to the oil pot hell for 50 years, and then to the knife and saw hell for another 50 years. Only then can you go to the animal realm and be reborn as a monkey. This guy. Robin was sweating profusely. Looking directly at the golden Buddha in front of him, he was somewhat doubtful, is it some special demon fruit power? The third generation Kaititsuo and the famous sword Snow Solitaire on Zoro's waist have already been unsheathed. Full of vigilance, on high alert, ready to wield the knife at any time. Sanji had also raised his right foot, poised and ready to attack at any time. Blackfoot Sanji. The majestic golden Buddha ignored the two men's vigilance. He just continued to look at the Straw Hat Pirate's chef, Blackfoot Sanji. Oh? Is it my turn? Lighted a cigarette. Sanji resisted the pressure and tried his best to stay calm. You claim to have the spirit of chivalry, but in fact you are lustful and vulgar. I will punish you to go to the Copper Pillar Hell and serve for 50 years before you can be reborn as an animal and a duck. I refuse. Sanji held a cigarette between his lips. He looked directly at the majestic Buddha and said loudly, I don't want to be a duck. Pirate's hunter Roronoa Zoro. The golden Buddha ignored Sanji. With a cold, majestic, and sharp gaze, he once again looked at Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, and said indifferently, You are a murderer by nature, and the killing karma you have committed is no less than that of the Straw Hat Boy. I will punish you to go to the Hell of Swords Mountain and serve for 50 years before you can enter the animal realm and be reborn as a shark. Put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha right now, just commit suicide by cutting your stomach. The sound is like a loud bell. Deafening. It makes people shudder. I was so frightened and anxious that I couldn't help but crawl on the ground. Sorry, I can't do that. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zoro, who was feeling a little suffocated by the terrifying aura, looked stern. Resolutely, he tore off the green headscarf tied around his arm and tied it around his head. Holding the third generation Kaititsuo and the good sword Snow Solitaire, and biting the large sword Wado Ikimonji, he said firmly, My goal is to be the world's greatest swordsman. I can't die like this before realizing this ambition. Even if I fall into hell, I will crawl out of it and let my name resound through heaven. Mr. Swordsman. Robin was stunned. Looking at Zoro in surprise. Luffy, covered in dust, stood up again. For a moment, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all stood there gritting their teeth, glaring at the golden Buddha. The Buddha's teachings are boundless. If you don't follow my guidance, you will end up dead. The golden Buddha. Suddenly, an astonishing murderous aura erupted. An extremely tall and huge body stood up. The terrifying pressure made the Straw Hat crew present tremble. Chopper, Dr. Henzo, and Nami who pretended to fainted all looked extremely pale. Trembling and uneasy. Full of anxiety. Chapter 5. A hole, who's afraid of you? Facing that terrifying and oppressive aura. Although Straw Hat Luffy was sweating profusely, he still did not give in. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and glared at the golden Buddha, You are playing tricks. Everyone, he is not a real Buddha. This should be the ability of Zoan. Human fruit. Mythical beast. Great Buddha form. His eyes were fixed on the huge and golden Buddha in front of him. Robin suppressed his inner panic and spoke loudly there. She had seen the Devil Fruit illustrated book before. The other party's image of a golden Buddha is too similar to the ability of the human fruit, mythical beast, and Buddha form recorded in the illustration. In other words, exactly the same. If he was the real Buddha, how could he say so much to them? They were even asked to commit suicide. What? Is it fake? Zoan Devil Fruit ability. Human fruit. Mythical beast species. Great Buddha form. Ah, you have the same human fruit as me. What is a mythical beast? Is there such an ability? For a while. It's not just Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and others. Even Nami and Usopp, who were pretending to faint, couldn't help but jump up, full of disbelief. Looking at the golden Buddha in front of you in disbelief, you can't help but bow down and worship it. In addition to common animals, there are also some rare ancient species and mythical beasts in the Zoan. Staring closely at the golden Buddha in front of him, Robin was full of vigilance, and briefly introduced, Zoan ancient species with special abilities can usually transform into rare ancient creatures such as pterosaurs, triceratops, saber-toothed tigers, etc. Mythical beasts are even rarer than logias. They only exist in legendary mythical characters or creatures, such as phoenix, vampires, nine-tails foxes, Buddhas, etc. In addition to possessing Zoan's basic abilities, they also possess additional abilities similar to Paramecia's abilities. Hiss after listening to Robin's introduction. All the Straw Hat guys couldn't help but gasp. Unexpectedly, among the most inconspicuous Zoan, there are such amazing abilities as ancient species and even mythical beast species. Humph, since you are so stubborn, then I, the Buddha, will grant your wish. The next moment, under the fierce gazes of Nami, Robin, Luffy, Zoro, and others, the murderous and terrifying Golden Buddha suddenly disappeared. He looked at the Straw Hat crew with a smile and chuckled, "Haha, congratulations, you passed." Looking at the Golden Buddha in front of him, his murderous aura suddenly disappeared. He was smiling now, without the aggressive aura from before. The Straw Hat crew, who were already quite nervous, could not help but look at each other in bewilderment. "Don't be nervous. It's too boring to be here, so I'm just joking with you." A huge Buddha, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, Shakya returned to human form and stood on top of the shrinking cloud, revealing a panda face. Looking at the Straw Hat people who were still frightened but vigilant and not daring to be careless, he smiled and said, "I am indeed not a real Buddha, but a user of the human fruit, mythical beast, and great Buddha form." Who? Really? How can this be a joke? Damn it, this guy is so annoying. Don't joke around in a place like this, okay? I'm almost scared to death by you. Looking at the tall, young, handsome figure in front of me, it was completely different from the majestic, inviolable, and murderous Golden Buddha before. Hanami, Chopper, Usopp and others collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Even Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin and the others had already been soaked in cold sweat on their backs. Everyone couldn't help but glare fiercely at the mysterious man in front of them, baring their teeth and complaining. But Zoro, Sanji, Robin and others were skeptical and still did not dare to be careless. His eyes were fixed on the mysterious man in front of him. "Stay alert and vigilant. But it seems you have recognized me, Hanzo." Looking at Dr. Hanzo on the Mary, whose face was filled with horror and disbelief, Shakya folded his arms and spoke with a chuckle. Before entering the colorful fog, he had a brief exchange with this Dr. Hanzo, when the other party was just a little kid. Therefore, Shakya was not surprised that he recognized him directly. But, for him, only 1 year has passed since he entered the colorful fog. "Suddenly I saw Dr. Hanzo, who had suddenly aged by nearly 50 years and had white hair. It's a wonderful feeling." "Ah! It's really you, Mr. Shakya. On board the Mary." Hear Shakya say this, Dr. Hanzo's pupils shrank sharply and he broke out in a cold sweat. He took off his glasses again and again, wiped his eyes, and looked carefully at Shakya in front of him. His face was filled with shock and he cried out in disbelief, "How is this possible? Ale! Do you know him, Doctor?" Luffy, Nami, Robin, Usopp, and others. I was surprised to see Dr. Hanzo showing such an incredible look. For a moment, I was filled with surprise and curiosity, and asked hurriedly. 50 years ago, I saw him on Lolagia Island. Dr. Hanzo stared blankly at the figure in front of him, who had not changed at all from 50 years ago and was still as young and handsome. He couldn't believe it, and said in a deep voice, "At the beginning, when the colorful fog suddenly appeared, he suddenly ran in on a giant panda. He had deliberately left a cable connected to the outside, but unfortunately it was cut off by some mysterious people who suddenly appeared. They also chased in. Until the colorful fog disappeared, including my former companions, none of them appeared again." Speaking of this, he looked at Shakya, who looked only about 20 years old, too young, and was somewhat puzzled, "But why do you look the same as when you first broke in 50 years ago?" "What?" Hearing Hanzo say this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but be stunned. He gasped and looked in disbelief at the young, handsome, and mysterious Shakya in front of him. There has been no change in more than 20 years. Could it be that the other party is really immortal? Don't be so surprised, Hanzo. Shakya raised an eyebrow, looking at Dr. Hanzo with his grey hair and wrinkled face. He didn't mean to hide it, and said bluntly, "The flow of time here is different from that in the outside world. For the outside world, 50 years may have passed, but only 1 year has passed in this strange other world." "Wait, you said only a year has passed here?" Robin's eyes widened. He looked at Shakya in disbelief and cried out. "What?" Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others were also a little dazed. "It turns out to be like this." Dr. Hanzo was stunned and muttered in a daze. "Please collect, please give flowers, please vote, please support, Please give good comments. You can put forward any suggestions, the author will read them. Chapter 6. Brush. Woo. The Straw Hat crew and Dr. Henzo were all blurred. A young and tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It made their pupil shrink. I broke out in a cold sweat. Gurgle. So fast. So strong. At this moment, no matter whether it was Sanji or Zoro, the two main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, or the carefree Captain Luffy, they all broke out in cold sweats. My body was stiff and I was shivering. They were completely unable to react as to how the other party moved. It felt as if he was not facing a human being, but an extremely terrifying humanoid beast. A bit scary. But you really look a lot like that girl from Oravia. Shakya ignored the others. Looking at Robin, who looked exactly like the little girl Oravia except for her hair color, but now more mature and beautiful, she smiled and said, "If I wasn't familiar with Oravia, I would have mistaken her for someone else." He did know Oravia. However, when he met her in O'Hara, Robin's mother was just a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. She was a genius girl who had an extraordinary memory and a photographic memory just like Robin. Shakya once considered whether to cultivate it. As a result, before he could take any action, he was trapped in the colorful fog for 50 years. What? Robin was shocked. Oravia, how long has it been since she heard this name? I looked at the figure in front of me in disbelief. Did he know my mother? Do you know my mother, Nico Oravia? I am her daughter, Nico Robin. She frowned. She looked at the man in front of her with some doubt. She did not feel any hostility towards the other person approaching her. Instead, she felt surprisingly safe and peaceful, and inexplicably had a sense of intimacy. This feeling is wonderful. Brush. Shakya did not respond. A big hand suddenly reached out. He pressed gently on Robin's head. It made her completely stunned. Did so many things happen? Shakya closed his eyes. With his natural ability and his unremitting training, his observation haki has become incredibly strong. He read Robin's memory instantly. He lost his father when he was young, and his mother abandoned him and went to sea with O'Hara's archaeological team. He spent his childhood living under the roof of others and depending on others' opinions. When he was 8 years old, O'Hara was destroyed by Buster Call and fled alone. Because he was wanted by the world government, he was constantly betrayed and learned to betray others. I faced despair countless times, wanted to give up, and even wanted to commit suicide. But for the sake of his mother Oravia and the wishes of the scholars like O'Hara, he mustered up his courage again and again, gritted his teeth and tried hard to survive. Heartbreaking and infuriating scenes kept flashing through Shakya's mind. You've had a really hard life these years. Shakya stroked Robin's head gently, his eyes full of pity and sympathy for the son of the devil in front of him. Such an unfortunate and dark life is simply too unbearable to look back on. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have turned completely evil long ago. But this girl still retains her inner purity and kindness, which is not something everyone can do. Wait, you said you were trapped here, why do you know us? Robin subconsciously took a few steps back, full of vigilance. The dark experiences she had gone through over the years had made her no longer trust anyone easily. The other party has been trapped here for 50 years. Why does he know them so well, and even seems to know the past of her, the son of the devil? This can be considered one of my abilities. Shakya saw this. Not too surprised, he chuckled and said, "Don't be so nervous. After all, if I really want to harm you, you can't resist, right?" Thinking back to the huge Buddha that made people tremble. Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin and the others were silent. Let's not talk about this for now. Looking at the Straw Hat crew who were somewhat skeptical about what he said, he did not dare to let his guard down. Shakya did not explain further and briefly introduced the situation of Epsconsid. How should I put it? The passage of time in this space is different from the outside world. All in all, although decades have passed outside, I have only been here for a year. So that's how it is. It's incredible. Luffy, Robin, Sanji and others suddenly realized. No wonder the other person hasn't aged after so much time. It turns out that only 1 year has passed in this space. But do you really know my mother? Looking at the mysterious man in front of me. Robin took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask out loud. See if he can find out something about his mother, Oravia, from the other party. Because when she was very young, her mother had already sent her to live with her uncle and went out to sea with the archaeological team. When we met again, it was already a farewell forever. O'Hara was also destroyed by Buster Call. Of course I know him. Shakya chuckled. He did not hide it and said nonchalantly, according to your time, about 50 years ago, after traveling in the Grand Line for a few years, I returned to West Blue for some reason, but was surrounded by CP0 agents and Marines, minions of the world government. With my strength, I can easily escape, but I am young and energetic, so I naturally don't want to leave in disgrace. Instead, I directly fought with these guys. After a fierce fight, although I relied on my powerful strength to get rid of all those annoying guys, I was also seriously injured and had to recuperate in O'Hara. There I met your mother, Oravia. Speaking of this. He looked at Robin and smiled. She was just a little girl at that time, but she was known as a genius. She was already considered a scholar at a young age, and her knowledge of history was no less than those old pedants who had been studying hard for years. Although strictly speaking, I don't need Oravia's help, she is kind-hearted and very enthusiastic. I guess she is my savior. I treated her as my own sister, and I promised Oravia that when she grew up, I would take her out to sea to find the legendary historical text and explore the historical truth of the blank 100 years. Shakya's eyes were complicated. Looking at Robin's pretty face that is very similar to Oravia. He sighed lightly and smiled helplessly, but it seems that I should break my promise. But it's still ripe. To be honest, in his opinion, Oravia is a really irresponsible mother. Robin had to live under the care of others since he was a child, and in the end he was left alone, struggling to survive in the dark world. After experiencing countless betrayals, he finally learned how to betray and disguise himself, and survived by constantly disguising himself and betraying others. Although she is a user of the paramecia flower fruit, her abilities are not that strong. It's a miracle that I can still survive until now. So that's how it is. Robin suddenly realized. I didn't expect that the other party had met my mother Oravia and they had such a connection. It's really incredible. Chapter 7. I've said so much, but I haven't introduced myself yet. Looking at the Straw Hat crew in front of him, Shakya smiled and introduced himself briefly. My name is Shakya, I come from the Kingdom of Flowers. For some reason, I became a monk in the Dalan Temple of the Kingdom of Flowers, but I really don't like those strict rules and regulations. In the end, I went out to sea with my partner, the giant panda Beilong, who has been with me since childhood. 50 years ago, when I was passing by Lulagia Island, I happened to see the colorful fog suddenly appear, so I broke in here with Beilong. Speaking of this, he spread his hands helplessly. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. I was entangled by those guys from the world government and was trapped here. Due to the different flow of time, although only 1 year has passed here, 50 years have passed in the outside world. Ziobai, say hello to them. Shakya smiled at the surging clouds. Swish! A cloud of gas surged and floated over. Under the incredible gazes of Luffy, Nami, Robin, Zoro, Usopp, and others, he turned into a fat, round giant panda at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has a human-like grin. Waving his chubby, furry paws, as if saying hello, woo-woo. Giant panda. Wow, that's amazing. The body turned into mist. Pandas can actually fly. Nami, Luffy, Usopp, and others. Looking at the giant panda that suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes lit up. It's saying hello to us. Chopper, the reindeer who has the ability of the human fruit and can communicate with animals, was also full of surprise and translated. Are they animals that ate the devil fruit, just like you, Chopper? Zoro, who was standing by, was full of surprise and said with emotion, come to think of it, this is my first time seeing a giant panda. Pandas are the national treasure of the Kingdom of Flowers. It is strictly forbidden for anyone to capture or privately raise them. Robin, who had traveled to West Blue before and was well informed, marveled, the body can turn into mist. Is he a rare Logia user like Crocodile in the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Although giant pandas are the national treasure of the Kingdom of Flowers, buying and selling them is prohibited. But it is not surprising that a strong man like Shakya keeps a giant panda by his side. However, one pet is suspected to have rare Logia abilities. It's really unbelievable. So cute. Looking at this adorable and silly giant panda, Nami and Robin couldn't help but have stars in their eyes. If it weren't for its huge size, it would have looked a bit more ferocious. Some of them really wanted to go up and pet the cat. Well, giant pandas are also cats. Wait, Mr. Shakya, you just said that the speed of time here is different from that in the outside world. Dr. Henzo, who was standing by, grabbed Shakya's arm after understanding the whole story, and asked anxiously, "Have you seen any children here?" As he spoke, he carefully described the appearance features of his childhood friends. If the flow of time here is really so exaggerated, then his friends should not have changed much since when they accidentally entered here, and they should still look like children. Of course I have. Shakya raised his eyebrows and shrugged. Those little brats were very noisy at first, but I taught them a lesson and they finally calmed down. They live in a big ship inside, you can go find them. Pointed to the distance. Finally, he thought of something and added directly, however, the colorful fog will not exist for long. If you want to get out, you have to hurry. Indeed, we have to hurry up and collect the treasure. Nami reacted and looked at the ships around him with shining eyes. With so many lost ships, there must be a lot of treasure. Call out just at this moment. A huge pipe suddenly extended from outside. A large number of fully armed soldiers rushed in on small speedboats. A tall figure with white hair and beard, looking a bit old, laughed loudly and vigorously, "Ha ha ha ha, the treasure here is mine." Wilton. Hengzhou and others' faces changed drastically. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates also looked at him unfriendly. A bunch of annoying guys. Shakya looked calm and said calmly, "Ziobai, get rid of them within 30 seconds. Woo-woo." The giant panda nodded repeatedly. Under the incredible gazes of Nami and others, the raised right bear paw directly turned into a sophisticated and complex Gatling machine gun. The black gun barrels suddenly started to spin. Day. All of a sudden, countless bullets broke through the air. It shot out continuously as if it was free of charge. Ah, ah! Accompanied by screams. In the blink of an eye, all the pirates were pierced. Except for Mayor Witten, who was in the lead, he barely blocked the incoming bullets with his extremely thick armor equipped with a flamethrower. The others, including his son and grandson, all fell in a pool of blood. Swish! The next moment, under the astonished gaze of the Straw Hat crew, the giant panda Beilong raised his front legs, and his huge paws turned into rocket launchers. Swish! A powerful rocket launcher, wrapped around Haki, shot out. It was as fast as lightning and locked onto the horrified Mayor Witten. "Keep turning there on your own and chasing after them." Boom! There was a loud bang. A fierce fire was present there. The air was so strong that Wilton, who tried to escape, screamed in pain and was blown to pieces. Hiss, he can actually create guns and cannons at will. What kind of ability is this? This is a horrifying scene. The Straw Hat crew present couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. They gasped, some of them felt their scalps tingling, and stared blankly at the cute and silly giant panda which had returned to its original state, and could not help swallowing their saliva. It looks round and harmless. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined that this pet was so ferocious. How amazing! Chopper widened his eyes, shocked. Although they are both animals, the other party's fruit ability is much stronger than its human fruit. Don't underestimate Ziobai. He is much stronger than you are now. It's easy for him to deal with these low-level pirates. Shakya was not surprised and shrugged. This is just an appetizer for Beilong. This giant panda was carefully selected by him from among thousands of panda cubs. It has already understood human nature and possesses wisdom no less than that of humans. I have practiced and trained with him over the years, and under his unremitting training and guidance, I have even mastered the physical skills and qigong of the Flower Kingdom. He followed this broken monk to fight and hone his skills with those powerful men on the sea, and his strength improved day by day. In addition, Shakya had snatched the fruit from some pirates in his early years and directly fed it with the Paramecia replication fruit ability. The strength of the giant panda Beilong can be said to be incredibly strong. Although not as good as the real monsters in the sea. But under his training, even the elite vice-admirals of the naval headquarters are no match for it. The most important thing is that the ability of the copy fruit is exaggerated. Although it cannot be copied infinitely, it can directly save the memory information of up to 5 abilities and can switch freely between these recorded abilities. Among them, the Logia Cloud fruit was copied from a member of the Knights of God. The Paramecia weapon fruit was copied from the previous user of the weapon fruit, a certain pirates. However, there are limitations. Every time Beilong uses the copied abilities, he can only present one devil fruit ability effect, and cannot use multiple abilities at the same time. Of course, this does not mean that after the giant panda white dragon has copied 5 abilities, it cannot copy other abilities. But it is the newly copied ability if it exceeds the upper limit. It will directly replace other abilities that have been copied before. Shakya adult. At this time, a large ship came slowly. Several children were very excited and kept waving at Shakya on the going merry. Rabani, Abiki, Iso, Longo, Bukeo. Henzo was stunned. Tears welled up in my eyes and I was extremely excited. These were all his childhood companions. Moreover, his appearance has hardly changed from the time when he accidentally entered the colorful fog and disappeared. Chapter 8. Okay, enough small talk, time is running out. Going merry above. Shakya smiled and said to the Straw Hat crew, I have almost collected all the treasures here, so you don't have to waste your energy. Over the long years, this strange other world has trapped countless ships, and has attracted countless pirates, marines, and adventurers. The accumulated treasure is at least tens of billions of Baileys. But in order to make it easier to take away, he melted most of the gold together and cast it into a huge golden ball. Inside are gems, antique calligraphy, and paintings of great value. Nami, who is obsessed with money, is very disappointed. She had chosen to come here just for the treasure. But thinking of the terrifying power of the person in front of him, he naturally didn't dare to have any inappropriate thoughts. But if you want, I can give you some of it. Shakya looks at the disappointed Nami. He glanced at Robin, who had a complicated look on his face, and stroked the little thief's head with his big hand, smiling and saying, just consider it as a thank you for taking care of our little Robin. He originally regarded Oravia as his sister. Then, Robin naturally became his niece. Although, this niece is a little older. In every sense. Shakya. Robin, who was standing by, shuddered. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the handsome figure in front of her who was extremely friendly. Is he caring about himself? Ah! Is it really possible? Nami, who is obsessed with money, was surprised and delighted. She had chosen to come here just for the treasure. But I feel a little embarrassed. Certainly. Shakya smiled and nodded. To him, that little bit of treasure was nothing. Of course, the reason why he was so generous was mainly because of Robin. In fact, Shakya has found several devil fruits in this sea area over the past year. Most of them were the high-level CP0 agents and strong men of the Knights of God who followed in and were randomly reborn in this space after their death. But such a treasure is not to be given away easily. Thank you so much, Mr. Shakya. Nami was overjoyed. He hurriedly clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude. Except at the beginning, when they were almost scared to death. This young and handsome guy is not that difficult to talk to. And Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the other party was willing to give them part of the treasure. I have studied this strange space thoroughly. It is extremely unstable, especially when the colorful mist appears and connects to the outside world. Shakya directly said to Nami, Robin, Straw Hat Luffy, Dr. Henzo, and others, as long as there is a violent explosion, it may cause this special piece of space-time to distort, and it is likely to change unpredictably. I have collected a large amount of explosives from those ships in advance, and I am ready to detonate it completely. What? Could it be that you are going to? Dr. Henzo stared at Shakya with his eyes wide open. He had understood that Shakya might want to go back to the past. Although from the perspective of the time paradox, history that has already happened cannot be changed, only the future can be changed. Shakya said calmly, although I am not sure whether I can go back to the past, I still want to give it a try, as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. He is a playboy by nature. Act in a bohemian manner. Of course there are more than just 1 or 2 women. Although he is a bit of a scumbag, he is sincere to every woman. I don't want anything to happen to them, even if there is even the slightest possibility. He would try to go back to the past. Finally, I have something to say to you, little Robin. Shakya looked back at Robin, who had a complicated expression. The bright and gentle eyes looked at the son of the devil, and encouraged with a smile, you are the strongest girl I have ever seen. No matter what happens to you, don't give up easily. If I could go back in time, I would definitely go to O'Hara again and change the fate of you and Oravia. Shakya. Robin was stunned. Go back to the past and change the future. Is this kind of thing really possible? Of course, we must also prepare for the worst. Shakya shrugged, reached out and touched Robin's head, chuckled and said, if I can't go back to the past, I will find you. Then you can follow me. I won't let anyone hurt you. Robin was stunned, staring at each other blankly. I didn't expect the other party to say that. But that gentle look was something she had never felt before. The other person's big hands are so warm and reassuring. She had no rejection at all. Of course, the same goes for you, little thief. Shakya looked at the young and beautiful little thief Nami. With a smile on his face, he winked at the other person and said with a smile, personally, I still like beautiful women. His smile makes people feel like spring breeze. Full of a convincing charm. It was as if there was an invisible force infecting Nami, Robin, and the others. The two of them couldn't help but lose their minds, and each other's words were deeply imprinted in their hearts. So handsome. All of a sudden, Nami's heart trembled. Holding the little hands, I couldn't help but feel tears welling up in my eyes. She was immediately attracted by the tall, handsome, and impeccable guy in front of her, and was so electrified by the look he just gave her that she was a little dazed. Somehow, there seemed to be an indescribable urge in her heart that made her unable to help but agree directly. If there is a chance, it seems that it is not impossible to take risks with the other party. And you can also pet the cat. Hey, Shakya. Aren't you going too far? Yes, Miss Nami and Miss Robin are our partners. UBD, I won't give them to you. Zoro, Sanji, Straw Hat Luffy and the others glared at him and said in dissatisfaction. No way. Shakya didn't care and said calmly, you are too weak to protect them. He was never a good guy. The nickname of the monk who broke his vows was not earned for nothing. If he wants something, he will grab it without hesitation. Don't think that he is friends with Straw Hat Crew just because he was easy to talk to before. If he really can't go back to the past, it might be a real nightmare for Straw Hat Crew. Let's not talk about Robin, who has a connection with me. Just like the little thief before, he used some special methods. Silently, a seed waiting to sprout was planted deep in the other person's heart. A hole, stop looking down on me. Damn it, let me go, I'm going to beat him up. Sorry, Mr. Shakya, they were just joking. Yes, yes, don't worry about it. Luffy, who was impulsive, was furious. Not only him, even Sanji was so angry that he wanted to rush up and fight with the other party. This BD not only wants to take away Robin-chan, but also wants to take away his beloved Miss Nami. But just as the two men uttered the harsh words, they were quickly pulled back by Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others who had come to their senses. Even Zoro, the pirate's hunter, was no exception. Even though the other party's words were infuriating, they really couldn't beat this mysterious guy. Haha, Ziobai. Shakya smiled and didn't care. He gestured directly to the giant panda Beilong. Woo woo. The giant panda Beilong directly switched to the ability of the Logia cloud fruit. His lower body turned into a large amount of cloud and flew directly up and returned to the big ship where he was previously. He soon returned carrying a package half a person's height. Under the shocked gazes of the Straw Hat pirates. Clang, clang, clang. It bared its teeth, opened the package all at once, and poured all the treasures inside onto the deck of Going Merry. A large amount of gold and jewelry were piled there like a mountain. The place is full of dazzling and sparkling things. It's dazzling. Wow! So many treasures. Mr. Shakya, are these really going to be given to us? So much treasure. The Straw Hat Crew couldn't help but open their eyes wide, and were overjoyed. Especially the little thief cat Nami, his eyes were sparkling, he couldn't wait to pounce on them and lie on the treasures. This is a thank you gift from the Straw Hat Crew for taking care of my little Robin these days. Shakya didn't mean to explain, but just chuckled and said, the colorful mist is about to disappear, you guys should leave quickly. The gold and jewelry he gave to the Straw Hat Crew were quite a lot, worth at least 200 to 300 million Baileys. But compared to what he melted into a huge golden ball, what he prepared to take away was just a drop in the bucket. If he can't go back to the past, then it should be considered as compensation paid to the Straw Hat Crew in advance. At that time, he was not only planning to steal Robin, but also the navigator Nami, the little thief cat. Although he didn't really care about the little thief's sailing ability. But even if it is a vase, it is a beautiful vase. It is pleasing to the eye and makes people happy. It is worth collecting, isn't it? A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Chapter 9. Boom boom. Not long after, a loud noise shook the sky. The horrific explosion appeared in the colorful fog. Hwa la la, woo hoo hoo. The waves are rising and falling. The raging sea breeze makes it difficult to open your eyes. It also caused the Mary, which was loaded with a large amount of gold and jewelry, to shake violently. Powerful gusts of wind pushed the fast-sailing ship with a triangular sail structure on the mizzenmast out of the colorful fog. Rabani, Abiki, Iso, Longo, Bukeo. Looking at the colorful mist gradually disappearing, Dr. Henzo was worried about the outcome and was muttering to himself absent-mindedly. Because his friends rejected him and were unwilling to follow them out, he took the risk of staying in the colorful mist, determined to try to go back to the past with Shakya. He didn't know whether these friends could achieve their wishes. Shakya, can you really go back in time and change this? At the stern, Robin pursed his lips. His eyes were fixed on the disappearing colorful mist. There is an inexplicable sadness and loss in my heart. After so many years, she finally met someone who truly cared about her. Although we had just met, the other person's big hands and his gentle, caring eyes made me feel so reassured and warm. But all this is like a fleeting dream. In the end, is she still alone? Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Just at this moment, along with the sound of artillery firing, there was a sound of breaking air. One after another, pitch-black shells fired at us. It exploded on the water surface, splashing a large amount of water, and Going Merry was shaking continuously. Marine. The Straw Hat crew was horrified. I couldn't help but look at the sea in the distance. At some point, no less than 7 or 8 marine warships appeared on the sea, forming a fleet. They are getting closer and closer, surrounding us. The previous wave of artillery fire was obviously just a test fire. The second and third rounds of shelling followed. It must be more dense. Straw Hat crew, you have nowhere to escape. If you know what's best for you, surrender. Otherwise, you will be buried in the sea. On the flagship in the lead, a marine general wearing a cloak of justice, with a slicked back hair and a resolute face, was holding a loudspeaker there, shouting in the direction of Going Merry. Everyone, the situation is not good, we have to leave quickly. Nami's expression changed. Busy talking loudly there. But Dr. Henzo is still on board. Chopper raised his hoof in a direct reminder. Everyone then realized that Dr. Henzo was still on the Mary. Don't worry about me. Please give me a lifebuoy. Then I will just say that I was kidnapped by you. Dr. Henzo didn't want to cause trouble for the Straw Hat pirates, so he proposed directly. With so many warships, it would be very dangerous if the Straw Hat pirates were caught by the Marine. He also couldn't be so selfish as to put the Straw Hat crew in danger. No, the Marine's shells don't have eyes, it's too dangerous. Sanji jumped up, kicked away the 2 incoming shells, and said without looking back. Hey, rubber balloon. Luffy ran to the right side of the Mary. He took a deep breath and let himself expand like a balloon. The 2 incoming shells sunk right into it, and were bounced out the next moment. He stretched out his arms and bared his teeth as he said, then let's go around to the other side of the island and send Dr. Henzo back to the shore safely before we leave. He. Let's do it. Quick, Zoro, hard right. Leave it to me. Soon, with the united efforts of the Straw Hat crew, Going Merry left Lolagia Island and successfully got rid of the marine fleet that was chasing after it. Continue to follow the guidance of the recording pointer and move towards the next stop. Hey, finally safe. Usopp slumped there. He patted his heart and sighed. Hehe, it's a pity that this is only a small part of the treasures in Epsconsid. Nami, the navigator, was overjoyed holding the treasures. But as a money-loving little thief, he still couldn't forget the treasures that he couldn't take away. Okay Nami, stop thinking about the treasure. We can't possibly compete with that guy for it. It's already pretty good to be able to get a small part of it, and it's all thanks to Robin's relationship. Usopp said somewhat helplessly. If it wasn't for Robin's mother, she had some connection with that incredibly strong man. They had no chance of getting anything, and they were lucky to come out alive and unharmed. Yes, that guy is terrible. Thinking back to the scene when he just broke into the colorful fog, Chopper was still frightened. At first, they were almost scared to death by each other, but fortunately, the man had no ill intentions and was just joking with them. But, that Shakya is unexpectedly powerful. Zoro, who was training there and lifting heavy dumbbells, was somewhat inexplicably moved. If there had been a conflict earlier, we might all have been buried there. He claims to be a strong-willed and fearless pirates hunter. Facing that extremely mysterious and terrifyingly powerful guy, I couldn't help but feel fear, and there was an insurmountable feeling of powerlessness in my heart. You know, even the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, whom he met at the East Blue Barity restaurant, didn't give him such a dangerous feeling. This also gave him a great sense of crisis. Grand Line is not a peaceful place like East Blue, and he doesn't know what kind of powerful enemy he might encounter. He must become stronger. Robin, what are you drawing? Nami collected the treasures contentedly. I found Robin sitting quietly aside, drawing something on a drawing board. When you get closer, you will see a lifelike, handsome, tall, and majestic figure riding a giant panda. Who else could this be but Shakya, the man they had just met at EPS Concert? Tisk tisk, I have to say, this guy is really handsome. Nami said with a smile while hugging Robin. The other person was as handsome as a Prince Charming, and he completely suited her aesthetic taste. When Shakya invited her, she was actually quite moved. She had an inexplicable urge to agree and be with him forever. However, if he really went back 50 years ago, when we saw him again, he would have become an uncle. Sanji said with some jealousy, no, he should have become an old man with all his teeth lost, right? That's not necessarily true. Robin said with a smile. The previous sadness and loss have disappeared. Looking at the handsome, charming figure on the drawing board. For some reason, she always had a feeling that she might see him soon. Because going back to the past to change the future is too absurd, Shakya may have a high probability of failure. But if that happens, will the other party really come to find me? Would she agree to follow him? P.S. The new book period really needs your support, please vote for me with flowers and votes. Also, please don't be stingy with your comments. You can put forward any suggestions in the comment area. The author will read them. Don't let me play stand alone. Chapter 10. Clatter. Time passes. About half a month later. Near Lulagia Island. A large sea king howled miserably. He was electrocuted to a crisp and fell onto the sea. A tall figure, riding on the giant panda white dragon that turned into a huge cloud, rushed to the coast of Lulagia Island. What is surprising is that there is a huge golden ball on it with a diameter of more than 10 meters and it is shining all over. Who is that? Several old figures with grey hair gathered on the coast, enjoying the sea breeze, and their eyes widened. Sir Shakya. Ah, it's you guys. Shakya recognized a few people and said helplessly, I didn't expect to meet Henzo, Rabani, Byukeo, and the rest of you. It seems that I have failed. The course of history cannot be changed after all. When meeting Dr. Henzo and others, he knew that his plan to go back to the past had failed. Because, not only is Dr. Henzo no different from when he was previously seen in the colorful fog, but also Rabani and others who were also trapped in the colorful fog for 50 years and should have been a group of little ghosts have now become old and frail. To be precise, he must be the only one who failed. Aesop, Rabani, Abiki, and others may have succeeded. In all likelihood, he looks so old because he has spent 50 years outside. I can only say that this is fate. The past cannot be changed, Lord Shakya. We have tried to do something, but fate seems to have decided everything. Accidents of one kind or another always happen. In fact, because Rabani was too upright, he offended the Marine high-ranking officials and has been sitting on the bench in the Marine for many years. Even though he had the ability to be the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, he was still just a Marine Major until he officially retired a few days ago. Aesop, Byukeo, Rabani, and others, with white hair and wrinkled faces, have long lost the youthful spirit they had in the colorful fog, and they were explaining helplessly. Because in the colorful mist, I received Shakya's grace and guidance. They traveled back 50 years and tried to change O'Hara's fate. But it failed in the end. Without success. Is that so? Shakya nodded. His observation Haki, which could listen to the inner voices, instantly understood the thoughts of Rabani and others. Confirmed that the other party was not lying. He was mentally prepared, so it wasn't too surprising. Even if I could successfully go back to the past. If things go wrong, accidents of one kind or another may happen, and there is no way to prevent them from happening. The most likely possibility is that because of the series of disturbances he caused back then, the extremely enraged world government ordered a large number of combat forces to be dispatched to encircle and suppress him. Or they may not be able to revolving heaven and be killed directly. Or they will be imprisoned in a deep-sea prison. Well, it's a little late. Has half a month passed? Shakya couldn't help but frowned. Because the colorful fog was detonated, time and space were distorted unpredictably, and he came to this era, but compared to the Straw Hat crew, he was about 10 days later. By the way, Rabbani. Shakya thought of something and asked Rabbani directly, you have spent 50 years outside, so I would like to ask you some questions. About Amazon Lily, Daughter Island. But Shakya was disappointed. Because they were not taken seriously, Rabbani and his men were stationed at a marine base on a remote island all year round. Although they had some understanding of the situation in the ocean, they were not very clear about the specific situation of the legendary Daughter Island. All we know is that 50 years ago, Flame Flower, the Queen of the Nine Snakes, suddenly resigned as the Queen of the Nine Snakes, left Amazon Lily, and joined the Rocks Pirates. Later, Rocks Pirate disbanded, and the former Queen of Nine Snakes disappeared. After Flame Flower left Amazon Lily, a female pirate named Peony became the new Queen of the Nine Snakes, often leading the Nine Snakes pirates to plunder. He was chased around by Iron Fist Garp, who was not a marine hero at the time, and his bounty was even over 500 million berries. The previous generation of the Nine Snakes Queen was a female pirate named Tori Toma, who was incredibly powerful and gave Marine a headache. This generation's Nine Snakes Queen, Boa Hancock, had already become the Emperor of Amazon Lily and the captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates at the age of 18. She was offered a bounty of 80 million berries on her first expedition. Soon after, he accepted the invitation of the world government and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mr. Shakya, this is all I know about Amazon Lily and the Nine Snakes Pirates. Tell Shakya the general situation you know. The elderly Rabbani spread his hands and said apologetically, but we don't know whether the succession of the 9 snake empresses was due to their own abdication or other special circumstances, and whether the previous generations of emperors are still alive. Aesop, Bukeo, and others on the side also nodded. Amazon Lily itself is an isolated pirates nation located in the Calm Belt, the lair of the large sea kings. With such a natural barrier, almost no outsiders can easily set foot there. Moreover, the 9 Snakes pirates have always been extremely mysterious. Even the marine side doesn't have much information. It was the Empress Boa Hancock herself who agreed to join the 7 warlords of the sea. It is said that the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk led the Marine Science Corps and developed a new technology to embed sea stone in the bottom of the warship, which can release the same energy as the sea, avoid being attacked by those sea kings to the greatest extent, and can freely enter and exit the Calm Belt, thus posing a threat to Daughter Island, so they had to compromise. Is that so? Shakya frowned and said helplessly, forget it, I'll go to Amazon Lily to confirm it myself. He pulled out some strange pieces of white paper. Different names are written on these small pieces of paper. This is the legendary life card, which is not afraid of water or fire. It is made by mixing the target's fingernails into the material. It is a kind of paper that represents the vitality of the owner. People usually tear it up and give it to their relatives or friends who are about to separate, and the torn pieces of paper will point to each other. The life card will shrink when its owner is weak, and will return to its original size when the owner recovers. If the owner of the life card dies, the life card will turn directly into ashes. Russell. And these life cards that were originally in the special space of EPS Concert and had no response and were completely ineffective began to move slightly at this time. Confirm that these life cards should not lose their function. And the overall status of each owner is displayed, there is no big problem. This made Shakya feel a little relieved. But I am still anxious to find out about Amazon Lily's situation as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he said goodbye to Dr. Henzo, Rabbani, and others. Jumped back onto the giant panda white dragon in somersault cloud form. Rushed into the distance. Chapter 11. Clatter. The sun is shining. Above the calm sea. An extremely huge cloud with a panda face was speeding across the sea. Well, in Buckner Town near the Drum Kingdom, a madman who claimed to be the king of the Drum Kingdom kept destroying the town and caused riots. He was arrested by Marine. Without staying on Lolagia Island any longer, we said goodbye to Dr. Henzo and others and set off for Shakya in the Calm Belt. I was flipping through the World Economic Forum that I had just bought from a news bird. A user of the Munch Munch fruit ability. Shakya raised his eyebrows when he saw the photo of a fat criminal being held by 2 Marines, with a huge mouth and a cylindrical chin made of iron. He took a sip of red wine and smiled. I went to the Drum Kingdom and searched for this devil fruit for 10 days and a half months, but I couldn't find it. Now I can catch that guy and use the ability of Munch Munch fruit to synthesize a special morphological memory alloy to create the most ideal weapons and combat uniforms. It just so happens that the previous Zen staff was destroyed in the battle with those guys, and I need to make a new one made of stronger material. More than 50 years ago, he took Beilong with him to search the entire magnetic Drum Kingdom. Unfortunately, the inestimable Paramecia. Munch Munch fruit was not found, and even the Zoan. Human fruit was not found. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any Tony Chopper, the reindeer doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. With his outstanding mind, innate special observation haki, and the ability of the mythical beast species, the great Buddha form, which gave him the Buddha-like wisdom and understanding, Shakya once read the memories of many famous scholars and scientists. He even read the memories of Dr. Vegapunk, a genius scientist in his youth, and Dr. Yuejian, his teacher, and gained access to a series of technologies such as laser waves and biological transformation that are still extremely advanced and not outdated even in this era. Although he is just a scientist who is interested in it. I didn't spend too much time and energy studying this area. But in fact, he has extremely high attainments in all aspects of scientific fields. Even after the giant panda white dragon copied the ability of the weapon fruit, it was only with Shakya's tireless teaching and guidance that he was able to master it so skillfully and change into various weapons at will. As long as we can use the ability of Munch Munch fruit to synthesize the ideal shape memory alloy, it was not too difficult for him to create special weapons that were ahead of current technology and could switch forms freely, as well as a form memory armor that was more perfect than Germa 66. Soon, Shakya found some record pointers from his carry-on luggage. It has labels for the Grand Line Islands on it. This was collected by Shakya when he traveled through the first half of the Grand Line. It contains permanent record pointers to the islands in the first half of the Grand Line. There is no record pointer in Buckner Town, but there is one in the Drum Kingdom not far from there. Let's go there first and buy a permanent record pointer for Buckner Town. Look for it. Soon, Shakya's hand. An additional permanent record pointer is added. It was labeled Drum Kingdom. Pointing to 9 o'clock. Ziobai, turn. Shakya fiddled with the record pointer. He gave instructions directly to the giant panda Beilong. Squeak. After confirming the direction, it responded happily. Turn quickly and fly in the other direction. That's great, I can meet an old friend. Shakya chuckled. Knowing that former confidants like Flame Flower and Gerd should be fine. He felt a lot more relieved and was not too anxious to rush over to see them as soon as possible. After all, Munch Munch fruit was still very important to him. Although he felt that it was unlikely that he could directly deprive him of his devil fruit ability. But it only requires the white dragon to be able to copy the ability of the Munch Munch fruit. That was enough for him. Woohoo! The wind is cold. The giant panda Beilong, who traveled day and night, arrived early the next morning. It had already brought Shakya and the huge golden ball to the Drum Kingdom. Looking at the country covered in ice and snow, Shakya was inexplicably moved. This place hasn't changed at all. For him, the last time he came to the Drum Kingdom was just a year or two ago. But for the magnetic Drum Kingdom, the last time this monk who broke his vows came here was more than 50 years ago. Looking at the looming mountain in the distance, which looked like an iron barrel, Shakya instructed, Ziobai, go directly to the castle at the highest point. Woo-woo. The giant panda Beilong responded. Soon, Shakya was brought to the palace of the Drum Kingdom. Wow, what a rare guest. A man with grey hair, wrinkled face, but a strong figure and fashionable clothes pushed up his sunglasses. He looked at the bear and the man who had arrived in surprise. It's been a long time, Dr. Kalha. Shakya said with a smile as she looked at the witch with superb medical skills in front of her. He had known each other for more than 50 years. Moreover, the two of them got along quite well and even exchanged medical skills. Did you undergo an anti-aging surgery, or did you find the legendary pure gold? Dr. Kalha was full of surprise. More than 50 years have passed, and there is no change at all. She has the secret to maintaining her youthful appearance and is very confident in her maintenance techniques. But the appearance of Shakya, the monk who broke his vows, has not changed at all from 50 years ago. She really couldn't believe it. However, I have not heard any news about you in the past few decades. It's as if you have disappeared. It's really puzzling. You, the Kesadagarba, don't seem like a person who would stay at peace. She leaned against the wall, holding the bottle, and motioned Shakya to come in and talk. Don't be so mean to me. The name Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva is just a compliment from everyone. I am just a lustful monk who doesn't follow the rules and precepts. Shakya smiled nonchalantly. Compared to him, Dr. Kulha is truly amazing. When he met her, she was already in her 80s, but she looked like a mature woman in her 30s or 40s. He is now over 100 years old, and although it is inevitable, he is much older than before. But she looks like she is in her 70s or 80s, and her skin is no worse than those of women in their 30s or 40s. If this were to get out, I'm afraid countless dignitaries would go crazy and would come to ask for advice on how to stay healthy and stay young at any cost. Of course, Shakya had already specifically asked the other party for the secret to eternal youth. He also spent a lot of effort looking for various rare medicinal materials, even the dragon bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon, the fruits of the precious tree Adam, and other materials, and brewed a special medicinal wine that could nourish health and beautify the skin, which he gave to Huoyanhua and others. It's the first time I've seen a monk who dares to kill all the celestial dragons and still be alive and kicking. Dr. Kulha looked at the other party speechlessly. The other party's heroic deeds caused a sensation at the time. Even the world government was extremely angry and ordered the Marines to hunt them down at all costs. It is said that even the Knights of God have been dispatched. The reason why I am so young is because I was trapped in the colorful fog of Lulagia Island, a special sea area called Eps Consid. Shakya did not hide anything. He briefly talked about Eps Consid's situation. It was a space isolated from the outside world. The flow of time was completely different from that of the outside world. I was trapped inside for only a year, but I didn't expect that decades had passed in the outside world. Chapter 12. Eps Consid? I see. Dr. Kulha suddenly realized. She is an expert in medicine and good at health preservation. She has lived to be over 100 years old. She has also traveled on the sea and naturally heard the legend about the colorful fog. It is said that this special sea area is a ship graveyard. Any ship that enters will never return and will never come out again. I didn't expect that it was such a special space. When 1 year passed inside, 50 years would have passed outside. It's really unbelievable. I also tried to go back to the past, but unfortunately failed. Shakya spread his hands helplessly and said to Dr. Kulha with a chuckle, by the way, I met your little reindeer in there, and played a little joke on the Straw Hat crew who broke in there. Chopper. Dr. Kulha smiled. But then he looked at Shakya unkindly and asked speechlessly, you didn't use your ability in the form of a great Buddha to scare my stupid son, did you? But she knew how exaggerated the other party's abilities were. Especially when she saw it for the first time, even though she was a doctor who had lived long enough, seen many ups and downs, and prided herself on being calm and composed in the face of emergencies, she couldn't help but be shocked. It can be used to play tricks and can really scare some people to death. Even if it really came to that, Shakya could easily make the enemies lose their minds with the ability of the mythical beast Great Buddha form, brainwash them into fanatical believers, and make them kill each other without hesitation. Haha, he's a little timid, tears are streaming down his face. Shakya laughed. 2 people and 1 beast came into the castle. We drank some wine and chatted for a while. Unfortunately, although Dr. Kulha was concerned about the situation outside, she did not deliberately try to find out too much. I don't know what's going on with Amazon Lily, nor do I know the situation of the previous 9 Snake Queen, Flame Flower, and others. At noon, Shakya asked Dr. Kulha for the record pointer of the town of Bakarna and prepared to say goodbye and leave. As for Tony Chopper, the user of the human fruit, who had accidentally developed the formula for the rumble balls, he had no intention of asking for it. Because Shakya had already developed such a medicine, named Sheridan. And combined with the special observation haki that can directly read other people's memories, he obtained knowledge about biological genes and drugs from world-renowned scientists. The Sheridan he developed is even more effective than the Rambo ball. This drug, which can directly affect the transformation wavelength of Zoan users, mainly serves as a key, allowing him to unlock multiple transformation forms. Originally, the relic pill could greatly enhance combat power. But for him now, the effect is minimal. Combined with what has already been naturally understood, it is possible to finally control any part of the body, and the life of every inch of the body and organ tissue is under intentional control. When he uses the ability of the mythical beast Great Buddha form, it is completely an enlarged version of himself, turning into a golden body. There will not be those weird-looking fleshy buns on the head as seen in the Buddha statues, and the body will not become so bloated and pot-bellied. After all, he is a perfectionist. Regardless of whether he is strong or not, being handsome is a lifelong thing. His majestic image cannot be tarnished. You're really an unexpected guy, carrying such a huge gold ball around. Seeing the giant panda white dragon turning into mist and holding the huge golden ball on its back, Dr. Kalha said with a strange smile, "Why not give it to me? That won't do. This is the bridal gift I want to give to Flame Flower." He jumped onto the white dragon, which had grown in size and was surrounded by turbulent clouds. Shakya looked at Dr. Kalha, winked at him, and said with a smile, "Kalha, if you were 100 or 80 years younger, I would consider it." "Get lost, you think I'm too old?" Dr. Kalha rolled her eyes. She jumped high and kicked him, "This witch has the heart of an 18-year-old girl forever, and she will not like a philandering monk like you who broke the precepts. This witch from the magnetic drum kingdom charges an outrageous price for medical treatment, but her medical skills are so superb that countless people grit their teeth and have to beg her for treatment in a humble manner. Her figure is so agile and nimble that she doesn't look like an old woman who is exactly 139 years old." Hee hee. The giant panda Beilong screams. It reacted quickly, carrying Shakya and the giant golden ball, and easily dodged the opponent's attack. "Ha ha ha, you're not old at all. I estimate that your lifespan, Kalha, will not be shorter than that of the giants. You can live to at least 200 or 300 years old." Shakya left with a big laugh, "See you later." "Haha, then I'll take your advice." Hearing this, Dr. Kalha chuckled. Now that she heard it, she was actually quite interested and wanted to try whether she could live as long as the giants. As the wave of this new era is about to arrive, an unexpected guy, who has disappeared for decades, suddenly shows up. In the castle covered in snow. Dr. Kalha picked up a bottle of vodka and took a gulp. Looking at Shakya's departing figure, this witch, who has lived for hundreds of years and has rich experience, couldn't help but sigh, the sea is going to be lively again. That afternoon. Buckner Township. Following the guidance of the recording pointer, Shakya and the giant panda white dragon, who had deterred from the drum kingdom, arrived at their destination. "Ziobai, just wait for me here." Considering that the giant panda Beilong is carrying a giant golden ball, it is too easy to cause a sensation. Shakya simply asked it to wait on the deserted coast. The tall figure moved swiftly and soon rushed into the town. "Don't let him get away. Quick, search over there. We must find him out." At this moment, there was some chaos in the town. The reason was that Marine was negligent in not using sea stone handcuffs. While imprisoned, Wapol bit the shackles to pieces and even bit through the prison wall and escaped directly. A large number of Marines are constantly searching for his whereabouts. Hiding under the bridge. Watch this farce. The powerful observation haki covers the entire island. Those messy voices came into my mind one by one. Soon locked onto Wapol's aura. Swish. Shakya's figure moved. It disappeared on the rooftop of a 3-story, inconspicuous building. A few minutes later, west of town. On a stone bridge, several Marines armed with guns just ran past. No one noticed Wapol, who was hiding under the bridge and shivering. The impoverished former king of the Drum Kingdom just breathed a sigh of relief. A tall figure appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" Wapol was shocked. "You don't need to know." Sneered. Shakya's eyes suddenly became stern. A powerful conqueror's haki was suddenly released. Bang! Wapol's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. He was stunned by the powerful haki. Soon, Shakya brought Wapol to the coast. He left the guy there and said directly to the curious giant panda, "Ziobai, he is the user of the Munch Munch fruit ability, copy his ability." Squeak! Beilong, who had already thrown the huge golden ball into the green forest nearby, turned back into a panda and ran forward, kicking the unconscious Wapol. One bare paw was raised and pressed down on the other's body. It shines with an eerie blue light, a direct copy of Wapol's Munch Munch fruit ability. Try to swallow him and see if you can directly recover his abilities. "You're welcome to crush the opponent's neck," Shakya said directly to Beilong. At the same time, throw over a bag of freshly bought fruit. Even though Beilong is not an ordinary giant panda, he has intelligence that is no less than that of humans. But after all, they are just beasts, and there is still a gap between them and real humans, not to mention that even the differences in talents and understanding among humans are huge differences. Under normal circumstances, it is obviously impossible to fully understand such a complicated thing at once, and it is impossible to skillfully use the copied fruit ability so easily. But Shakya is a user of the mythical beast-type Great Buddha form. This ability endows him with Buddha-like wisdom, spirit, and strength. Although it is impossible for the Buddha to teach the world as exaggerated as the legend says, and to directly enlighten all living beings. But he is really able to infect and influence others and even animals invisibly and communicate without obstacles. Combined with his special observation haki, it allows him to transmit the user's own consciousness to the target, just like Princess Otohime, influencing the minds and thoughts of others and creating a strong resonance. Even if Shakya wanted to, he could easily change the target's values and ideology, and completely brainwash those who were weak-minded and lacked strength. The ability to pass this bug. It can be said that he is equivalent to having the famous teacher buff. Able to directly and accurately convey one's own consciousness to others, allowing their brains to fully understand and comprehend one's meaning. As long as Shakya wants the other party to understand, even a giant panda like Beilong can understand and comprehend his spirit and will without any obstacles. This is also the real reason why, under his teaching, Haku was able to master the unique skills of the Flower Kingdom and become a true Kung Fu Panda, and even the copied weapon fruit abilities could be used so skillfully. Woo woo. The white dragon bared its teeth and opened its mouth wide. The mouth became extremely exaggerated and huge. He simply swallowed the corpse and the fruits alive. Crack, crack. Not long. A bloated corpse and a large amount of fruit were vomited out one after another by the giant panda Beilong. But to Shakya's disappointment, the fruits did not change at all. Squeak, squeak. The white dragon bared its teeth and wagged its tail at its master. It seems to be saying no or can't do it. Well, it's okay, failure is failure. Shakya patted the giant panda and said with a smile, the most important thing is that you have successfully copied the ability of Munch Munch fruit. Let's go, it's time to go to Amazon Lily. Woo woo. Chapter 13. Everyone. I have some bad news. The record pointer seems to be malfunctioning, at the same time. An uncharted sea. On board the Going Merry. Nami suddenly got frightened and jumped up. Pointing at the record pointer that he had converted into a watch, he said loudly to the Straw Hat Pirates, "It's very strange. Since we left Alabasta, it has gradually pointed to the sky. As we get closer and closer to our destination, the angle of the pointer has also begun to tilt upwards. I hadn't paid much attention to it, but now it's pointing straight up and there's no way for us to go." What? Hearing Nami say this, the Straw Hat crew present were all a little surprised. He hurried over and looked at the record pointer on Nami's wrist. The pointer above was pointing directly upwards. Come to think of it, it seems that there is indeed a legend of Sky Island in this sea area. Robin came over. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "Really?" Looking up at the blue sky. Chopper tilted his head and asked, "Sky Island? You mean the island in the sky?" "Stupid, how is that possible?" Usopp knocked the hat on its head and said, "It's just a legend. Aren't legends just lies? Indeed, it's unlikely no matter how you think about it." Glancing at the sky, Zoro chimed in, "How can there be an island in the sky?" "No, there is definitely nothing wrong with the recording pointer. It points to the sky, so Sky Island must exist." Luffy said loudly. "Even if you say so, we can't go directly to heaven." Nami spread her hands. She couldn't help but think of that incredibly handsome and mysterious man. If only Mr. Shakya's giant panda was here, it would definitely be able to take us up there. And that giant panda, I really want to hug it and pet it. Yeah, why don't we just fly up and take a look? Luffy clapped his fist and said with sudden enlightenment. Just fly up and take a look. Luffy, you make it sound so easy, can you fly? Usopp looked at the stupid captain speechlessly. Oh? I can't fly. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew was talking at the same time. But except for Luffy, who is a bit stubborn and firmly believes in his beliefs. Others don't quite believe in the existence of Sky Island. Wait, what is that? But suddenly, Chopper pointed to the sky and cried out. That is. Hey, are you kidding me? It's a ship. Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked up subconsciously. I saw a black spot that was getting bigger and bigger. Then, everyone was shocked and tears burst out. Because, it was a huge, dilapidated ship, and objects of all sizes were falling down at an alarming speed. Idiot, run! It was discovered that the huge ship that was falling happened to be right above the Mary. Nami's face turned pale, and she was busy reminding him loudly, if he falls, it will be the end of him. Quick, full right rudder! You guys, row faster! For a while, there was chaos on the Mary. But it quickly accelerated and dodged the huge ship that was falling straight down. Boom boom! Clatter! The noise was deafening. The huge ship crashed heavily into the sea. There were huge splashes of water and the waves were surging. The Mary, which had barely escaped the disaster, was also shaking there due to the huge waves. Call! I just feel that the Straw Hat Pirates survived the disaster. They all breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Hey? What is that? Some tattered newspapers and tiny debris were flying in the air with the sea breeze. A yellowed newspaper directly covered the face of Straw Hat Luffy. He grabbed it angrily. Just tear it into pieces. Etc. Robin hurriedly stopped him. She was sharp-eyed and saw the date on the newspaper. She said, "See Circle Calendar 1470. This is a newspaper from 50 years ago." What? Doesn't this mean that this ship is from 50 years ago? But why is it in the sky? Could it be that Sky Island really exists? Everyone else present was surprised. They all looked up at the sky, somewhat confused and puzzled. Originally, they didn't believe in the Sky Island legend. But the shipwreck that fell from the sky made them doubt. Robin, do you want to read these old newspapers? I saw Robin browsing the old newspaper with great interest. Luffy tilted his head and looked at the papers scattered on the sea and flying away with the sea breeze. Rubber, rubber. With quick eyes and hands, he stretched out his arms and grabbed a dozen flying newspapers, which were also mixed with several reward notices, from more than 10 meters away. Hee, here, for you. Luffy grinned. He handed all the newspapers and reward notices to Robin. Thanks. Robin smiled. He took the newspapers and continued browsing. And Nami, Chopper, Usopp and the others came over curiously. What is this? A bounty from 50 years ago. Usopp was filled with curiosity. He grabbed a few bounty notices and flipped through them. Edward Newgate, Earthquake Man, Bounty, let me see, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. 666 million Baileys? Is that true? His mouth opened wide. The voice became sharp and his eyes seemed to pop out of his head. Hiss, 600 million. Gulp. How is this possible? Hey, are you kidding me? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but widen their eyes. He looked at Usopp, who read out the result with some disbelief. Since they set out to sea, even Luffy has only 30 million belly. There was actually someone whose bounty had reached 666 million Baileys 50 years ago? Of course, after the Alabasta incident, Luffy's bounty has been raised to 100 million belly, and even Zoro's bounty is 60 million belly. But Straw Hat Crew doesn't know yet. This should be true. Robin next to him put down the first newspaper and said with a smile, if it's not the same name, this Earthquake Man Edward Newgate, now his nickname is Whitebeard, he is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a large number of pirates under his command, and is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. He was a legendary great pirate who once stood on equal footing with the pirate king Roger. He was truly the king of the sea, the uncrowned king, and was recognized as the world's strongest man. Speaking of this, she looked at the photo on the bounty notice, gazing at the young man with long blonde hair and a slightly protruding chin, and added, also, Whitebeard's bounty has now been raised to 5.046 billion Baileys. I think he was only in his early 20s at that time, without even a beard, and had just made a name for himself, so the bounty wasn't as high as it is now. 4 emperors? 5 billion. On par with Pirates King Roger. The king of the sea? The strongest man in the world? Is that so powerful? Whitebeard. I remember Luffy's brother Ace mentioned that he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Listening to Robin's introduction, even Zoro, Sanji and the others were dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine how strong a person must be to be recognized as the strongest man in the world. Some were amazed. Chapter 14. Ah, is this uncle so powerful? Luffy blinked. Looking at the bounty notice, there was a tall and majestic figure with long golden hair and a naginata in hand. He didn't expect that his sworn brother Ace, the uncle Whitebeard whom he had mentioned to him before in Alabasta, would have such an outrageous bounty. He tilted his head in confusion and asked, "But what are the 4 emperors?" "It means the pirate emperor who reigns over that sea like an emperor. There are 4 such great pirates in the New World, so they are collectively called the 4 emperors." Robin explained to the other members of the Straw Hat crew, naval headquarters, 7 warlords of the sea, 4 emperors of the New World. These are the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. They are the 3 major forces that jointly maintain the order of the Grand Line. Once the balance is lost, the sea will fall into chaos, leading to unpredictable consequences. So that's how it is. Luffy, Nami, Usopp, and others suddenly realized. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Usopp continued to look through the bounty list. Wow, that's amazing. Her bounty is 868 million Baileys. Tear it up. Chopper exclaimed in amazement. Ah, are there any other female pirates that powerful? Nami is full of wonder. It is jaw-dropping that a female pirate has such a high bounty. Zoro, who was standing by, couldn't help but stroke his chin and said with emotion, "Female pirates with such amazing bounties are indeed rare. This female pirates is pretty." Sanji, the lecherous man, couldn't help but be tempted by the young and beautiful Charlotte Linlin. That was a photo from 50 years ago. Big Mom is now one of the 4 emperors of the New World. I remember her bounty was 4.388 billion Baileys. Recalling the fat and ferocious face on Charlotte Linlin's bounty list, Robin smiled lightly, blinked, and said in a somewhat narrow-minded tone, "I believe that you, Mr. Chef, would not want to see the current Big Mom. Then forget it." I couldn't wait to grab Big Mom's bounty slip and was admiring the amazing waves on it with excitement. But after hearing Robin's words, Sanji instantly thought of some terrible images and couldn't help but shudder. He hurriedly stuffed Big Mom's bounty slip back into Usopp's hand. Wow! Just at this moment, Usopp continued to look through the bounty list. Wu's eyes widened and he screamed, "Hey, is this true?" Amid the puzzled looks of others, he directly spread out the reward list in front of everyone. A young and handsome figure holding a Zen stick appeared above. Moreover, it made the Straw Hat crew present here feel extremely familiar. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths wide. His face was full of astonishment and dullness. Especially Robin. I couldn't help but be surprised. This is Shakya. That's right. This is the bounty list from 50 years ago. The photo posted on it was Shakya's. Kizaru Shakya, bounty of 2 billion berries, regardless of life or death. It's really him. Mr. Shakya, is he a pirate too? Wow, Kizaru? So many zeros. Tisk, tisk, let me count. 200 million Baileys. Stupid, you missed a zero, it's 2 billion. What? 2 billion, are you kidding me? Gilu. It really is 2 billion Baileys. Hiss for a while. It's not just Robin. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their mouths were open, and their jaws were almost dropping to the ground. Thinking back to the Shakya I met in the colorful fog before, he looked so young. It is somewhat unimaginable that the other party actually has such a high bounty. His bounty is actually higher than Whitebeard and Big Mom at the time. Robin lost his voice. In fact, she was so interested in those old newspapers just now. I also subconsciously held some fantasies, wanting to see if I could get some useful information from these old newspapers. Unexpectedly, Luffy accidentally collected bounty lists from 50 years ago, which included not only bounty lists of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and others, but also the bounty list of the mysterious Shakya himself, whom he had seen in EPS Concert before. Moreover, Shakya actually has the hacky nickname Kizaru, and his bounty is much higher than that of Whitebeard, who was not yet known as the strongest man in the world at that time. Incredible! Nami said in amazement, it's hard to imagine what that guy did to have such a high bounty. I wonder if there are any relevant reports in these newspapers. Robin couldn't believe it either. Looking at the bounty list, she couldn't help but be amazed by the handsome figure of Shakya riding the giant panda Beilong. It turns out Shakya is so powerful, no wonder he was so confident and said he would protect her. This is... Usopp continued to flip through the bounty list. Looking at the figure above, I was a little stunned. The whole person stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Usopp, Which big shot is this again? Turn it over and show us. Luffy, Chopper, Zoro and the others urged. Obviously, they all had great interest in the bounties of those big shots. You'll never guess. Look who this is. Usopp came back to his senses. He quickly turned the reward sheet over. Show it to a somewhat confused crowd. His white dragon. Kung Fu Panda. 100 million Baileys. Hiss. Is that giant panda so powerful? It's still the bounty from 50 years ago. Isn't that too exaggerated? Look at the bounty list. The giant panda was grinning, with its claws clenched into fists, looking very imposing. It says, Kung Fu Panda. White Dragon, bounty of 100 million berries, life or death is of no concern. This made everyone in the Straw Hat crew gasp. It's not just Shakya himself. Even his pet is so exaggerated. Robin was also a little dazed, full of disbelief. She looked at the giant panda, which was very docile. Although I know that the other party is the user of the Paramecia copy fruit, his strength is indeed very strong. But when I first saw the astronomical figure of 100 million Baileys, I was still a little dumbfounded. That's amazing. It's higher than the bounties of all of us combined. Nami exclaimed. Sanji said bluntly, that panda is indeed very strong. I'm afraid that even if all of us put our forces together, we may not be able to defeat it. He had fought against those pirates on Lulagia Island. Not to mention Mayor Witten himself, just the sight of his grandson wearing the discharge device made him helpless and he suffered a great loss. However, in EPS Concert, Beilong, the giant panda, easily wiped out all those guys. All in all, it took less than half a minute. It's really shocking. So, we have to work harder from now on. Zoro wasn't too shocked. Instead, his eyes were blazing and he was full of fighting spirit. If you think about it carefully, Shakya was only a few years older than us at that time. Hehe, sooner or later we will surpass those big pirates. Luffy clenched his fists. He said it with high morale and full of confidence. He is the man who wants to become the king of pirates, how can he just give up like this? We have to work harder. Yes, I have to work harder. Encouraged by Luffy, Chopper is full of confidence. It has just been out to sea for a short time and there is no bounty yet. But it believes that as long as it performs well, it will soon get the reward with its own strength. By then, Dr. Doriel will definitely be shocked. He. They are all animals, and reindeers are no worse than pandas. Wait, isn't the picture posted here Shakya? Sudden Nami was sharp-eyed and grabbed an old newspaper, motioning to everyone. In a yellowed black and white picture, Shakya is standing there holding a Zen stick, Haki is outstanding, and the giant panda is beside him. But that giant panda was different from its usual cute appearance. At this moment, the white dragon's body was intertwined with electric light, and it looked extremely ferocious, and was in a kicking posture. Moreover, the man and the beast were surrounded by devastated ruins and the corpses of marines lying all over the place. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a naked upper body, exaggerated bulging muscles and a mohawk hairstyle. He was covered in blood, supported on one knee, and looked exhausted. But because of the shooting angle, it looked like Shakya was holding a Zen stick and pointing it directly at the opponent's head, as if he could take his life at any time. Looks like some Haki is extraordinary. Chapter 15. It's really him. These guys, are they Marines? That giant panda named Beilong is here too. He looks so fierce. Gilu. A giant warrior was hung there. Did Mr. Shakya fight Marine? What did it report? Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates came over with great interest. They are now obviously full of curiosity about the extremely mysterious case at Agarba. If you want to know more information, the other party was undoubtedly a prominent figure back then. It really makes people curious about what sensational things they have done. Really? Let me see. Robin's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that there was news about Shakya in these old newspapers. I was curious for a moment and took the newspaper and started reading. What is this? In an instant, her pupils suddenly dilated. The tempting little mouth opened wide subconsciously. His face was filled with shock and astonishment, and he was directly stunned by the bold black title above. The most heinous criminal in history, the broken precepts monk Shakya. Big event. Celestial dragons attacked, naval headquarters top force defeated unforgivable. Blasphemer who offended the descendants of the Creator, Kizaru Shakya fierce conflict. Admiral of Headquarters Kong vs Shakya, the monk who broke his vows shock. The birth of another great pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion berries. See Circle Calendar January 18, 1470. 3 months ago, the monk Shakya, who destroyed the marine fleet in East Blue and liberated a large number of slave criminals in the Bridge country, the Tequila Wolf, and was called Kizaru and Savior by countless slaves. 3 days ago, he was on Tokto Island in the first half of the Grand Line H3 route and clashed with the Roger pirates alone. He escaped unscathed, but suddenly appeared in the Sabayati archipelago and attacked the celestial dragons. After reading this, Robin couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Did Shakya ever fight against pirates King Roger? And it also attacked celestial dragons? What? Roger pirates? That Shakya actually fought against the pirates King Roger. Is that guy so powerful? He fought against the Roger pirates alone and was able to escape unscathed. Tear it off. He can stand on equal footing with the legendary pirates like Roger pirates by himself. It's really amazing. Listen to Robin's reading. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates present was shocked. I was a little dazed and couldn't believe my ears. I was shocked to find that Kizaru Shakya was such an amazing figure. That guy is really amazing. Nami exclaimed. Of course, as newcomers, they had very little knowledge of the ocean. Therefore, I was just shocked that Shakya actually fought with the pirates King Roger, and the outcome was inconclusive. It is not clear what the attack on the world's noble celestial dragons means. Otherwise, it would be more than just this performance. At that time, Roger pirates had not yet completed the feat of circling the Grand Line, and Roger had not yet been called the Pirate King by the world. Robin also felt a little emotional. I have to say, Shakya is really amazing. He even went to the kingdom on the bridge in East Blue and liberated the slaves who were detained and working there. No wonder he is called Kizaru Bodhisattva. This made Robin full of admiration and respect. She had also heard of that place. It was said that the bridge had been under construction for more than 700 years. Most of those laborers, or slaves, were deprived of their membership of the world government because they could not afford to pay the gold from heaven, or they were citizens of countries that had never joined the world government. Countries that are not members of the world government do not have human rights and are not protected by the marine. And those countries that were deprived of their membership status because they could not pay the huge amount of gold provided for the enjoyment of the world's nobles often suffered a miserable end. It is often used as an example by the world government to intimidate other member states, forcing them to continue to pay huge amounts of gold, and not dare to withdraw for fear of losing their status as a member state. In particular, after many countries were conquered by marine, the entire nation became slaves and were sent to East Blue to build huge bridges. Therefore, in order to pay huge amounts of gold from the sky every year, countless countries on this ocean can only launch crazy wars against other countries and plunder the resources of other countries, or they can only exploit their own people desperately. What made her even more unbelievable was that as the founder of the former world government and descendants of the Creator 20 kings, celestial dragons enjoy all privileges and are at the top. Rumor has it that once they are offended, even the Marine Admiral will personally go out to defend them. If anything happens to celestial dragons, it will lead to unimaginable consequences. And Shakya had the audacity to attack celestial dragons. And this was 50 years ago. It looked like the enraged world government and naval headquarters were unable to do anything to him afterwards. The whole person is safe and sound, still alive and kicking. It's really tough. Hurry, continue. What's the rest of it? Suddenly I heard about such great deeds. Everyone was quite interested and scratching their heads. Especially Straw Hat Luffy, who couldn't wait to urge, hurry up and read on, Robin. At 4:30 p.m. that day, on Peninsula No. 1 above the Sabayati archipelago, a grand auction had just ended when the monk Shakya, who had broken his vows, suddenly attacked 3 world nobles who had come to participate in the auction, including Saint Fickle, Saint Brian and Saint Roadwalk, and released the slaves on the spot. The reason seems to be that among the slaves brought by celestial dragons, there is a prince from a non-world government member country in North Blue, who is his good friend. Not long ago, the country was conquered by the world government, and the entire royal family was sent to the holy land of Marijois and became slaves of celestial dragons. Therefore, the monk Shakya, who broke his vows, did not hesitate to risk the world's condemnation and attack the world's nobles in order to rescue his friend. After receiving the report, Marine Admiral Kong immediately went out in person, leading tens of thousands of elite marines to rescue the world's nobles, and engaged in a fierce battle with the broken monk Shakya. Robin smiled. Holding the yellowed old newspaper and continuing to read it, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Obviously shocked by the contents of the report, he took a deep breath and read softly, "The brave and fearless Kong Admiral was indomitable. He fought desperately with the ferocious monks with his tenacious will. He fought bloody battles, but unfortunately he was defeated in the end. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Sengoku and Iron Fist Garp, who were originally stationed at the G1 Fortress in New World, arrived in time to provide support. The broken monk Shakya saw that the situation was not good and fled, but the 3 celestial dragons were all killed. The world government is furious and has announced a bounty of 2 billion berries for the pirates who dared to offend the descendants of the Creator, the unforgivable crime, Kizaru Shakya, regardless of life or death." Chapter 16. Ale. Going merry. Listening to the report read by Robin, Luffy tilted his head and asked, "Iron Fist Garp? Grandpa? Iron Fist Garp? Is this his grandfather Garp's nickname? And he had fought with that Kizaru Shakya? However, my grandfather's fist is indeed stronger than steel. Every time I get beaten by the other party, it hurts terribly. Grandfather." Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Robin and the others all stared blankly at Luffy. Usopp thought he had misheard and asked, "Luffy, what did you just say?" "Hey? Didn't I tell you?" Seeing everyone staring at him, Luffy said blankly, "My grandfather is a marine." "Gilu. Your grandfather is the marine hero Garp, the legendary Vice Admiral Garp." Nami swallowed and asked in disbelief. "Yes." Luffy nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Any questions?" Looking at Luffy who didn't agree. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other, all speechless. Grandfather is a marine hero, grandson is a pirate, and brother-in-law is the son of Pirate King Roger. The target is still the Pirates King? I didn't expect you to have such a surprising background, Luffy. Robin said in surprise. She really didn't expect that Luffy's grandfather was the legendary marine hero. In that case, didn't Shakya once fight with Luffy's grandfather? But then again, that Kizaru is so powerful that even the Marine Admiral is no match for him. Chopper's eyes sparkled with diamond-shaped stars, and he couldn't help but admire Shakya. As it said that, it looked at Luffy curiously, pointed at the marine generals published in the newspaper, and asked impatiently, "Luffy, if your grandfather is the Vice Admiral Garp, do you know this Marine Admiral Kong and that Marine Vice Admiral Sengoku?" "Kong? Sengoku?" Luffy scratched his head, looking confused. "I don't know him. I haven't even heard Grandpa mention him." Of course, even his grandfather Monkey D. Garp was only the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. I believe that those who can become Marine Admiral or Marine Marshal are definitely incredibly strong. However, this can better illustrate how powerful the mysterious Kizaru Shakya is. Sengoku, later became Admiral of Headquarters, and now is Marine Marshal. Robin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The previous Marine Admiral was the Marine Admiral Kong who was defeated by Kizaru Shakya. Now he is the Commander-in-Chief of the world government's army." She never expected it. Kizaru Shakya is so powerful. Dare to attack celestial dragons directly to save your friends. Even the Admiral, who was said to represent the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, couldn't do anything to him. Even Kong, the former Marine Admiral and current Commander-in-Chief of the world government's entire army, was defeated by him. As for the reports, the so-called seeing the situation was not good, he fled in panic and so on. Isn't it just that the Marines, who outnumbered the enemy, were unable to do anything to them, and were forced to break out of the encirclement and leave safely? Incredible. Nami was filled with shock. She had no idea how strong Marshal Marine was. But I believe that anyone who can reach the highest power in Marine must have extraordinary strength and should not be weak. He defeated the Marine Admiral at the time, and even when Vice Admiral Garp, who was rumored to have forced the Pirate King Roger into desperate situations several times and chased the Roger pirates around the world, and Sengoku, who is now the Marine Marshal, both came to support him, he was still unable to stop him. In particular, it was said that the other party attacked the world nobles and directly fought with the Marine Admiral in order to save his friends. Being able to do this, Shakya can be said to be a man of both affection and righteousness. Such a man is truly admirable. For a moment, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was amazed. They obviously couldn't imagine that Shakya, who was only a few years older than them, had such an impressive record. Not only did he defeat the then Marine Admiral Kong, but he was even able to escape unscathed when two legendary marines, Sengoku and Garp, who were marine vice admirals at the time and are now marine marshal and marine hero respectively, arrived. Nothing happened. Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, Shakya. Moment Robin, who had recovered from the shock, was filled with emotion. I never thought he was such an amazing person. She now. After Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated, Baroque works ceased to exist and they had nowhere to go, so they were forced to take refuge with the Straw Hat Pirates. But I don't have much sense of belonging to this team at the moment. At most, he just has some feelings towards Straw Hat Luffy who once saved him. Of course, if you really count, she once saved the other person in Alabasta. Robin has experienced countless betrayals and has learned to betray others in order to survive. He is extremely sensitive and wary of everything. He no longer trusts anyone easily. Moreover, he had just boarded the Going Merry, and had not yet established true trust with the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates to become partners in whose lives they would depend. For a moment, I couldn't help but hold the newspaper tightly. I have some inexplicable expectations in my heart, but I can't avoid feeling a little nervous and conflicted. If I couldn't go back to the past, would that person really come to find me? Robin, look again. Yes, there should be other interesting news in these newspapers. Everyone felt as if they were scratched by a cat. I feel a little itchy in my heart and I am unwilling to give up. Robin naturally wanted to look for other news, so he quickly flipped through other old newspapers, trying to find information about Shakya. Finally, I found another one. On it, there was news about Shakya's conflict with Rox, the captain of Rox Pirate. On February 15, 1470 in Sea Circle calendar, the monk Shakya refused the offer from the great pirate Rox and clashed with the Rox pirates. He fought with the Rox for a whole day and night, and finally left. Rox. I don't think I've ever heard of Rox Pirate. I guess these Rox should be the big pirates of that era, right? Listen to Robin's reading. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew felt a sense of inexplicable emotion. Especially Nami and Chopper, they have almost become fans. Although they didn't know who Rox was, all of Ksatagarbha's former opponents were big names in the Grand Line. It is estimated that this Rox was also a powerful and famous figure in that era. Don't forget, this is the bounty from 50 years ago. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, suddenly reminded, if he hadn't been trapped in the colorful fog, in this era, the bounty might be higher. Really? Nami, Chopper, Luffy and the others' eyes widened. Usopp was a little dumbfounded. Doesn't that mean that Shakya's bounty may be comparable to those 4 emperors such as Whitebeard and Big Mom? Indeed, if we look at his fearless character that day, the bounty might actually increase further. Zoro standing by did not refute Sanji. Instead, he nodded suddenly and guessed. Not necessarily. Robin thought for a moment and said softly, I heard that once the bounty exceeds a certain amount, it is difficult to increase it. If I remember correctly, Whitebeard, the legendary pirate known as the Great Poseidon, had a bounty of more than 40 billion Baileys 20 years ago, and now it is only just over 5 billion Baileys. After all, no matter how strong Shakya is, if you don't count Bailong as his giant panda partner, he is just fighting alone and has not formed or joined any other forces. His bounty is so high, far exceeding that of Whitebeard and others of the same period. It's mainly because he killed a world noble, which angered the world government, so they offered a huge bounty. At this time, in the distance, 2 huge ships were approaching slowly. We are the Yuan Shan United Army. The treasure of this sunken ship belongs to us. A man who looked like an orangutan, with an exaggerated size and a strong body, shouted, Leave quickly, pirates! Ale! Saruyama United Army. The Straw Hat crew was surprised. Looking at these guys who suddenly appeared. Treasure! Nami's eyes lit up. Immediately, he put his hands on his hips and responded loudly and firmly, No, first come, first served. We came across it first, so it's ours. Hey, there's a rule in the pirate world, it's the first to strike that counts. On the opposite side, another big man who looked like an ape said with a sinister grin. The words haven't finished yet. The guns on their ship opened fire directly. One shell after another was fired directly at the Going Merry on the opposite side. Bang, bang. Chapter 17. Ahem. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, brother. Half an hour later. The 2 leaders of the Saruyama alliance, the Salvage King, Man-Ape, and the Exploration King, Orangutan, were beaten black and blue by the Straw Hat crew, who had been training hard and gaining strength in recent days. There he licked her face, smiled and tried his best to please her. Nami was overjoyed and kept counting the treasures from the shipwreck that had just been salvaged. Although Shakya gave them a lot of treasures, worth at least 10 billion Baileys. But for Nami, who loves money, the more treasures the better. By the way, do you have a record pointer? Straw Hat Luffy obviously didn't plan to do anything to the other party, he just tilted his head and asked, our record pointer seems to be broken. The record pointer is broken. Is it pointing to the sky? The Salvage King and the Exploration King looked at each other. Finally, an expression of I see. Do you know what the reason is? Robin asked in surprise. How should I put it? The Salvage King stroked his chin. Just prepare to put on airs and do something pretentious. Zoro raised his eyebrows. The sharp blade in his hand was pressed directly against his neck without any hesitation. It's not that the record pointer is broken, but all the record pointers passing through this route will gradually point to the sky after leaving Alabasta. The Salvage King shrank his neck. Not daring to keep it a secret any longer, he spoke loudly with sweat all over his forehead. All ships passing through this route will gather at the nearby Gaia Island. There is a town on the island where pirates gather. The Explorer King at the side did not dare to hide anything and added, although there is indeed a legend of Sky Island nearby, and shipwrecks fall from the sky from time to time, but no one believes in the existence of Sky Island. They think that those ships that fall from the sky are just some large tornado that swept them into the sky. Most of the adventurers who arrived here along your route would give up waiting and buy record pointers of other islands in Magic Valley Town, then change the route and continue their adventure. Is that so? Nami, Robin, Zoro, and others suddenly realized. They all looked at the Straw Hat Luffy in the lead, waiting for the captain's decision. Then let's go to that Gaia Island first. Straw Hat Luffy clapped his fist and said with bared teeth. At this time, located in a section of the calm belt between the first half of the Grand Line and South Blue. After transforming into the somersault cloud, the giant panda Beilong still managed to fly at an astonishing speed even with the heavy golden ball. Under Shakya's instructions and following the guidance of a life card, they rested for a night on an island and entered the calm belt directly the next morning. It's calm here. There wasn't even a breeze. But beneath the calm sea surface, unimaginable dangers lurk. Large sea kings of huge size live in this sea area. Any disturbance may lead to an attack by sea kings. Roar! Suddenly, in the distance, water splashed on the sea. A ferocious-looking sea king that was hundreds of meters long jumped up and just emerged from the bottom of the sea to get some air. It has not fallen directly into the sea yet. Clatter! A much larger, hundreds of meters long and extremely ferocious sea king suddenly rushed out, opened its bloody mouth with sharp teeth, and bit the body of the sea king fiercely. No matter how he struggled, he wouldn't let go. The creepy blood dyed the sea red. The 100-meter-long sea king's overhead kept wailing. Soon it lost its breath of life, stopped struggling, and became food for the large sea kings. Calm belt. It's been a long time. Huge clouds appeared across the sky at an astonishing speed. Shakya naturally had no idea about the Straw Hat crew's experience, and even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Amazon Lily is located deep in the calm belt, where a fighting nation called the Nine Snakes lives. There are no men in the entire country. Even if a woman in this country gets pregnant after going out to sea, the child she gives birth to will only be a girl. Therefore, this place is also known as Daughter Island. It seems that only 1 year has passed for me, but in reality, a full 50 years have passed. It's really strange. Standing on the back of the giant panda white dragon, which used the ability of the copied cloud fruit to transform into a large somersault cloud. Looking at the Nine Snake Island in the distance, Shakya couldn't help but feel a little emotional, but this place is the same as before, there hasn't been much change. Woo woo. The giant panda Beilong responded. It had been here with this owner a long time ago. However, those scantily clad humans are so scary, and I always want to pet cats. Is that a cloud? There's someone up there, a man. Is this the legendary man? Quick, report to Lady Snake that there is an intruder. At this time, Shakya with the arrival of the giant pandas. It soon attracted the attention of many people on Nine Snake Island. Because the giant panda Beilong has become too big because he has to carry that huge golden ball. It's really too eye-catching. Is this true or false? Can clouds carry people flying? Can a creature like a man sit on a cloud? Stupid, that's impossible. Everyone, pay attention, he's an intruder. Don't be careless. Some of them are coolly dressed and look like tough female warriors. They quickly gathered together, looking in shock at the huge cloud that was coming across the sea and getting closer and closer. Except for a small number of Nine Snakes Pirates members who had already gone out to sea, the vast majority of the female warriors could not help but stare with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. He stared at the excessively large figure, full of surprise and disbelief. But although these female warriors were curious, they did not lose their minds. They all drew their bows and arrows and raised their guns. He aimed at the approaching figure with full vigilance. Brush! Huge clouds, coming closer and closer. Shakya's tall figure leaped down from above and came in front of these female warriors. Bang! A giant golden ball with an exaggerated diameter was thrown aside by the giant panda Beilong, causing the ground to shake and raising a large amount of smoke and dust. Under the incredible gaze of these female warriors, the cloud surged, and its body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it turned back into its normal panda form. Followed the master. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Nine Snakes? The leading Nine Snake female warrior Lan, who had short black hair and a hot body, drew a bow and arrow, attached haki, and aimed at the intruder. His eyes were stern and full of fear. Well, don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. Shakya is smiling. Looking at the Nine Snake female warriors in front of him, he asked directly, where is your previous Emperor Flame Flower? I am here to find her. He found out after coming here. The presence of Flame Flower, Peony, and others was not sensed on this island. This made Shakya feel a little disappointed. It was obvious that the other party did not carry the life card with him. Maybe he had already left it on Nine Snake Island. However, there was a very strong aura that caught his attention. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the current Queen of the Nine Snakes, Empress Boa. Hancock. Chapter 18. Master Flame Flower. Does this guy know that adult? The previous emperor has been away from Joshi for many years, right? On the coast. I heard that the other party actually threatened to find the previous emperor, Flame Flower. The 9 female snake warriors present were all somewhat surprised and looked at Shakya in astonishment. Obviously, they didn't know the whereabouts of the Flame Flower, and even had the impression that the adult had left for a long time. Who is this guy? As a soldier of the 9 snake pirates, Ran's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that the other party actually knew the previous emperor of Amazon Lily. You know, even many warriors of the 9 snakes pirates have never heard of that adult. She was full of hostility, staring at the man in front of her, and said coldly, no matter who you are, any man who breaks in here will only die. If you know what's best for you, surrender yourself and you'll suffer less. That won't do. Shakya couldn't help but chuckle. Lan's eyes turned cold, and without further ado, he launched an attack decisively. Call out! There was a loud whistling sound breaking through the air. The arrow wrapped with haki shot out like lightning. And the moment she attacked, other female warriors around her also launched their attacks. Swoosh, swoosh. Arrows, bullets, and shells entangled with haki. They broke through the air one after another and bombarded Shakya in front of them. Squeak. There is no need for Shakya to take action. Giant Panda Beilong shows his teeth. It stood up, with its 2 front paws crossed. A huge barrier that was completely green and looked like colored glass suddenly appeared there, protecting the 2 of them firmly behind them. Boom, boom. A translucent barrier, indestructible. It easily blocked the incoming arrows, bullets, and artillery shells and was completely unshakable. Even if a shell exploded on it, it would cause bursts of fire and thick smoke. There wasn't even a trace left on it. What? How is that possible? That glass-like barrier is surprisingly so strong. Damn, is this a devil fruit ability? Seeing the attack on himself and others, it was easily blocked and could not hurt Shakya or the giant panda at all. The complexion of these 9 snake female warriors changed drastically, and some were terrified. Woo woo. Giant Panda Beilong holds his head high. I waved my claws there, full of pride, as if to say that my barrier is unbreakable. This is the ability that the owner copied from a guy who was dressed strangely and always liked to play the pipa, the paramecia barrier fruit. It has an absolute defense that even the Marine Admiral cannot break through. It's troublesome. Shakya shrugged. The next moment, his eyes suddenly became stern. Buzz! A terrifying wave swept out. All of a sudden, these Amazon Lily female warriors seemed to be hit by some force. Plop, plop. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the female warriors present fainted immediately. Even the battle-hardened and powerful warriors of the Nine Snakes Pirates are no exception. It's so shocking and unbelievable. Brush. The giant panda saw this. The barrier was removed. It's not uncommon for these female soldiers to faint. It was obvious that it had witnessed the master's methods more than once. That's this guy. The conqueror's haki like Oni-sama. At this time, from afar, there were exclamations. 3 figures were rushing towards the town quickly. A young female warrior with green hair, a large head and a somewhat weird look, and a young female warrior with long orange hair and a bloated and fat body, both stood there in a daze. Looking at the handsome, tall, mysterious man and the strange giant panda in disbelief. You rude fellow, not only did you trespass into Nine Snake Island, you also dared to cause chaos here. And the leader. She was a tall woman wearing a red and white cheongsam, with long black hair in a G-style and snake-shaped earrings. She was extremely beautiful and had a cold face. A large red and white python followed her, baring its fangs and spitting out its tongue. Swish! Boa Hancock looked directly at Shakya, the intruder who had broken into Amazon Lily without permission, with murderous intent in his eyes. With a push of his feet, the tall figure rushed over like lightning. Perfume femur. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air. The slender, white legs kicked violently. The black high heels wrapped around haki and kicked straight at Shakya's head. Bang! However, a loud noise was heard. Boa Hancock and the 2 girls, Sonia and Marigold, who were watching the game, looked in disbelief. A huge barrier appeared again, firmly blocking the attack. Even the merciless kicks from the Nine Snake Queen were directly blocked. Unable to break through. What? The Empress' pupils shrank sharply. Not willing to be outdone, she wrapped her legs around haki and delivered several consecutive kicks. Bang! Bang! But it only made the barrier make a loud noise, without really shaking it. It's unbelievable. Shave, perfume femur. Boa Hancock stomped his feet hard. All of a sudden, his figure moved as if he teleported and instantly jumped into the air. In an instant, the whole person kicked down from a high position, hitting the unbreakable barrier hard. It was blasted away and the ground rumbled under its pressure. A large cloud of dust was raised. Brush! The graceful, tall figure was knocked back by the shock. With a beautiful backflip, Hancock created some distance and stabilized his body with a stern look in his eyes. He frowned and stared at the mysterious figure in front of him. Boa Hancock is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. She has good qualifications, but unfortunately her strength is a little lacking. Across the barrier, Shakya acted as if nothing had happened, his face calm. With his arms folded, he looked at the beautiful and graceful current Nine Snake Queen with interest, and said with a smile, Armament haki, there is still room for improvement. Moonwalk, finger pistol, tempest kick, iron body, paper arts. These are 6 superhuman skills circulated within the world government, collectively known as the 6 styles. Shakya was not at all surprised that Hancock mastered the shave, which was only mastered by strong men like Marine and CP. Because, this was what he had specially given to Joshi. He once read the memory of a powerful Marine and obtained the complete 6-style training method. After arriving at Amazon Lily, considering that the ancient haki of the 9 snakes was indeed unique, but lacked some fighting and killing techniques, she directly handed it over to Flame Flower. Let it spread, use it to train those warriors, and improve the overall combat effectiveness of the 9 snakes. When he first came to Amazon Lily, he did find that the overall strength of these female warriors had improved a lot compared to before. It's not that the 6 styles are really that powerful, but it excels in comprehensiveness. After being improved by generations of physical masters, it has become very perfect. Combined with the haki training method passed down from generation to generation by the 9 snakes, they really complement each other. Chapter 19. Hateful. Stop being so arrogant. At this time, Sonia and Marigold ran over. When they heard Shakya talking down to their sister, they all glared at him. This guy is too arrogant. But the opponent's ability is too weird. Even with the strength of their elder sister, she couldn't break it directly. Snaketail. Tempest kick. Line. The two looked at each other. Coincidentally, they used the power of the fruit. The body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a half-human, half-snake monster with a hideous face, 2 hands, and a snake tail in the lower body. One looks like a python and the other looks like a king cobra. They are the users of the python form and the king cobra form of the snake fruit. They had great tacit understanding and rushed out together. 2 huge snake tails swung out like blades. Call out! 2 astonishing light green slashes broke through the air like lightning. And they merged together in an instant, turning into a huge slash that suddenly tore through the atmosphere. It was incredibly fast and hit the green barrier hard. Boom! A loud noise echoed. A wave of air surged up. The extremely fierce slash, which was launched by the 2 of them with the combined power of their fruits, was also unable to shake the barrier in the slightest. This made Sonia and Marigold look unhappy. Ziobai, you don't have to intervene, just stand back and let me do it. Shakya patted the giant panda directly. With the ability to listen to other people's thoughts. He already knew from the thoughts expressed by Sonia, Marigold, and others that the Empress Boa Hancock was the user of the Paramecia sweet fruit. He knew exactly how dangerous the other party's abilities were. Because he had obtained the Paramecia sweet fruit more than 50 years ago. It was also given to Flame Flower for safekeeping. Woo woo. The giant panda got the order. The barrier was removed immediately. The chubby body moved. He ran to a distance and watched from afar. This master often tells himself not to intervene during battles. It has long been accustomed to it. Ignorant man, the guilt of falling for my body will harden your body and mind. Hancock ignored the panda. He looked at Shakya with indifference, and locked onto him with his strong observation haki. Her beautiful and enchanting figure swept across the room, and her every frown and smile exuded amazing charm. She made a heart-shaped gesture, pointing it at the tall figure in front of her without flinching. Instantly, he activated the ability of his Paramecia sweet fruit, infatuated with sweet wind. Brush. All of a sudden. Pink heart-shaped light swept out. In an instant, Shakya, who did not even try to dodge, was completely submerged. However, under the dull gaze of the 3 Hancock sisters, his whole body was shining with strands of golden light, and he was safe and sound. Completely ignoring Hancock's abilities. It was not petrified directly. What? Hancock's pupils shrank sharply, and he was inexplicably shocked. She, who has always been extremely confident in her beauty, stood there in a daze. How could anyone in this world ignore my beauty? How is that possible? Are you kidding? This guy. Witnessing this amazing scene. 2 sisters, Sonia and Marigold. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide, speechless in horror, somewhat unable to believe it. No one knows better than them how destructive power the charm of their elder sister combined with the power of the sweet fruit can have. It can be said that she is invincible. No matter how powerful a man is, or whether he is a man or a woman, old or young, as long as he has the slightest lust for this sister, he will be ruthlessly petrified. But the other party was unexpectedly safe and sound. You are indeed very beautiful, and the ability of the sweet fruit is also very powerful, but you can't rely too much on the ability of the fruit. In a moment, the tall figure suddenly moved. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Hancock, who was a little dazed and absent-minded because his fruit ability was ineffective for the first time. He lifted her smooth chin slightly and said with a smile, "Little Hancock." In fact, even he couldn't help but be moved by this world's most beautiful woman with amazing charm. But his ability of the mythical beast type, the great Buddha form, can restrain all evil, curses, poisons and the like. The petrification ability of the sweet fruit can be completely ignored. Disrespectful fellow. Stunned Hancock came back to his senses. His face changed, he was shocked and angry, he kicked out without any mercy. Bang! This time, Shakya did not use any fruit ability at all. With his right hand wrapped in the powerful high-level armament haki, he directly caught Hancock's kicking right leg, taking in the beautiful scenery. But Hancock's response was swift. As her graceful body twisted, her left leg kicked out violently. Bang! Bang! Shakya remained calm and easily blocked the opponent's kick. Completely neutralized Hancock's attack. He didn't hold on to the other person's legs tightly, allowing him to break free. Brush! Hancock backed out and put some distance. With a light figure, he stood firmly on the body of his pet python, Samuro. Slave arrow. She looked stern and lightly touched her red lips with her left hand. A peach heart that looks like a balloon appears there. She pulled it like a bowstring. Swoosh, swoosh. A large number of pink arrows entangled Haki. They came through the air one after another. Why bother? Shakya chuckled. He held one palm upright in front of him and chanted the Buddha's name, Namo Shizun Shakya. Swish. The next moment, a golden light shone. A translucent, hemispherical golden barrier appeared there. He firmly blocked the continuously attacking slave arrows, making Hancock's invincible attacks completely ineffective. Boom, boom. See, attack is ineffective. Hancock's pretty face changed color. The opponent's taijutsu and haki are better than mine. For a moment, I was inevitably devastated and felt helpless. Since she became the Emperor of the Nine Snakes, she has never encountered such a situation. My sister's ability is completely ineffective. Damn it, this guy is so powerful. It's not just her. Sonia and Marigold are not far away. Seeing this elder sister being suppressed for the first time, they felt a little flustered and uneasy, and had a strong sense of crisis. But he rushed over without hesitation. To fight alongside my sister. Okay, I'm not here to cause trouble. After testing the strength of the Empress a little, Shakya smiled and removed the barrier. He waved his hand and said directly to the three Hancock sisters who were about to rush over, I have some connection with you, Amazon Lily. I am here to find your previous emperor, Flame Flower. What? Hearing this, the three Hancock sisters were ready to fight to the death, no matter how hard it was. He looked at the other party in shock. He didn't expect that the other party would actually look for Lord Flame Flower, who had already abdicated and left 9 snakes. Master Flame Flower. Staring at the mysterious man in front of him who was extremely handsome and incredibly powerful. Hancock took a deep breath and asked doubtfully, Who are you? What do you want to do with her? You must have seen the Fire Flower, right? I wonder if you have heard of me. Shakya smiled and said, My name is Shakya, from Sky Island. Chapter 20. Shakya. How is that possible? That's not Lady Flame Flowers. The three Gorgon sisters were stunned. Looking at each other in disbelief. Shakya, this name was obviously not unfamiliar to them, and they had been very familiar with it. Because, that was the man that Lady Huoyanhua, the savior of the three sisters, had been tirelessly searching for decades. When they were young, they followed the 9 Snakes pirates to go on an expedition, but were unfortunately kidnapped by human traffickers and sent to a slave auction house in the Sabayati archipelago. Witnessed the ugliness and horror of human hearts. Fortunately, Hancock was so angry that he exploded with Conqueror's haki, which attracted the attention of the former 9 Snake Emperor Flame Flower and the former 9 Snake Emperor Peony, who happened to be living in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago. The three sisters who had been bought by celestial dragons and were about to be sent to the holy land of Marijoys were secretly rescued by the two and later sent back to Amazon Lily safely. Even Hancock's ability of the Paramecia sweet fruit was given to her by the Flame Flower Lady. The abilities of Sonia and Marigold were snatched from the celestial dragon's ship by Flame Flower when she rescued the three sisters. The experience of almost falling into hell inevitably left some shadows on the three sisters. So Marigold, the third oldest, eats chankonabe every day and trains continuously in order to become stronger. Over time, I became a little bloated and fat. The name of the Gorgon sisters is mainly due to the powerful strength of the three sisters. Moreover, before the abdication of the previous Emperor Toritoma, in order to ensure that Hancock, who had already been chosen as his successor but was too young, could smoothly take over the position of the 9 Snakes Queen, and in order to establish Hancock's prestige, he deliberately spread the news. It seems you have heard of me. Shakya's observation haki, which could listen to other people's thoughts, instantly understood the hearts of the three people. After confirming that Flame Flower and Peony were fine, they were just living in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago, a place that can be said to be the center of the world where many events take place. He never gave up on finding out his whereabouts. While I was touched, I couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Yes, Flame Flower is my confidant. He shrugged and said with a smile, for some reason, I was trapped in a mysterious sea area. In fact, I only stayed there for a year. I didn't expect that the flow of time there is different from that outside. Decades have passed in the outside world. Is there any place like this? 1 year is equivalent to decades in the outside world. How is this possible? Hear Shakya say this. The three Hancock sisters were stunned. Of course it exists. I wonder if you have heard of the colorful fog near Lolajia Island. Shakya nodded. He did not intend to hide anything and said bluntly, when the colorful fog appears, it will connect to a space called EPS Consid. That sea area is known as the ship graveyard. Any ship that enters has never come out. As a result, countless ships and a large amount of treasure have accumulated there over the long years. Speaking of this, he pointed at the huge golden ball and said to the three Hancock sisters, "Look, these are the treasures I collected from there. I melted the gold together." Hiss, these are all gold. Although this huge golden ball had been discovered before. But just now, facing Shakya, whose origins were mysterious, the three sisters were facing a formidable enemy and had no time to care about so much. At this moment, when they heard that the huge golden ball was actually made of gold, even the three Hancock sisters, who were not greedy for money, couldn't help but gasp and were a little dazed. How many times do the 9 Snakes pirates need to go out and plunder? How can you collect so much treasure? That's how it is, fate plays tricks on us. On the coast. Shakya took some time. The three Hancock sisters were briefly informed of Consid's situation. He sighed lightly and said helplessly, "Not long ago, after a lapse of 50 years, the colorful mist appeared again. I blew it up, thinking I could go back decades, but I failed and stayed in this era." Speaking of this, he shrugged and waved to the giant panda watching the battle from afar. "So, I took my pet and partner, the giant panda white dragon, and followed the Fire Flower's life card to rush over to Amazon Lily. I didn't expect that Flame Flower's life card was not brought with her, but left here. So that's how it is." Hancock suddenly realized. There was not much doubt about Shakya's words. Because she had heard about the deeds of Kesadigarba from Lord Flame Flower and also knew some related information. It seems like the other person really has a giant panda by his side. Especially since this guy is so young, yet he has the power to easily suppress himself, the 7 warlords of the sea, which is consistent with the rumors. At that time, I learned about the other party's legendary deeds and admired him very much. After the 3 sisters were rescued by Flame Flower and Peony, they lived with them in the Sabayati archipelago for a period of time. Gained a deeper understanding of the situation at sea. Naturally, he knew exactly what it meant to offend the world's nobility. But the opponent did not hesitate and killed the celestial dragons directly. He also had a fierce battle with Kong, the admiral of headquarters at that time and now the commander-in-chief of the entire world government army. He defeated the opponent with his powerful strength. If the marine reinforcements had not arrived in time, Kong would have died there and would not have had the chance to climb to his current high position. Now, such a legendary figure suddenly appeared in front of him and others, and he was so young. It made them feel incredible. "Anyway, I'm glad you're all right, Lord Shakya. Know that the other party is not the enemy." Sandersonia heaved a sigh of relief and regained her human form with surprise in her eyes. "That's right." Marigold, who had also regained his human form, looked at Lord Shakya, whom he had only heard of but never met, and said happily, "Lady Flame Flower and the others would be very happy if they knew that you were safe. In fact, it's not just the 3 sisters. Even Lord Torai Toma, who was personally trained by Lord Shayeo and was the previous 9 Snake Emperor, was influenced by him and admired this Kesadigarba Bodhisattva whom he had never met. Many years ago, Lord Torai Toma was too deeply influenced by the previous 2 emperors. He was unwilling to be lonely and gave up the throne of the 9 Snakes Emperor to Boa Hancock early and left Amazon Lily. It is said that she has always wanted to find a perfect man like Kesadigarba. He has also lived in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago for many years with Hoyanhua, Shayeo, and others, and has been helping to search for the whereabouts of this Kesadigarba. Because the other party's life card was well preserved, Hoyanhua, Shayeo and others have always believed that Shakya is still alive, and have never given up looking for his whereabouts over the years. There was even a suspicion that he was captured by the world government and secretly imprisoned in the world's largest deep-sea prison, Impel Down. Several years ago, Lord Torai Toma used the power of his fruit to disguise himself and sneak in to investigate. But unfortunately, even the 6th underground level, Eternal Hell, is unknown to the outside world. Neither has Shakya's whereabouts been discovered. Chapter 21. Woo Woo. At this time, the giant panda came running over happily. Shakya sat directly on the white dragon, ready to say goodbye and leave. "Well, sorry for disturbing you just now. Since Flame Flower and the others are not here, I won't stay any longer. These treasures are gifts for the 9 snakes. Inside are some priceless gems and antique paintings. You can take them out and have them sent to Sabayati Archipelago for auction. He pointed at the huge golden ball and said nonchalantly. To him, these treasures were completely dispensable possessions. If he had not intended to give them to Flame Flower, he would not have taken the trouble to collect them. It is said to be a dowry given to Flame Flower. In fact, it is compensation for Daughter Island. After all, he directly abducted the queen. Although he had not actually put it into action at first, he left with the Flame Flower. But Shakya had just relied on the special observation haki to roughly understand the situation from the thoughts expressed by the 3 Gorgon sisters. When he was trapped in the colorful fog and saw that he had not returned yet, the 9 Snake Queen, who was deeply in love, was obviously worried. She resigned from the throne in a hurry and ran out to find him. At that time, Shaeyao, the former emperor, was still very young and obviously not qualified to succeed to the throne. It is expected that when Amazon Lily lost its emperor, Flame Flower, it would have inevitably fallen into chaos. These treasures can be considered as compensation to the 9 snakes. Shakya, sir, are you going to Sabayati Archipelago? Looking at the handsome and tall figure in front of me. He stroked the pet snake Samuro that followed him. Boa Hancock, feeling a little disturbed, hesitated for a moment and couldn't help asking. Strictly speaking, the other party's actual age is a few years younger than her, but he is so powerful. This really hit her, as she had always been proud and arrogant. Certainly. Shakya nodded. I felt relieved knowing that Flame Flower and the others were safe. But naturally, he also wanted to see these long-lost confidants as soon as possible. He was just about to have the giant panda switch its ability to the Union Fruit and transform into a somersault cloud and fly away. Glancing at the female warriors who had fainted on the ground, as well as the bows, arrows, guns, and other weapons scattered on the ground, he suddenly thought of something. He could not help but signal Bai Long to stop first, and turned around to ask Hancock and the others, by the way, do you have any discarded guns or other materials here? Come to think of it, I need materials to make a new Zen staff. The battle in EPS Consid was so intense that the previous Zen staff was destroyed. For the giant panda white dragon who has the ability of munch fruit. It does not require any particularly good steel, whether it is ore or waste metal material, it can easily rely on the ability of munch fruit to perfectly synthesize special alloys. Although it will take some time to research the most perfect proportion of shape memory alloy. But fortunately, munch fruit's ability comes in handy. The efficiency should be fast. Scrap metal. The 3 Gorgon sisters heard this. They looked at each other in surprise. Of course, are you sure you want those things? Hancock stared at Shakya, somewhat puzzled. We also have excellent foundries and high-quality steel here. If you want to make a weapon, I can have someone make it for you. That's not necessary. I can't be satisfied with what others have made. Shakya shrugged. To me, refined steel is no different from scrap metal. Moreover, it has some special metal elements that ordinary steel does not have. With the ability of munch fruit. The fine steel that has been carefully tempered is not as efficient as a large amount of metal scraps. Because most of those metal scraps already contain various metal elements. It is easier to synthesize the most ideal shape memory alloy. Then please follow me. Hancock nodded and said no more. Some scrap metal is no problem at all for 9 snakes. Not to mention, this legendary Kesadigarba had just given such a precious gift to the 9 snakes. Wow! Snake Princess is an adult. Sander Sonia adults, Marigold adults. Have the intruders been dealt with? Who is that guy? Is that a giant panda? So cute. What's going on? That's a man. The legendary man. A moment later, 9 Snake City. Many female citizens looked at him in astonishment. After knowing the other party's identity and resolving the misunderstanding, Boa Hancock, the Queen of 9 Snakes, did not insist on the rule that men were forbidden to set foot in 9 Snakes, and brought Shakya into the town. Behind these people followed the Empress's big python, Samuro, and the silly and cute giant panda, Bai Long. It immediately attracted the attention of many citizens, and they gathered together. Some older women who had been out to sea quickly recognized that Shakya was not a woman but a man, and could not help but exclaim in surprise. It caused a huge sensation instantly. Man! Let me see. So this is the man. Isn't it said that men are ugly, disgusting, obscene, mean, shameless and cruel creatures? Yes, it doesn't look like that at all. And why would Lord Hancock allow men into the country? Countless women citizens flocked over. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the handsome and tall figure with amazement. I just find it incredible. Everyone, be quiet. Hancock took a deep breath. Her pretty face was filled with dignity that could not be disobeyed, and she announced loudly, "This is Mr. Shakya. He is different from ordinary men. He is a distinguished guest of the Nine Snakes. He once rescued the Nine Snakes pirates and has a close relationship with successive empresses. He is the benefactor of Amazon Lily, so he is specially allowed to enter this country." Hancock did not lie about this. Because Shakya did save the Nine Snakes pirates from the Marines who were surrounded and in crisis. That's how she met Flame Flower and won the heart of the Nine Snake Queen. Snake Princess is an adult. This is, what a beauty. Yes, it's breathtaking, it's so beautiful. So that's how it is. Is he also Amazon Lily's benefactor? Since Lady Snake has agreed, then there is no problem. Yes, that's right. Looking at Hancock, whose face was cold but beautiful. Countless people were fascinated by her and were deeply attracted by her infinite charm and couldn't extricate themselves. They all seemed to have lost their minds, raising their hands to show their approval and agreeing with each other. No one questioned the Emperor's order at all. Chapter 22. What is that? Oh my God! How is it possible? Lord Shakya, is it really you? What? Lord Shakya? And some older people. He stared blankly at Shakya who was following Hancock, wiping his eyes again and again, somewhat unable to believe it. They dropped what they were doing, ran up tremblingly, and shouted Shakya's name. He looked so excited that the young female warriors were all a little surprised. Well, it's me. Shakya raised an eyebrow. Looking at the wrinkled old woman who was closest to him and was stopped by Sonia, he recognized her and said with a smile, "You are the national warrior who followed Flame Flower. Broccoli, right? Long time no see." There was some sadness in his eyes. "Only a short year has passed for me, but things and people in the outside world have changed. The young and beautiful girl who always liked to pester me and listen to those adventure stories has now become so old. It's really you, that's great." When he saw Shakya, he recognized himself immediately. The white-haired broccoli was very excited and said with tears in his eyes, "When you left and never came back, we thought something happened to you. Master Flame Flower also left Amazon Lily to find your whereabouts. Well, I already know all this. For some reason, I was trapped there, and I was only able to escape recently." With his right hand, Shakya touched the old woman's white-haired head just like he did before he left Amazon Lily. He said with some emotion, "I'm so sorry for making you worry. Lord Shakya, do you remember me? I am the national warrior Morning Glory. And I once sewed clothes for you, Shakya sir. Even that panda is the same as before. It's incredible. You are still exactly the same as you were 50 years ago. There is no change at all. I am Rose, a cotter of the Nine Snakes pirates. Little White Dragon, do you still remember me? Woo, woo, I'm so glad you're okay." Under the stunned gaze of those young female warriors, a group of white-haired old women, mostly in their 60s and 70s, and some even in their 70s and 80s, half buried in the ground, were all extremely excited and almost pushed all of them aside. Some people even burst into tears, crying with joy and shouting loudly to Shakya Lord. It turns out that they all knew the young, tall, handsome man who looked only in his 20s, and the silly and cute giant panda. And from what they said, the other party had actually been to Amazon Lily 50 years ago. And she was the lover of the previous emperor, Lord Flame Flower? This made them a little unbelievable. Mr. Shakya, was it so popular in the past? Not to mention the young citizens. Even the two sisters, Sonia and Marigold, were stunned. They didn't expect Shakya to be so popular here. "Master Shakya, do you remember? I am Chu Mudan, the youngest among the national defenders. You once personally demonstrated and taught me a set of massage techniques specifically for breast enhancement, which is indeed very effective." I don't know who shouted. Shakya felt ashamed and his face turned red. Hancock and her two sisters couldn't help but look at Shakya with strange eyes. Suddenly I felt like a certain filter was shattered to the ground. This Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva seems a little bit unserious. Ahem. Shakya coughed dryly. Facing the strange looks from the three sisters, he couldn't help but touch his nose, chuckled and said, I know a little bit about medicine. When I saw Chu Mutin was in this trouble, I couldn't bear her nagging, so I gave her some advice. It really wasn't him who messed around in the first place. It's just that the female warriors of Amazon Lily are too enthusiastic. Because the 9 snakes are isolated from the outside world all year round, men are strictly prohibited from entering. Some female warriors grew up on the daughter island and have never seen a man in their entire lives. The mutual attraction between men and women makes it normal for these female soldiers to uncontrollably surround him every day. A group of young, beautiful, coolly dressed, bold and wild girls who were ignorant of the world, had nothing to do all day and surrounded him every few days, behaving intimately and without any reservations. He even felt that he was truly a sage. During the few months he stayed on the daughter island, he developed an unspeakable relationship with Flame Flower, the passionate and tender queen of 9 snakes. He only flirts with other female warriors a little bit from time to time. Moreover, because Amazon Lily is located in the Calm Belt, it is isolated from the outside world all year round and its medical skills are backward. He was devoted to Buddhism, and the reason he traveled at sea was to do good deeds every day and emulate his ancestors in saving all living beings. We should accumulate virtue and do good deeds, save the world with medicine, and undress for those female donors who are suffering from pain and hardship but are afraid to seek medical treatment and have no other connections. Oh no, it is our duty to help them solve their problems. It just so happened that he, the Grand Master of Medicine, came to the 9 snakes. And with the relationship with the Flame Flower, of course he will not be stingy in curing diseases and saving lives. In this situation, we certainly cannot keep people away just because of the differences between men and women. In just a few months, Shakya has treated many female soldiers, solving the hidden illnesses that have plagued them for a long time, and has also pulled some female soldiers who were on the verge of death back from the brink of death. There were also some female soldiers whose wounds had rotted and festered, and some even had to have their limbs amputated. They were cured by him and their limbs were saved. A large number of citizens were moved to tears of gratitude. Naturally, it became a friend of women. He even generously passed on the medical skills of the Flower Kingdom to the ship doctor of the 9 snake pirates. Her popularity was almost surpassing that of Flame Flower, who was the queen of 9 snakes at the time. This is also the reason why these older citizens were so excited when they recognized his identity. The 3 Gorgon sisters. They were naturally aware of the other party's deeds of curing diseases and saving lives. However, even such unorthodox massage techniques were demonstrated and taught personally. The 3 sisters simply couldn't believe that the other party was a serious person. Is that so? Mr. Shakya. Hancock blinked. She looks charming and alluring. The almond-shaped eyes, like gemstones, stared at the handsome and tall man. That cool, gorgeous face had a hint of playfulness. Do you think I believe it? Chapter 23. Okay, no more jokes, you don't have to be so surprised. Facing the strange looks from the 3 Hancock sisters, Shakya was not embarrassed and smiled slightly. He was very frank and did not hide anything. He smiled and said, money, power, beauty, strength, fame and fortune. In life, there are always some pursuits. No one can avoid it, and I am no exception. You don't have to imagine me to be so perfect. I can't be as righteous and majestic as the real Buddha. I come from the West Blue Flower Country. I used to be a member of the royal family and the first heir to the throne. Later, I got tired of fighting for power and lost interest in it. I voluntarily gave up the throne and left the country. Talk about the past. Shakya's face was calm and unperturbed. Facing the surprised looks of the 3 Hancock sisters, he said frankly and with a smile, power, money, fame, and fortune are like dirt to me. I don't have much to pursue in this life. The reason why I keep practicing is that I hope to be able to step onto the top of the real strong one day, that is, to do whatever I want, live freely and unrestrainedly, and have several beautiful women every day. If the goal of those pirates is to become the king of pirates, then my goal is to become the king of harem. Shakya looked calm. I don't think there's anything I can't express about my dream. Hearing this, the 3 Hancock sisters were speechless. For a moment, I felt that the perfect image of Ksatagarbha in my heart seemed to have undergone some changes invisibly. But they did not feel any ill will, they were just a little surprised to find that Mr. Shakya seemed different from what they had imagined. The other party is not a Buddha with a perfect image and who is detached from the world, but a person, a living mortal. It makes people feel closer. Mr. Shakya, are you such a person? You really know how to joke. No wonder you are called the broken monk. Sander Sonia and Marigold were both stunned. The two of them were speechless and couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time they met such a frank man. Having been influenced by each other and heard about each other's legendary deeds since childhood, the three sisters think that the image of Shakya, the Ksatagarbha, is too majestic and perfect. Even when standing in front of me, I always felt like there was something between me and him, which made me feel a little stiff and distant. Now Shakya is like a young, suave, and lively person. You are so frank. Hancock looked at the other person speechlessly. However, the corners of her rosy and attractive lips couldn't help but slightly rise. She had just suffered a great blow and had some doubts about her beauty and charm, but now she finally felt relieved. As expected, no one can resist the charm of the world's most beautiful woman. The reason why the opponent was not petrified just now was most likely because of the special ability of the fruit. Although it was a bit hot, it was mostly admiration, and there was no such obscene gaze. Hancock's calm heart actually felt a little fluttery. She turned her head away unnaturally and snorted softly, "Men, they are all the same. Miss Flameflower is right. 99% of men will not behave themselves as long as they are not hung on the wall." These were the words that Lady Flameflower once said to her. Hancock deeply agreed. "Don't say that." Shakya chuckled. He made no secret of his inner thoughts. He looked at the gorgeous Boa Hancock with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Desire is human nature. I just liberate my nature and won't deliberately suppress it. Especially, if the world's most beautiful woman like you, Hancock, is willing to throw herself into my arms, I don't mind opening my arms to you. No taboos, is this you? Hear the other person express his or her thoughts about you without any reservation. Hancock raised his eyebrows and looked at the person in front of him, his sapphire eyes full of surprise. This extremely young Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva is really very different from the rumors and is completely different from the perfect and majestic image that one has imagined. And surprisingly, instead of showing any disgust or rejection as she usually did towards other men, she felt a hint of pleasure as if a woman dresses up to please herself. However, thinking back to the time when he was on the coast, not only was he easily suppressed by this guy, but he was also teased by him. He even openly scolded him, the 7 warlords of the sea, for over-reliance on the power of the fruit. For a moment, the somewhat unhappy Empress glared at the other party, unwilling to be outdone. Her eyes were full of provocation, and she said unhappily, "How dare you say that in front of Master Huayanhua?" Over the years, she has met countless men of all kinds. Most of those men were fascinated by her beauty, especially those who appeared to be gentlemen on the surface but were dirty and vile at heart. There were countless of them. Although the other party was a bit lustful, he did not hide his thoughts at all. But he is very frank and not as annoying as you might imagine. Instead, I developed a lot of good feelings for him and couldn't help but feel close to him. Don't get me wrong, Flame Flower has long known my true nature, and is well aware that I have many female confidants. Shakya didn't care. He shrugged and said with a smile, "You don't have to imagine me to be too perfect. Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva is just a flattery of the world. I am just an ordinary person and cannot become a Buddha, so I became a monk who broke his vows." In fact, he has always been a rather selfish and bohemian person, not as perfect as others imagine. He is also very fickle. Not only Amazon Lily, but even Elbaf's giant tribe has his confidants. Of course, although he is a bit of a scumbag, he still firmly believes that love grows over time. Therefore, every woman poured her sincere feelings into the man and never had the idea of abandoning him. He is indeed not that great, and he does not have the broad mind to help the world when he is successful. He even attacked the Marine fleet to liberate the slaves of countries that were not members of the world government, and later attacked the celestial dragons to rescue the prince of that country that was not members of the world government. It's not because of pure chastity. It's all because the Flower Kingdom had a marriage alliance with that kingdom. He was married to North Blue when he was born. He had met her several times when he was young. His aunt, with whom he had a good relationship, was the queen of that country. The prince of the country is his aunt's son, which means he is his cousin. Unfortunately, after the country was conquered, the queen and king committed suicide by taking poison in order to avoid being humiliated. His cousin, the heir to the throne, and other members of the royal family were taken to the holy land of Marie-Joyce and became slaves of the celestial dragons. At that time, Shakya, who was traveling in East Blue, heard the bad news. Considering that the ant treated him well and entertained him when he traveled in North Blue, he rescued the man. It's just that he had already abandoned everything in the past and left the royal family of the Kingdom of Flowers. Later, he went out to sea and traveled around the world under the guise of a monk who had broken his vows. Shakya is strictly speaking his Dharma name, not his original name. The outside world simply doesn't know the specific reason. Under the majesty of Queen Hancock. After repeated scolding, those enthusiastic citizens finally retreated. At the same time, arrange people to wake up those female warriors who were previously stunned and unconscious by Shakya's conquerors Haki, and bring back those who cannot be awakened for the time being. Soon he brought Shakya to an inconspicuous corner of the town. Shakya, this is the scrap metal recycling area. In front of an area filled with various recyclable waste metal materials. Hancock pointed to the piles of rusted, broken, and irreparable guns and other metal scraps, and asked, "These are all scraps that have been collected and are ready to be recast. Are you sure you can use them directly to forge weapons? Do you want me to send some high-quality steel over?" After the recent episode, the few of them became much more familiar with each other. Since Shakya's actual age was not as old as imagined, but younger than himself, Hancock was no longer as reserved as before. At Shakya's request, he didn't bother to be polite and just called him by his name. "No, these are enough." Shakya waved his hand and pointed directly at the giant panda Beilong. "Ziobai, I leave it to you. Use the ability of the munch fruit to first try to synthesize new metals from some metal scraps, and then slowly adjust the ratio of the various metal elements." Woo-woo. Immediately following. In the astonished eyes of Hancock and others, the white dragon bared its teeth, roared, and ran forward. Crunch, crunch. After switching to the ability of munch fruit, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed a large amount of scattered metal waste. In the blink of an eye, its mouth expanded continuously, biting the several meter-long, rusty, and cracked gun barrel into pieces and swallowed it. Chapter 24. This is Devil Fruit Ability. It actually swallowed all this metal. Looking at the giant panda Beilong, whose teeth were so sharp that they could easily tear apart a gun barrel, and which swallowed up all kinds of metal scraps in the blink of an eye as if nothing had happened. The three Hancock sisters were surprised. Don't be surprised. This is the ability of the munch fruit. Shakya crossed his arms and smiled as he introduced, "You can eat anything and turn it into a part of your body, or synthesize something new." Haku is the user of the Paramecia copy fruit, which allows him to copy the abilities of different devil fruits. Copy the fruit. It's really amazing. No wonder it can use different abilities. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold were amazed. Looking at the giant panda Beilong with full of surprise, it was a bit unbelievable. It is really exaggerated that a giant panda possesses such amazing devil fruit abilities. Squeak. Beilong held his head high, waving his paws, full of pride. "Okay, you're the best, get to work." Shakya patted its head in annoyance. Bang, bang, bang. Under the astonished gaze of the three Hancock sisters, all of a sudden, the giant panda opened its mouth. It spat out a large amount of shiny metal blocks, as if they had just been smelted in a factory, and piled them in front of the few people. Shakya squatted down. "Grab this piece the size of a human head." But to him, it was just a piece of metal the size of a palm, which he could squeeze hard. Gaga. A teeth-grinding sound was heard. Even if he restrained his strength, he made sure not to directly damage the alloy. But it was still deformed by being squeezed, and fingerprints were clearly visible on it. However, in the blink of an eye, it slowly recovered. It is indeed a rare morphological memory metal, but the proportion needs to be adjusted and the hardness needs to be improved. Shakya said with his eyes lighting up. Woo-woo. At this time, the white dragon directly spit out a Gatling machine gun that was silver-white in color, with perfect lines and shining metallic luster. Even an ammunition chain is equipped on it. Is this kind of thing even possible? Sandersonia was a little dazed. It's not just a useless model, it's actually a real machine gun that can be used directly. Marigold picked up the Gatling gun and examined it carefully. I found out that this was a real machine gun, and the quality was incredibly good. Far surpassed the guns and cannons they looted from foreign ships or produced by the people themselves. Day. She was carrying a Gatling gun. Aim at the distance and pull the trigger. Swoosh, swoosh. The fire is shining. Dense bullets poured out, accompanied by loud clanging noises and sparks. On the mountain of scrap metal, there were many shocking large holes. Even the thick gun barrel was pierced through. The power is far greater than that of ordinary guns. It makes my scalp tingle. You created a weapon all at once. Even Hancock was surprised. Her jewel-like eyes were filled with surprise. Haku has copied the power of the weapon fruit before. I taught it the appearance and specific structure of various advanced thermal weapons. So it can use the power of the munch fruit to directly create a weapon like the Gatling gun that has a precise structure and great power. Shakya wasn't that surprised. After letting the giant panda white dragon copy the ability of the weapon fruit, in order to enable it to fully unleash the power of the weapon fruit, he spent a lot of time and effort. Under his instruction, Bai Long already knew the structure of these firearms very well, so it was not surprising that he could easily create them with the power of the munch fruit. In the next few days, from the metal scrap area, there were bursts of muffled clanging sounds. Shakya was busy here experimenting with new proportions of shape memory alloys in order to create the most ideal and perfect Zen staff, and he almost never left. He used the ability of the munch fruit copied from the giant panda Bai Long to build a simple laboratory. A series of experiments were made, using various proportions of morphological memory alloys as materials to create a number of guns, cannons, swords, and other weapons. Although Joshi is a country, there are not as many trivial matters as imagined, and there are other cadres and officials to handle them. Therefore, Empress Hancock was relatively relaxed when she did not need to go on an expedition. Every day, the three Hancock sisters personally brought meals to visit Shakya, who was devoted to his research. Of course, even if they didn't send food over, those enthusiastic citizens would take the initiative to send it over. Although most of the female warriors Shakya knew at the beginning were old, the vast majority of them were still in good shape and were not unable to cook or walk. On the first day, the food blocked the gate to the area. As Hancock strictly prohibited any disturbance, the elderly female soldiers stopped delivering meals. With the help of the power of munch fruit, many complicated processes of normal casting and forging can be simplified or even omitted. The quality of weapons created through the munch fruit ability is in no way inferior to those weapons that have been tempered 1,000 times, and may even be better. This made Shakya feel a lot more relaxed. Moreover, over time, through the continuous adjustment of the synthetic ratio of metal elements in the shape memory alloy, the hardness has become higher and higher, approaching a satisfactory level. Inside a simple laboratory, those dazzling and powerful new weapons were placed there casually. Although it was just an experimental product, the three Hancock sisters who often came to watch were still dumbfounded and could not help but marvel at it. This Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva is indeed an omnipotent super genius as rumored. Technology, medicine, casting, etc., he knows almost everything, and it is not just a simple dabbling, but a grand master in everything, with extremely high attainments. It's really unbelievable. It's admirable. Mr. Shakya, you are really amazing. The two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, were even more astounded by Shakya's beauty. They turned into fans and were completely mesmerized by Shakya's displayed talents. They were full of admiration and regarded him as an idol. It was Hancock, although not as exaggerated as his two sisters, who was captured directly. But every time I came to visit him, looking at the handsome Shakya who was concentrating on his research, there was a little more brilliance in my eyes unconsciously. This empress has always been arrogant and extremely confident in her beauty. For the first time, I discovered that the word charm is not only used by women. Such a perfect man exudes charm invisibly. It is indeed difficult for ordinary women to resist. Chapter 25. Well, it has finally reached the ideal hardness and toughness. In the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed since Shakya arrived at Amazon Lily. On this day, in a corner of Joshi City, in a simple container-style building made entirely of steel plates, which is completely different from the classical architectural style. As a temporary laboratory, this place is not particularly large, only about 100 square meters. Various weapons and alloy steel plates were piled there, looking a bit messy. Shakya smiled as he watched the giant panda Bai Long adjust the proportions of various metal elements countless times and conduct continuous experiments to finally synthesize a new type of alloy. He was sure that this was the most perfect morphological memory alloy. Both toughness and hardness have been enhanced to ultimate, reaching the most ideal state. It is the best material for making combat uniforms and weapons. This is it. I've asked around, that gentleman has been staying here these days. At this time, outside the laboratory, several female warriors in cool clothes and of different shapes were looking around and approaching here cautiously. Hey, should we not disturb this gentleman? A tall, pretty and heroic woman with slender phoenix eyes, a high ponytail and wild clothes said hesitantly in a low voice. That day, after these national defenders and soldiers from the Nine Snakes pirates woke up one after another, they were told the identity of the invader and were all shocked speechless. No one would have thought that the man who suddenly came to Amazon Lily was actually the legendary Garba. No wonder he is so incredibly strong and can easily block all their attacks. Even a single glance could easily knock these battle-hardened female warriors unconscious. I always felt that the other party was not so easy to talk to, so I suddenly hesitated to go to the other party to ask for help, and I began to want to back out. How can that be possible? A young, beautiful girl with a good figure, wearing a hat with the Nine Snakes logo, with big dark brown eyes and long orange-brown hair, pulled the other party and said, "Big Sister Kikyo, we are all here for you." Yes, Aflandra is right. A sexy girl with short blonde hair, wearing a leopard print swimsuit and a black and green striped snake wrapped around her neck, gently advised, "Don't forget, every time you have your period, it hurts like hell." Yes, I have asked Dr. Belladonna about this. It is said that she is an excellent doctor, especially good at treating difficult and complicated gynecological diseases. She can definitely solve your problem. As one of the national defenders, the tall and fat Stoby said seriously. And inside the laboratory, Shakya was just about to take a break and go out for some fresh air when he suddenly felt something. He raised his eyebrows, quickly taking in the thoughts of the people outside and understanding the whole cause and effect. He couldn't help but chuckle and walked out of the laboratory. Click! The door suddenly opened. This scared several female soldiers who were just about to muster up the courage to knock on the door. Looking at the four young female warriors with different body shapes, dressed coolly and wildly, hiding at the door and looking around, he recognized the four men at a glance. They were the warriors of the Nine Snakes generation. He smiled and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Shakya adult. The four female warriors, Kikyo, Stoby, Margaret and Everlandra, became nervous. "It's okay, I'm so sorry to bother you." Facing Lord Shakya, who is full of legends and mysteries, Kikyo, who was a little nervous, bowed deeply and was about to pull the others away. "Wait, Lord Shakya, it's like this." Margaret hurriedly pulled Kikyo and said loudly, "We have something to ask of you." "Well, I know a little bit about medicine, and I can tell that you three are in good health." Shakya smiled at the wildly dressed and heroic high ponytailed beauty. "Your name is Kikyo, right? Do you usually have menstrual cramps?" "Hey!" Upon hearing this, several national defense soldiers were all stunned. Unexpectedly, the other party saw through Kikyo's old problem at a glance. Even Kikyo herself couldn't help but widen her eyes and stare at the handsome and tall Lord Shakya in astonishment, somewhat unable to believe it. "You are truly amazing, Lord Shakya." Aflandra's eyes sparkled as he looked at the adult with admiration, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, that's why we came here. Every time Captain Kikyo's Tiangi comes, the pain is unbearable. This problem has tormented her for many years." Margaret nodded seriously and continued, "The doctor on the island also prescribed medicine and asked her to boil brown sugar water to drink, but although it relieved the symptoms, the effect was not very good and it could not be cured. It is said that even Lord Hancock has this problem, and he usually just toughs it out." "Okay, I understand." Shakya was not surprised. In fact, when he first saw Hancock, the Nine Snake Emperor, he already knew that the other party had this problem. "I had originally thought about helping the other party solve this problem before leaving." Unexpectedly, these patriotic warriors came to the door on their own initiative. "Kikyo, stay here first. I'll check her out in detail." He simply took out the banknotes and wrote on them. He listed 20 or 30 kinds of medicinal herbs and handed them directly to Stoby and the others. "You guys go and collect these herbs according to this prescription and bring them back tonight." "Yes. Thank you so much, Lord Shakya." Stoby, Margaret and Everandra were overjoyed. At the same time, they were all full of curiosity, looking at this adult. Even Kikyo, the captain of the National Defense Warriors, was no exception. He did not expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. "Is this the legendary man? It's not as ugly, cruel and violent as I imagined." Lord Shakya, I'll leave the platycodon in your care. Margaret and others left reluctantly with the prescription, leaving behind Kikyo at a loss. Don't be nervous, just follow me in. Shakya held out his big hand. He stroked the other's pretty face and said with a smile. Yes, Lord Shakya. Kikyo looked at the handsome face of this Shakya-sama. My heart, which was originally somewhat nervous and apprehensive, suddenly became inexplicably calm and peaceful, and I felt indescribably at ease. I just felt that its image was extremely tall and majestic. Sure enough, this Lord Kasidagarba is just as the legends say, a savior-like existence. She was too narrow-minded before and actually misunderstood this adult. For a moment, Kikyo's heart was filled with self-blame. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Chapter 26. Lord Shakya. Half an hour later, in the laboratory. Kikyo's pretty face was red as she lay there, unable to help but hum in comfort. Immediately, she explained shyly, I'm so sorry, I was rude just now, because it was so comfortable. She had never been so relaxed. During normal training, it is inevitable that there will be bumps and bruises, and some hidden injuries will accumulate. But after this adult's massage, she felt her whole body relax, and she felt more comfortable and relaxed than ever before. It's okay, this is normal. Check the general condition of platycodon grandiflorum. Shakya massaged the man earnestly, smiling and saying, don't be nervous, relax a little. Wait for them to bring back the herbs, then I'll give you acupuncture and cupping. With the ointment applied externally and the decoction taken internally, after a full course of treatment, it will only take about 3 to 5 days for your dysmenorrhea to be almost gone. Under normal circumstances, this type of dysmenorrhea is not so easy to cure completely. This is the medical book he got from Dr. Kulha. He combined it with the inherited medical skills he learned from the Kingdom of Flowers to summarize the treatment plan. That's great, thank you Lord Shakya. Kikyo was surprised and happy. But she asked curiously, Sir, do you have any weapons with you? As he said this, he subconsciously pointed at Shakya. The other party was clearly not like this just now, but now he is all swollen. And sometimes when you accidentally touch it, it feels like it's scorching hot. Kikyo, don't underestimate your own charm. She pinched the other person's face in annoyance. Shakya carefully massaged the other person's smooth back and said helplessly, I am also a normal man. But don't worry about it, it will disappear on its own in a moment. I have to say. The other party's wild attire really aroused his anger. After all, strictly speaking, he hasn't tasted meat for more than a year. Of course, he still has some bottom line, even if he is not a gentleman. It's not like they would really bully others under the guise of curing a disease. Hey! Kikyo widened her eyes. He looked at Shakya with some surprise, staring at the big tent, full of wonder. I have indeed heard that men, as creatures, have very different body structures from women. Is this the structure here? His Shakya looked at Kikyo speechlessly. Hey, don't touch me. Fortunately, he chased Bei Long out to keep watch. This guy has intelligence no less than that of humans. I've followed him for so long, he knows everything I should know, he's very cunning. He is still considering whether to raise a female panda to form a pair. In the past, the main reason was that he lacked strength. Considering the possibility of being chased around by the world government, he did not form a pirates group and did not bring other women with him. Now he is fearless. Not to mention dominating the world, but it's more than enough to protect ourselves. But Shakya is not planning to recruit any male crew members, as it is not looking to compete for supremacy. I just want to take those close female friends with me to adventure and travel freely. He had no ambition or interest in being the king of pirates or the king of the world, otherwise he would not have given up the throne of the Flower Kingdom. But in this way, we will have to deal with some unnecessary troubles. It is also necessary to cultivate some pets with good strength. The beasts on Ruskana Island are pretty good and worth considering. Well, when I have time, I'll go to Egghead Island in the second half of New World to meet that guy Vegapunk and take over the control of those Seraphim. It would be a waste to leave such combat power to the world government. We can't let those guys get away with it for nothing. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? I was just a little curious. Kikyo blushed. He quickly pulled his hand back, full of apology. It's not painful, it's comfortable, but... Shakya gasped, hiss. What are you doing? He looked at Kikyo in shock. Is the other party so brave? I always thought that this cold and aloof female warrior was quite repulsive to men. Is this, a mushroom? Kikyo was very surprised. I measured it and it seems a bit big. She suddenly remembered. Once, she secretly overheard those elderly people who had retired from the Nine Snakes pirates talking privately about men. When a man is excited, the mushroom on his body will grow bigger. Last time, those two old ladies seemed to say that if they blew on it seriously, it would soon return to its original state. In other words, Lord Shakya is actually excited? Sir Shakya, you took so much effort to massage me. It's great to see this adult working so hard. Kikyo hesitated for a moment, then said directly, I'll help you too. Without waiting for Shakya's response, he reached into the bag and took the item. Blowing seriously there. Who? Shakya was speechless. Looking at this captain of the patriotic warriors who is as pure as a piece of white paper and is actually blowing air directly. The demon subduing pestle could not help but almost transform into a furious Vajra. It's not that he didn't keep his bottom line. Which cotter can withstand such a test? He took a deep breath and began to instruct the other party seriously, if this doesn't work, it's still wrong, get closer. Do it like this. Yes, don't use too much force. Watching this patriot soldier working meticulously and hard, he did not let the other party's efforts go in vain. He turned him over and massaged him carefully, measuring the amazing tenderness. He even used a unique skill he had created when he was training at the Dalan Temple in the Kingdom of Flowers, the flower-picking finger, which he had already mastered to perfection by combining various physical skills from the Kingdom of Flowers with the unique skills of hundreds of schools. Well, sir. Kikyo shuddered and felt her whole body go limp. He groaned as if he was about to cry. Unable to hold it back any longer, his muscles and bones suddenly tensed. Drip, drip. Chapter 27. I am so sorry, Lord Shakya. We just ran out of some medicinal herbs, so we needed to pick some fresh ones, so it took some time. When Margaret and others arrived with the medicinal herbs they had collected with great difficulty. 2 hours have passed. It's okay, it's just right. Perform acupuncture on Platycodon grandiflorum carefully. Shakya, looking refreshed, said with a smile. The Commodore inserted those silver needles into the acupuncture points of the human body one by one. Her pretty face was rosy and charming. Due to excessive water loss, Platycodon was a little tired and weak. Her head was covered with sweat. She lay there awkwardly, and her back was unknowingly filled with fine silver needles. Humph! You are too slow. Kikyo hummed softly. Her face turned red and she turned her head away unnaturally. This is a secret between her and Lord L, and she cannot tell anyone. Although there was some tearing pain at the beginning, it was really comfortable afterwards and made her feel like she had gotten used to it. It was that adult who insisted that she swallow all those strange medicines. It is said to be able to beautify the skin. Give me the mugwort. Shakya smiled. He took the mugwort that Stoby handed over, lit it, and placed it in the bamboo tube that had been prepared long ago. With quick eyes and hands, he pulled out a silver needle and skillfully placed the smoke-filled bamboo tube on Platycodon's back. Then, under the surprised gazes of Margaret, Everlandra, and others, he did the same thing. Soon, bamboo tubes were fastened on Platycodon's back one after another. Next, just wait patiently. Just let Kikyo lie there. Shakya, who was cupping him, stood up. Pick up the herbs and start grinding them. Shakya sir, what is this for? Margaret came over and asked curiously. The girl blinked her big watery eyes, let me help you. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Shakya fiddled with the herbs and said with a smile, these herbs need to be ground into powder so that they can be made into ointment. Then we can apply it to the abdomen 3 inches below the navel. Couple it with the other prescription I wrote out and boil it into a decoction for internal consumption. After 1 course of treatment, the disease is almost cured. Half an hour later, the initial treatment has come to an end. In front of the laboratory door, Stoby, Margaret and Everlandra supported Platycodon, who was a little weak and walked unnaturally, and thanked him again and again. Thank you so much. Then Lord Shakya, we will take our leave now. Well, be careful on the road, and remember to come back tomorrow. Shakya smiled and waved, watching the girls leave with joy. He felt relaxed and stretched his muscles. The high ponytail really increases attack speed, and the heroic Kikyo is completely in line with his aesthetic taste. Especially as a warrior who protects the Nine-Snake Island, he can easily perform any difficult poses. The splits, one-legged standing, and hanging from the head are all effortless. But it's just too much trouble. He was also worried about losing his virginity for the first time and didn't want to hurt the other person, so he didn't dare to let go of his reservations and didn't have much fun. And this girl is unexpectedly sensitive, she can't help but be teased. I cried so easily. Woo woo. The giant panda Beilong bared his teeth at Shakya. It just ran to Kikyo and the others, and in their puzzled looks, it surrounded these patriotic soldiers and sniffed them carefully. The woman who was being supported had the scent of her master. It's familiar. You are such a ghost. Shakya patted its head and said with a smile, do you want me to find you a female panda? Squeak. The giant panda's eyes lit up. He came forward happily and rubbed Shakya's trouser leg. It also wants to find a beautiful female panda. Okay, when I have time I'll find a female panda to be your wife. Shakya nodded with a smile. Hee hee. Get a response from the owner. The giant panda Beilong waved his paws and rolled around happily. Looks naive. Okay, let's get back to work. Shakya stretched his muscles and turned back to the laboratory. First, make a new Zen staff. Don't worry about the combat suit. Next, I have to collect some more technology. With the help of the White Dragon's Munch Munch Fruits ability, the most perfect shape memory alloy ratio has been developed. Next, it won't take much effort to forge the Zen staff. It won't take as much as 10 days or half a month. However, when the time comes, do I have to feed the ability of the mythical beast species, the Yamata no Orokai form? Shakya touched his chin and muttered to himself. He had never had much interest in treasure. But collecting various kinds of devil fruit is precisely one of his interests. More than 50 years ago, I met two members of the Kurozumi family, Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru, from Uenokuni, on the sea. At that time, he even had the giant panda Haku copy the ability of Kurozumi Semimaru's Paramecia barrier fruit, and even stole 2 devil fruits from those two people. The ability of the snake fruit, the mythical beast, and the Yamata no Orokai form is one of them. He has been keeping it in his collection, considering whether to create a weapon that can absorb the power of mythical beasts. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now, let's just build the 6-path staff first. Shaked his head. Put those thoughts behind you. Shakya came to the experimental table and immersed himself in creating a new weapon. The new weapon he wanted to forge was not just an ordinary Zen staff. Instead, he planned to create an all-round weapon with multiple forms that could be transformed as needed, the 6-path staff. 6 paths is naturally taken from the 6 paths of reincarnation in Buddhist scriptures. The initial idea is to have 6 special forms and different functions. This is a weapon he created after careful consideration based on the various film and television works he had seen in the past. Of course, it will not be a complete copy, but just a reference to the ideas and structure. Because some special functions are either unnecessary or impossible to achieve and cannot be replicated. The relevant forms and specific functions are all ready to be redesigned, and based on his actual needs, he can tailor-make his own weapons with his personal style. In addition to the normal Zen staff form, the first transformation form can be a righteous enlightenment nirvana stick. Ding ding, dang dang. Chapter 28. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Hancock came here as usual. But today she didn't bring the two sisters Sander Sonia and Marigold. The giant panda Beilong and the giant python Samuro gathered together. One was hissing and spitting out its tongue, while the other was squeaking and showing its teeth, waving its claws, and gesticulating there. I don't know whether a panda and a snake can communicate normally, and I have no idea how they can play together. Anyway, they look very happy. Rolling around there. It leaves one speechless. Shakya, it's time for dinner, time to take a break. Boa Hancock said, asking the maid to put down the sumptuous breakfast and waved his hand to send them away. Subconsciously, I moved behind Shakya, who had finished washing and was working seriously. I found that the other party was fiddling with a strange weapon that looked like a rolling pin and a mace, covered with sharp spikes. Dazzling scriptures and Buddha patterns are being carved on it. Hey, aren't you going to make a Zen staff? Hancock was a little confused, isn't this a mace? A weapon like this has nothing to do with a Zen staff. Would the compassionate Buddha use such violent weapons? This is the nirvana stick of right enlightenment, just the first form of the Zen stick. For those who are stubborn and refuse to change, violence is needed to calm them down and reason with them. Shakya said with a smile. The golden mace twirled in his hand. The next moment, in Hancock's surprised eyes. Hiss, hiss, chirp. The electric light flashed. Strands of electric arcs intertwined violently. This mace, which was golden in color and engraved with scriptures and the image of Guanyin, suddenly released electric light visible to the naked eye. But the extremely exaggerated electric current could not hurt Shakya, who was holding the handle. Can it still discharge? Hancock was surprised. She could feel that it was filled with extremely high voltage that made her scalp tingle and was extremely shocking. If it were to be touched, even a strong man like me would feel uncomfortable. The current strength is limited, and the power has not yet reached the ideal state, but it is enough for the time being, so let's make do with it for now. The amazing lightning disappeared. The nirvana stick of righteousness returned to its original state. Shakya plans to go find Dr. Vegapunk when he has time next time and ask him for a new type of energy, the Holy Mother Flame. Even got the method to make the Holy Mother Flame. In that case, I believe that the power of the six-path staff integrated with the flame of the Virgin will be even greater. Perhaps, in the future it can be further upgraded and made into a weapon that is truly as powerful as the ancient weapon. Swish! Then, under Hancock's incredible gaze. It was in the form of a mace, stretching at a speed visible to the naked eye and turning into the shape of a Zen staff. The whole stick is golden in color, shining with metallic luster. A large number of scriptures and exquisite patterns are engraved on the shiny stick. At the end, there are 6 golden rings, which collide with each other from time to time, making tinkling sounds. The overall length is about 3 meters, which is just the same as Shakya's height. This is the original form. I named it Six-Path Staff, which symbolizes the 6 paths reincarnation in the Buddhist scriptures. Shakya said with a smile, it has a total of 6 special forms, and 2 have been completed so far. Next. He was planning to load the laser device into it. With the help of the giant panda Beilong's abilities, he really saved himself a lot of trouble. Otherwise, the progress would definitely not be as fast as it is now. Brush. After a while. In Hancock's astonished eyes. The staff in Shakya's hand changed again. It turned into a huge Gatling gun, which was golden all over and engraved with exquisite scriptures. On the 6 black gun barrels, each as thick as a baby's forearm, there were lifelike images of Guanyin, who had a compassionate look on her face and was sitting cross-legged. The ammunition belt above is filled with pointed bullets of exaggerated caliber, like rockets, which is jaw-dropping. The whole thing looks like an impeccable and perfect work of art, which just matches Shakya's body shape and is easily held in his hand. For a moment, Hancock felt that the other person was filled with an indescribable violent beauty. This is the second form, Gatling Bodhisattva. Shakya was smiling. He raised the Gatling gun with cool lines in his hand. He took a bullet with a caliber that was a bit too large, 2 fingers wide, from the experimental table and handed it to the dazed Hancock, saying, "This is the bullet specially equipped by the Gatling Bodhisattva, called the 6 pure depleted uranium bullet. This is no ordinary bullet. Not only does it have a super strong armor-piercing effect, it is actually a small rocket that can explode directly." In conjunction with his armament haki, which has become extremely powerful after years of unremitting training. With great compassion, he can redeem all sins. But the bullet consumption is a bit exaggerated. If it weren't for the giant panda white dragon copying the ability of the munch munch fruit. It's definitely 10 seconds to fire and half an hour to reload. It's fun to keep firing, and it's like cursing the crematorium when you reload. Gatling Bodhisattva? 6 purifying depleted uranium bombs. Hancock was sluggish. I took the heavy bullet and found that there were scriptures engraved on it. With such an exaggerated caliber, I'm afraid the power is definitely beyond imagination. Brush. As the mechanism is triggered. In Hancock's amazed eyes. The Gatling Bodhisattva, with its cool lines and full of violent aesthetics, shrinks and stretches like a fluid, returning to its original form of a Zen stick. The second form is relatively powerful. Holding the 6-path staff. He danced with a stick, with great vigor and vitality. Shakya put his hands together and chanted with great righteousness, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 roots of pure depleted uranium bombs, 1 breath 3600 rotations, great compassion and great mercy to save the world. Hearing this, Hancock was speechless and even more speechless. She had seen Shakya testing a new Gatling gun that he had just designed a few days ago. This guy actually covered the bullets with haki. They attacked intensively and were unstoppable. It directly penetrated a huge mountain and turned it into a veritable hornet's nest. The 9 snake female warriors, including Sander Sonia, Marigold, and others, who witnessed the entire scene, all dropped their jaws. Even Hancock, the queen of 9 snakes, could not help but open her mouth wide, unable to speak. It is conceivable that if this Gatling gun with a more exaggerated caliber was fully fired, coupled with the opponent's powerful haki, it would be a bit scary to think about it. With one volley of bullets, even a large warship would be blown to pieces on the spot. Well, the 6 senses are indeed pure. Chapter 29. It's so exaggerated, but it's still just a semi-finished product. Are there other forms? Inside the laboratory, Hancock took the 6-path staff with interest, and it suddenly sank in his hand. Although the weight is not exaggerated, ordinary people cannot dance with it at all. Carefully examining the golden Zen staff with exquisite patterns that looked like a work of art, she was filled with amazement. It's incredible. I can't tell how it turned into the mace and Gatling gun forms just now. We have only completed these 2 forms, and we need to continue. Shakya smiled and said, although the next few forms are a bit complicated, I estimate that they should be almost completed in 2 days. Speaking of, he came before a dazzling array of delicious food filled with fragrant aroma. He extended an invitation to Hancock, want to use it together. 2 more days. Hancock froze. He stared at Shakya blankly, as if he didn't hear the other words. In other words, is it possible that the other party will just leave after 2 days? Hancock. Seeing the other person was stunned. Shakya couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and called out softly. That special observation haki instantly captured Hancock's thoughts. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, not seeming surprised. How could he let go of the most beautiful woman in the world so easily? If it wasn't for the desire to win her heart, he would have been unable to resist doing anything after arriving at Amazon Lily, even though he hadn't tasted meat for a year. The other party let down his guard so easily and developed a liking for him in a short period of time. Naturally, he used some tricks quietly. Although it will not directly brainwash the other party, it will invisibly influence and infect the other party. Imprint your image deep in their hearts so that they will never forget it. After a moment, Hancock came back to his senses. He came to Shakya and forced a smile. You eat, I've already eaten. Do you also have menstrual cramps? Shakya didn't care either. Enjoy the feast there. At the same time, looking at the beautiful 9-snake queen, he smiled and asked, just now, your 9 snakes national defender Kikyo came to me to ask for her treatment. If you don't mind, I can help you solve it. After all, I'm leaving in 2 days. In fact, Hancock himself does not reject him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so smooth and would easily affect the other party. It's just that Shakya considered that he would not stay in Amazon Lily for too long, and he didn't want to miss the world's most beautiful woman. This is to avoid that when the time comes, some white-haired guy might sneak into your house and steal your property. It's just that the process has been slightly accelerated, intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, I'm talking about you, Nika. In 2 days, I will leave. Shakya's words kept echoing in Hancock's mind. It made her feel inexplicably distressed. I just feel a little depressed. Kikyu. Try to push away those mixed emotions. Hancock looked at the handsome figure who was eating heartily with his beautiful eyes, and a hint of reluctance and fascination flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath, feeling somewhat surprised. Yes, I can see that you have a similar problem, and the symptoms are not mild. Shakya nodded. He devoured a piece of roast meat. With a gentle look and a smile, he said to Hancock, however, the treatment process may involve some intimate contact. If you don't mind, I can treat you. So that I won't have to hold on every time my period comes. This, okay. Hancock hesitated. She nodded slightly. She naturally had no doubt about the other party's medical skills. Moreover, her menstrual cramps have indeed been going on for quite some time. He was clearly in excruciating pain, but as the emperor of the 9 snakes, he had to pretend nothing had happened in front of others, whether he was on a campaign or in Amazon Lily. Every time I could only grit my teeth and tough it out. Thank you for the treat. Half an hour later. Wait until Shakya has had enough food and drink. Bringing Hancock to the inner room. The giant panda Beilong and the giant python Samuro were left outside. Ah? Do you want to exchange it for the moon? But not for a while. Listen to Shakya's signal. Hancock sat there stunned. He looked at Shakya strangely, suspiciously. Don't get me wrong, it's just too much of a hindrance, it's more convenient to massage that way. Shakya said calmly, and we will also use acupuncture and cupping to treat it later. Although the three Hancock sisters were kidnapped from the ship of the Nine Snakes pirates when they were young and taken to the Sabayati archipelago for auction. But because she was rescued in time by Flame Flower and Peony who were living in seclusion on the island, apart from the ugly and hateful side of those men she saw at the auction house, which made her wary of men and even disgusted and repulsed them, she did not suffer any deep trauma. Naturally, there would not be any slave mark like the hoof of the sky-soaring dragon. Of course, if you mind, I can also cover my eyes. After all, I have a lot of medical experience and can confirm your acupuncture points. Shakya shrugged and added bluntly. For him, he has rich experience, and with the special observation haki, pulse diagnosis, and so on, all these are no problem at all. It is still possible to perform acupuncture with your eyes blindfolded. That's not necessary. You're a doctor, so just do as you say. Hancock pursed his lips and nodded slightly. It is very different from her usual cool and gorgeous appearance. When the world's most beautiful woman blushed, took off her exquisite white cheongsam and revealed her perfect back. Even though Hancock had his back to him. But even today he had taken time out to have a special training session with Kikyo, the wild high ponytailed female warrior, to teach her some new fighting methods that she had never been exposed to before. Shakya couldn't help but feel angry and almost had a nosebleed. The snow-white skin and beautiful appearance were perfectly interpreted at this moment. It would be a shame not to cupping such a beautiful back. Is it ready? This stunningly beautiful lady, who outshined all other beauties, lay there quietly. Her beautiful and flawless face was already covered with blush, and her voice was a little trembling. Although her back was facing Shakya, she could still feel his burning gaze, as if it was sweeping across her entire body. However, unlike other stinky men, she could not feel any disgust towards him at all. Unlike those female warriors who grew up on Nine Snake Island since birth, have never seen a man and are ignorant of the world. She lived in the Sabayati archipelago for a period of time and often led expeditions. I have learned a lot about things between men and women through daily life. I still have some understanding of it. But when I knew this man was leaving, even though I know very well that the other person is a playboy, I still can't help but feel a little distressed. There was an inexplicable urge to give it all up and leave with the other person. Is this the reason why Lady Flame Flower gave up the throne and left Nine Snake Island? Hancock used to find it hard to understand, but at this moment, she seemed to be able to empathize with him. This is why, even though she guessed that the other party was treating her, he must have some special ideas, she agreed without hesitation. Well, that's enough. Shakya took a deep breath. Try hard to suppress the fire that was about to burn. Resisting the urge to pounce on him, he went forward and began to massage and press him seriously. Wow, this feel is invincible. Thin, smooth, and moist. She is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in the world. Well, don't be so tense, relax, Hancock. Shakya said with a smile. He smiled at the overly nervous Hancock and patiently guided him. It really feels good. I was a little uncomfortable at first. Because I am nervous, my muscles are subconsciously tense. But soon, under Shakya's skillful technique and gentle guidance, Hancock gradually relaxed and hummed comfortably. Lying there, squinting her eyes and enjoying Shakya's massage, no wonder those guys are so obsessed with you. A complete set of massage. Hancock felt more relaxed than ever before. It was so comfortable that I almost fell asleep. Chapter 30. Next, do you want to turn around? I don't know how much time passed. Realizing that Shakya stopped, Hancock opened his watery eyes and asked softly. Pa. The corner of his beak twitched, and he slapped that round and perky breast in an unhappily, making the other person unable to help but hum softly. Shakya said helplessly, No, otherwise I'm afraid I can't control myself. Don't underestimate the charm of the world's most beautiful woman, Hancock. If it was Kikyo and the others, he would still be able to restrain himself. But just a back massage for Hancock was enough to make him want to have evil thoughts. Restrained by great willpower. If he goes any further, he will definitely lose control. Yet. Got slapped in the face. Hancock couldn't help but shudder, but the corner of his beak raised slightly. When I think about the other person leaving, I feel an indescribable pain in my heart. She bit her red lips lightly, and a look of determination flashed across her sapphire-like eyes. Swish! Suddenly, the whole person turned around and looked at the stunned Shakya. Her face was slightly red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, I want to see if your willpower as the Kesadagarba is really that unbearable. You are playing with fire." Shakya spoke without words. At this moment he was gritting his teeth. His eyes were bright and sharp, as if two flames were burning. "Humph, men, it turns out that they think with their lower body." Hancock's pretty face was flushed, and his perfect body was a little tense, but he spoke in a very stubborn tone. Her tone was full of contempt. "I was defeated last time only because I was careless. I don't believe you can really ignore my beauty. White and delicate solace of feet." He just pressed down on Shakya without any hesitation. At this moment, the Empress was a completely different person from usual, full of charm and seductiveness, and she attacked directly and without hesitation. Although she was very nervous, she still trembled and tried, humming softly, "You'd better surrender obediently and bow your head like me, perfume femur." "Hey, Hancock, don't be so arrogant." Inside the laboratory, Shakya gasped. With red eyes, he glared at the gorgeous and charming world's most beautiful woman, furiously. "You are just the 7 warlords of the sea, and you want me to bow down to you? How is that possible? If a person is beautiful, then you don't have to think that he is as beautiful as you think." He no longer hesitated and gladly accepted the challenge. Because he had already understood Hancock's thoughts. "You are too young to make me surrender. I will give you my life." Shakya's eyes narrowed. He suddenly clenched his fists and his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of a sudden, his 3-meter-tall body was compressed to just over 2 meters, only slightly taller than Hancock, who was about 191 centimeters tall. This was the secret he had mastered without a teacher during his early years of training in the Kingdom of Flowers. Over the years, through his continuous research and training, he has already reached perfection. It can even greatly compress your height easily. Can you do this to this extent? Her beautiful eyes narrowed. The Empress was full of surprise. Unexpectedly, the opponent could shrink his body directly through life return. She is incredibly talented and has already mastered all 6 styles, even the secret of life return. She is also a grandmaster, but she cannot achieve such an exaggerated level as Shakya. This made the somewhat nervous Hancock feel a little relieved, otherwise she was really afraid that she might not be able to hold on. After all, it was so big just now. "I am the user of the human fruit, the mythical beast, and the great Buddha form. I have never been defeated by the demon-subduing pestle. Even your previous queens are no match for me," Shakya said. He was like an angry King Kong and attacked without any hesitation. The demon-subduing pestle directly blocked Hancock's invincible perfume femur, and at the same time, he unceremoniously used his perfect flower-picking finger technique. Without even using haki, he easily suppressed the opponent. Although this 9-snake queen, who had stayed on the 9-snake island in the calm belt for many years and had some experience, had never had any actual combat opportunities, she was simply unable to resist. "I was completely defeated and burst into tears. Infatuated with Gan Feng. At this moment, the stunningly beautiful Hancock is charming and alluring." Not willing to be outdone, she made a heart-shaped gesture with her hands and directly activated the ability of her fruit. Swish! Strands of golden light shone from Shakya's body. Simply ignored the flooding pink light. "Not petrified. I told you, you rely too much on the power of the fruit." Shakya in the form of a wrathful Vajra. He was just about to perform a powerful Vajra palm attack that he had created himself. But unexpectedly, Hancock, who was completely defeated, threw away all martial ethics and hugged the other person. "Sure enough, only a man like you is my nemesis." She suddenly attacked. The silver teeth bit Shakya's shoulder, leaving a tooth mark of neither deep nor shallow. Her gem-like eyes, watery, looked at the handsome face so close at hand, and she whispered in a daze, "Shakya, you must never forget me." The man was about to leave, and she wanted to give him her most precious thing as a farewell gift. Make the other person unforgettable and remember it in their heart for the rest of their life. Never forget her. Certainly. Shakya nodded. Even though the two of us have only known each other for a short time, I cannot let down a beautiful woman's heart. Even though he is a scumbag, he still believes that love grows over time. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back, and he will not give up easily. Especially since Hancock's challenge was beyond his capabilities and the previous fight had made him furious, it was obviously not that easy to just let it go. He decided to use the newly tempered Nirvana stick. Give the other party a profound lesson. Are you scared? It's too late to regret now. Shakya did not hesitate. He launched an attack with great force, finger gun. Don't underestimate people, iron body. Hancock gritted his teeth. His whole body was tense, his blood was flowing faster, and he felt like steel. It turned out to be iron body among the 6 styles. But alas, who is Shakya? How powerful is Kesadagarba, who doesn't even take the Marine Admiral seriously? Just iron body cast by 7 warlords of the sea. How can I resist? Clang, clang. The flashing of swords and sabers. In the laboratory, the two continued to fight. Shakya did not keep his experience to himself. He carefully passed on all the experience he had to the world's most beautiful woman with unparalleled beauty and charm. From the confrontation between the finger gun and the iron body, to the collision between haki and abilities. After 2 hours of intense competition, Hancock gained a lot, but he was exhausted and sweating profusely. Even if Shakya didn't want to hurt her and had already shown mercy, the gap in strength was obviously not so easy to make up. This proud empress was ultimately completely defeated. She lowered her beautiful and flawless head and surrendered. But she still has the pride of a strong person. Even though he had already been convinced, Hancock was still extremely stubborn and refused to give up, insisting on persevering to the end. Even though Shakya told her not to be so persistent, she still endured the pain and was unwilling to miss such an opportunity and continued to study hard. Shakya had no choice but to devote all his energy to teaching. Constantly correct their mistakes and carefully guide them on the right path. Moved by Hancock's sincerity and affection, I had no reservations at that moment and was given the buff of a famous teacher. He taught her his unique skills and, with his own special abilities, continuously instilled rich combat experience into her. Even started acupuncture for him and continued the previous treatment. Brush. Time passes. The wormwood is burning and the air is filled with smoke. Shakya moved smoothly and pulled out the silver needles one by one. Pop. Pop. One after another, small smoking bamboo tubes were placed on Hancock's flawless back. It lasted for half an hour. After the whole treatment process is completed, Hancock took decoctions internally and applied Shakya's carefully ground ointment externally, enduring the bitterness and suffering. After finally digesting all those experiences, the satisfied empress finally gave up and fell into a deep sleep with a smile on her face despite her exhaustion. Chapter 31. Energetic Shakya. After taking a shower, I feel refreshed. I came to the laboratory outside, continued my previous work, and then created my own 6-path staff. But it didn't take long before the captain of the National Defense Warriors, Kikyo, came over. You're here. Kikyo blushed, her eyes were fiery, and she looked at the adult lovingly. Excuse me, Lord Shakya. Yesterday was an unprecedented experience. She felt a little addicted to it and couldn't help wanting to experience it again. So he made an excuse, saying that it would not be good for too many people to disturb this adult, and repeatedly refused the company of Stoby, Margaret and others, and ran here alone. But looking at the giant panda and giant python playing in the hall, she was a little stunned. Is this Lady Snake's? Samuro. As the captain of the National Defense Warriors who was promoted by Hancock and entrusted with an important task, Kikyo naturally knew the Empress's pet. Hancock is resting inside. I just treated her. There's no need to disturb her. Shakya didn't shy away from it. He touched her head, smiled and said, come on, we will treat it here today. So that's how it is. Kikyo suddenly realized. But when she thought of something, her pretty face turned red. Could it be that Lady Snake also experienced those shameful things? Okay, stop thinking too much and just focus on your treatment. Seeing through her inner thoughts, Shakya couldn't help but laugh and patted her head in annoyance. But he didn't do anything wrong again. After all, we have to respect Hancock. The treatment was basically completed in less than half an hour. Let Kikyo go back. Then I will go back, Lord Shakya. Platycodon is reluctant to leave. But I also feel inexplicably lost. Don't feel wronged, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shakya smiled. Gently patted her round and beautiful breasts. He pinched her pretty face and said with a smile, "In a few days, I will ask Hancock to bring you over and bring you with me. I think you should be willing to travel with me." "Of course I do, Lord Shakya." Hearing this, Kikyo was overjoyed. Having lived on this island since she was a child, she would certainly like to see the outside world if she had the chance. Not to mention, I can travel and adventure with this adult. He smiled happily and left with anticipation. Haha. Shakya smiled slightly as he looked at the other party leaving excitedly. Although rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. But he is a human, not a rabbit. Naturally, he would not turn a blind eye to these young, beautiful and well-built female warriors. I had already planned that when I formed the pirates group next time, I would ask Hancock for these national defenders. Of course, forget about the fat and bloated Stoby, at least we have to leave some people for Amazon Lily. The main three are Kikyo, Margaret and Everlandra. They have good looks and good figures, and their strength only needs to be trained well, so they are not complete vases. It's okay to carry it with you, at least it's pleasing to the eye. After all, Flame Flower, Hancock and others will be on the ship by then. Someone is still needed to serve tea and water. Until the afternoon. Hancock slowly woke up. Seeing that there was no one around, I felt panicked. But when I heard the noise coming from outside, I couldn't help but feel relieved. She endured the pain, put on her clothes, and walked outside quickly with a somewhat unnatural step. Hiss hiss hiss, meet the master. Samuro, who was lying there with the giant panda, crawled over quickly. It rubbed against its master and spit out its tongue affectionately. That means it was a female snake, otherwise Shakya, who has always been stingy in this regard, would have castrated it directly. Woo woo. The giant panda next to him also ran over happily. He waved his paw at Hancock and pointed forward, indicating that his master was working. Hancock, you're awake. Shakya, who was carefully modifying the six-path staff, heard the noise. I couldn't help but put down my work and turned around. Looking at her with a smile, she is still as beautiful and charming as ever, but with a more mature charm, making her figure look more charming and graceful. Hancock touched Samuro's head. She seemed like a different person and came quickly to Shakya. She hugged him tightly, her eyes watery. I thought you left. This proud Nine Snakes queen has apparently fallen completely. Afraid that the other person would just leave like that. How could that be? Even if I leave, I will say goodbye to you. Shakya touched her pretty face and said with a smile. Would you please stay and not leave? Hancock said, I don't want to leave you. Although I know this is unrealistic. But she was still full of anticipation, her beautiful eyes looking eagerly at Shakya. Be good, no matter if it's Flame Flower or you, I won't abandon any of you. Shakya touched Hancock's head. He looked at her gently and said with a smile, although you are the Emperor of the Nine Snakes, you can come to me at any time, and you can also train a successor, and then follow me to go on adventures at sea. But... Hancock hesitated. Amazon Lily is located in the Calm Belt, and it is not easy for her to find the other party. The Nine Snakes pirates are also responsible for going on expeditions to plunder the relatively scarce and self-sufficient daily necessities on Nine Snake Island for the people. Going out to sea once usually takes more than 1 or 2 months. She doesn't have a pet like Shakya that can fly directly like the giant panda white dragon. If you really want to see each other, it will take at least 10 days or half a month, or even longer, with a long interval. But Hancock just felt that he didn't want to leave this man for a moment. It's like waking up and seeing that there's no one around. My heart feels empty and hollow. Some heart-wrenching pain. As for following the likes of Flame Flower and Peony, they resigned from the throne, left the country and went to sea, and followed the other party to take risks regardless of anything. She was worried about Amazon Lily, but she couldn't be so selfish. However, it is not easy to train a qualified successor who can take charge of Amazon Lily. Not only do the Nine Snakes pirates need to go on expeditions frequently, but the Marine has also developed a new type of warship that can enter and exit the Calm Belt freely. The Emperor of Amazon Lily, as the captain of the Nine Snakes pirates, must have strong strength. Otherwise, there is no way to protect this country. If she, the 7 warlords of the sea, dares to pick a mule and refuse to do it, I'm afraid the Marine fleet won't last long. You will come directly here. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Shakya touched her head and said with a smile, there is still time. You just need to slowly select a successor who can lead the Nine Snakes pirates to go into battle. Don't worry about the rest. If the world government dares to attack the 9 snakes, I, Flame Flower and the others will not sit idly by. We can make sure they never come back. But I think your 2 sisters are good candidates. Actually, he once met a young man from the Lunaria tribe by chance on an uninhabited island in the Grand Line. Originally, he had considered the future of Amazon Lily and had gone to her house specially to deceive her using the excuse that this will ensure that the bloodline of the Lunalia people will not be easily cut off, and had successfully fooled her. Using artificial insemination, a female 9-snake warrior who was about to go out to sea to have S*X with a man became pregnant with a child of Lunalia descent. The fate is so strange. Unexpectedly, the child with Lunaria bloodline was actually the previous generation of 9 snakes Queen Torai Toma. He also obtained the ability of the dog fruit, the mythical beast, and the fox form of 9 tails from the flame flower, which he had collected. Using this ability, he concealed his identity as a Lunalia and led the 9 snakes pirates to battle, making a name for himself. To this day, the world government and the Marines are still unaware that the previous queen of the 9 snakes was actually from the Lunalia tribe. But what makes people speechless is the emperors of the 9 snakes all have a tradition of abdicating early and leaving the country. Torai Toma was the same, continuing the tradition. He had already followed the example of his predecessors and handed over the throne to Hancock, who was only 18 years old at the time, and then left 9 snakes. If Shakya had not been trapped there, he might have fooled the descendant of Lunaria a few more times and let Amazon Lily have a few more children with Lunaria bloodline. Anyway, no matter what, the children born to the people of 9 snakes will only be girls. In that case, perhaps the Lunalia tribe would directly spread out in Amazon Lily and completely integrate into this country. Let the 9 snakes fighting nation become a truly tough and powerful fighting nation. Chapter 32. Sander, Sonia and Marigold. Hearing this, Hancock felt a little relieved. But after hearing Shakya's suggestion, he still hesitated. Although they are Zoan users, their strength. Of course, their current strength is still a little lacking, and they can't stand on their own. Shakya could naturally see Hancock's concerns, and said with a smile, however, lack of strength is not something that cannot be compensated, just use it. He flipped his hand. A pill the size of a longan and golden in color appeared. Strictly speaking, Sander, Sonia and Marigold are not bad. He is also a user of the Snake Fruits Python form and the Snake Fruits King Cobra form. He has already mastered the 6 styles and the Grand Master 2-color Haki, and his strength is no worse than that of an average Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. She is still very young and there is a lot of room for improvement. As long as she works hard enough, she may not be able to reach the level of the Empress, but she can be comparable to the elite Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters or even surpass them. In places like the first half of the Grand Line, leading the 9 snakes pirates to go on an expedition, as long as you don't deliberately provoke the Marine, the overlord of the sea, and fight them head-on. More than enough to protect yourself. After all, in the first half of the Grand Line, Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was too powerful and protected the 9 snakes pirates too well. But it also caused the warriors, including the 2 sisters Sander, Sonia and Marigold, to lack the corresponding training and have no sense of crisis. Naturally, the potential cannot be fully tapped. It might be a good thing for them to lose Hancock's protection. At least it can make them feel a sense of crisis and strive to become stronger. This is. Looking at the golden pill that Shakya took out, Hancock was full of surprise. This is the relic pill I developed. Strictly speaking, it is a deadly drug, but as long as the dosage is controlled, it will not cause harm to the body. Shakya did not keep the secret and introduced with a smile. Moreover, it can not only increase a person's strength in a short period of time, but also increase Haki by a considerable amount. It can also interfere with and affect the wavelength of the Zoan fruit ability user's transformation, allowing the Zoan ability user to add multiple additional transformation forms on top of the original 3 basic transformations of human, beast, and beast. He developed the relics pill. The efficacy of the drug is far superior to the blue ball developed by Tony Chopper. Moreover, it has fewer side effects and can be taken continuously in a short period of time and for a longer period of time. Even Haki will have a certain increase. Although it will not be as exaggerated as the moon lionization of the minx, it is also quite amazing. Because when he was developing this drug, he had specifically studied the fur tribe and conducted in-depth research on the principles of moon lionization. However, as one's personal strength continues to increase, the effect of the relic pill will gradually weaken. Of course, compared to a monster like Admiral of Headquarters, the effect of Sheridan is still amazing. For Sandersonia and the others, it was more than enough. If Shakya himself were to use it, the effect would basically be minimal. However, if you are exhausted, you can still use it temporarily to restore blood. Even if it doesn't really restore a person's full blood, it just squeezes the human body's potential and temporarily restores physical strength, and the person may even feel more tired afterwards. But it can obviously save lives at critical moments. Sheridan. Hancock was shocked. Can people have multiple transformations? Is this humble pill so powerful? Although the drug is only effective for 10 minutes, with Sandersonia and the others' strength, they should be able to take 3 pills in a short period of time. If they want to take more, they will have to wait 6 hours before taking them again. Shakya said directly, with their current strength, after taking the Shalidan, they should be able to fight against the elite Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, and even defeat them easily. In addition, I have been testing various types of morphological memory alloys these days, and have come up with these weapons one after another. As long as they are not facing those particularly powerful guys, even if the 9 Snakes pirates cannot defeat them, they will still have no problem protecting themselves. Speaking of this, Shakya touched his chin and said, it would be even more perfect if we could get the lion fruit. If you have the ability of lion fruit, when facing a marine encirclement, the entire island can be moved away directly. Of course, the most important thing is that he is considering whether to get a giant island turtle next, or just spend some time building a giant ship. He is a hedonist and will not compromise himself. And by then I will have to travel around with those close female friends, so the conditions in all aspects must not be bad. Lion Fruit's ability was indeed convenient, and it made him a little jealous. If we can get it, or let Bei Long copy this ability, I believe that by then I will be able to travel around with an island. All is perfectly fine. Lion Fruit. Hancock raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, I seem to have heard Lady Flameflower mention this ability. It is said that it is the ability to easily float islands into the air and even control them at will. But isn't this the ability of the Golden Lion? I heard that he disappeared 20 years ago. That's right. Shakya smiled and said, I fought with Golden Lion before and beat up this unruly guy. But at that time he was not yet a lion fruit user, so Bei Long did not copy his ability. It's a pity. 50 years ago, he had specially asked Haku to copy the 3 abilities of the Paramecia Barrier Fruit, the Paramecia Weapon Fruit, and the Logia Cloud Fruit one after another. Add to that the Paramecia Munch Fruit that was copied earlier. Currently, the 5 capabilities of Giant Panda Bei Long that enable long-term storage of records are almost full. However, it is worth mentioning that the Knights of God and CP0 strongmen who were chasing him in EPS Considera did not directly regenerate to the outside world with the power of the fruit after death. He found all the Devil Fruit abilities one after another. Among them is the Logia Union Fruit that the Giant Panda Bei Long had copied before. If you encounter any special Devil Fruit abilities, if necessary, you can replace 1 or 2 of them first. You can just wait until you need it. Copy it back again. Sister. Mr. Shakya. At this time, Sandersonia and Marigold came up to him. Seeing Hancock nestled in Shakya's arms, he was a little stunned. Sister, Mr. Shakya, you. Don't be so surprised, as you can see. Hancock was very calm. In front of her 2 younger sisters, she had no intention of hiding anything. She hugged Shakya tightly and said openly, like Lady Huoyanhua and the others, I am fascinated by him and hopelessly in love with this man. So that's how it is. Sandersonia and Marigold suddenly realized. However, it is true that only a perfect man like Mr. Shakya is worthy of his sister who is the most beautiful woman in the world. But it's just a bit too fickle. The 2 of them didn't stay long before they were driven back by Hancock. The Empress who fell in love was completely different from her usual self and became a little obsessed. He cherishes the time alone with Shakya and is unwilling to leave for even a moment, nor does he want anyone to disturb their wonderful time together. Gilu. Sister Sandersonia, am I dreaming? At the main gate. Looking back at this simple laboratory. Marigold, who was kicked out, swallowed. Is this still the cold and aloof Hancock? She has become so cute and gentle in front of Mr. Shakya. You are not dreaming, the charm of that man is too strong. Sandersonia said helplessly, it is because we are not that beautiful that Lord Shakya would not like us. Otherwise, do you think you would not be tempted if he pursued you? That's true. Marigold nodded. She even has the urge to lose weight. However, it is probably difficult to return to the body shape of youth. Wait, in that case, wouldn't my elder sister have to share a husband with Lady Huoyanhua? The two of them were about to go back, and just after taking 2 steps, Marigold thought of something and couldn't help but widen his eyes. No, it seems that there is also Lady Shaeyao. She had met Lord Shaeyao, who was usually mature and steady. But when it comes to this Shakya sir, he looks full of infatuation and admiration. According to the other party, she had fallen hopelessly in love with that adult when she was still a young girl. It even seemed as if this Shakya lord had once made some kind of agreement with her. Always waiting for the other person to come back. What a fuss! Sander Sonia glanced at her and chuckled, do you believe that Master Toritoma will still be there? Even his own sister couldn't escape. She didn't think that Lord Toritoma, who had been looking for love but had too high standards, could escape. It is said that the other party is a disciple trained by Lord Shaeyao. Under the influence of Lord Shaeyao for a long time, he is full of yearning for love and is determined to find a man like Lord Shakya. Because of this, I have very high standards and have yet to find anyone I satisfy. Really? Marigold was completely stunned. Hurrying to catch up with the sister who had already walked far away. Doesn't that mean that all of them, the 4th generation empresses of the 9 snakes, have fallen in love with the same man? Chapter 33. Dusk comes and the sun sets. Located in the mountain, it is a gorgeous and elegant palace. Under Hancock's obsession, Shakya rarely left the laboratory and followed Hancock here. It's been a long time. Shakya looked at the hall, which had changed in style but was still roughly the same as before, with a sigh in his eyes. After having a sumptuous dinner, at Hancock's invitation, the two took a bath together. Although it wasn't too crazy, it was still a big battle. Hancock, who was in excellent physical condition, had obviously recovered. He looked radiant and indescribably gorgeous. More than an hour later, the 2 men returned to Emperor Hancock's bedroom refreshed. Husband, what are you looking at? Seeing Shakya looking at the bed, Hancock thought she was going to do something again, and her pretty face turned slightly red. But she has tasted the sweetness of it. With moist red lips and charming figure, she walked forward and hugged the other person. She looks like she is ready to be picked by you, full of charm and allure. I renovated a basement here and built it inside the mountain. Shakya kissed her lightly, stroked her black and shiny hair, and said with a smile, put all the devil fruits that have been collected one after another there. Including your ability of the sweet fruit, it was originally stored in there, but only Flame Flower herself knew this secret at the time. I wonder if she took all the devil fruit away. Secret room. Hancock was a little dazed. Are you sure? In all these years, I haven't found any secret room or any mechanism. She looked at the bed in front of her, which was so familiar to her as she had slept here for many years. Looking at Shakya in disbelief, he couldn't help but say, could it be that before Master Flame Flower left, he had destroyed the secret room and restored it to its original state? She has been the Empress since she was 18 years old. All my daily life has been carried out here for almost 10 years. No secret room was found at all. But Shakya actually said that he had once excavated a secret room here. This made her a little unbelievable. Just take a look and you'll know. Shakya smiled. In Hancock's surprised eyes. He had amazing strength and easily moved the huge bed that Hancock usually slept on. He walked along the familiar path and arrived at an ordinary piece of floor. Stomp hard. Boom. The floor was not destroyed. Instead, it sank directly. Boom. The floor not far away rumbled and suddenly turned over. The entrance to a dark room comes into view. It was a long and spacious passage, and it was not dark inside. Instead, there are many luminous pearls emitting a soft glow. This is... Hancock was stunned. She, the Empress, didn't even know that there was a secret under her bed. There is such a big dark room hidden. If you don't use extra force, you won't be able to trigger the mechanism. Shakya chuckled. He walked straight in with Hancock. Apart from those luminous pearls, there were no other dazzling gold and jewelry in the secret room. However, there is a whole row of cabinets at the end. On it, there are many treasure boxes of different colors, with labels on them. In the top grid, the treasure boxes are marked with dog fruit. Mythical beast. 9 tails fox form, snake fruit. Mythical beast. Yamato no Orakai form, Logia. Marsh fruit, Paramecia. Sweet fruit. On the lower floors, there are the dragon fruit. Ancient species. Ox dragon form, dog fruit. Pitbull form, dog fruit. White Shiba Inu form, snake fruit. Black mamba form, cat fruit. Black cat form, bird fruit. Eagle form, bug fruit. Rhinoceros beetle form, bug fruit. Butterfly form, paramecia. Sound wave fruit, paramecia. Brush fruit, paramecia. Steel fruit, paramecia. Seam fruit, paramecia. Weapon fruit. There are about a dozen treasure boxes in total. However, some treasure boxes are directly marked with unknown abilities. But for example, the treasure boxes marked with abilities such as paramecia sweet fruit, dog fruit, mythical beast species, and nine tails fox form have already been opened. Hiss! Are all these treasure boxes filled with devil fruit? Hancock was in a daze. Some looked at these treasure boxes in disbelief. There are so many. She never expected it. There are so many devil fruits here. You know, if the three sisters hadn't been lucky enough to get the ability from the flame flower. Not to mention the past, in the past decade alone, not even a single devil fruit has been found in the entire Amazon lily. And under the bedroom where she usually rests, there are so many devil fruits hidden. It's incredible. This is one of my few hobbies, collecting all kinds of devil fruit. He stepped forward and opened the treasure boxes. After confirming that the devil fruit inside had not been taken away, Shakya smiled and said, "Some were stolen from the world government and the marine, some were stolen from those kingdoms when I traveled around the Grand Line and the Four Seas, some were stolen from the pirates, and some were bought from the black market. In addition to that, there are also some that I spent some time finding on my own from places like Dressrosa in New World. But because a lot of it was consumed in the past, I don't remember it being this much, but it has a lot more new abilities than before. It should be that Flame Flower and the others collected them one after another and put them here." He also found that there were a few more devil fruits on it, but including the paramecia weapon fruit that Hakuryu had copied, those fruits were not put there by him. Although he killed the user of the weapon fruit, he did not find the weapon fruit that could regenerate him afterwards. It should be that the flame flower was obtained by some unknown means later and stored here. Great, let's try them out first. Shakya checked these devil fruits one by one. Make sure that the fruits are still stored in the unopened treasure boxes. He took out a few devil fruits, including the ability of the snake fruit. Mythical beast. Yamata no Orakai form, the paramecia. BB fruit, the bird fruit. Eagle form, and the cat fruit. Black cat form. Among them, some are prepared to be used to cultivate Platycodon, Margaret, and others. Of course, in the future, not all the people on board ships will be people with special abilities. By then, we can tame a few blue gorillas known as sea fighters. But keep a few beautiful mermaids. It is still necessary. Let's keep these fruits here for now. I'll come and get them when I need them. Chapter 34. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Shakya's 6-path staff is finally complete. In addition, the ability of the munch fruit of the giant panda white dragon was used to perfectly integrate the newly formed 6-path staff with the abilities of the mythical beast Yamata no Orakai form, and a new transformation was made. Hancock, I'm really leaving. Inside the palace. Shakya helplessly looked at Hancock, who was entangled with her like a beautiful snake and looked pitiful. In fact, the 6-path staff was completed yesterday. He had stayed 1 day longer. Husband, can you please stay for another day? Beautiful Hancock. She was none of her usual aloof queen image. She lay there mumbling and stammering. Her beautiful watery eyes looked at Shakya pitifully. No later than the afternoon. What else could Shakya say but to harden his heart? Facing the tender and affectionate Empress, he changed the subject directly. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to find Kikyo and the other national defenders for something? They are already waiting outside, right? Although he was born with the advanced observation haki that allows him to listen to other people's thoughts. Even if it is turned on 24 hours a day, there will not be much consumption, and the brain can easily receive and digest the information. But of course it is impossible to have nothing to do all the time and peek into other people's minds, so it is only occasionally possible. So it's not clear what Hancock's plans are. However, Shakya did not beat around the bush and mentioned it directly to Hancock. He said that he would take away Kikyo and other national defenders when the time comes. The Empress was a little angry at first, her eyes full of resentment. It was like looking at a heartless man, and I felt pity for him. But who is Shakya? After all, he is a man who aspires to become a harem king. Dealing with this situation is easy. With his eloquent words, he comforted her with both emotional and logical means. The world's most beautiful woman finally smiled and nodded in agreement. It's okay, let them wait first. Hancock said nonchalantly. Seeing that the other party was willing to stay temporarily, I did not leave immediately. The most beautiful woman in the world showed a happy smile. Looking at Shakya, who was looking forward to it, she sat on it with ease and hummed, "Before my husband leaves, I want to challenge you once more." She was full of confidence and said condescendingly, "This time, I will definitely make you, my husband, dismount and surrender. It's impossible for me to surrender. Yukiko is arbitrarily taken in by Nana White." Looking at Hancock, who was swaying and unable to sit still, Shakya, who was full of energy, smiled confidently. How could a mere 7 warlords of the sea make him surrender so easily? Yet, Hancock smiled. Some said it meaningfully and clapped their hands gently. "You three, come in." At this time, hear Hancock's orders. The 3 national defenders, Kikyo, Margaret, and Everlandra, had been on standby outside. They didn't know what the Empress had summoned them for so early in the morning. He walked in full of doubt and confusion. But when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but stand there. A little confused. Adult Hancock. Shakya adult. You guys are. Margaret and Everlandra, who are ignorant of the ways of the world. Looking at the Empress, who was completely different from her usual majestic and cold image, he could hardly believe it. Although Kikyo had experienced this a long time ago. But also a little dazed. "Hancock, are you going to?" Seeing this, Shakya raised an eyebrow. Instantly, he took in Hancock's inner thoughts. "I was speechless, yet also somewhat surprised and happy. Hehe, my husband has already eaten that Kikyo girl clean, right? As for the remaining 2, didn't you also tell me that you would take them away when the time comes?" Hancock didn't care. He looked at Shakya and said with a half smile, "You can't escape it sooner or later anyway, it doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. Just think of it as a farewell gift to you, my husband, before you leave." Speaking of, Hancock turned his head away. He ordered the bewildered Kikyo and the other 2, "You 3, come here." "Yes, Lady Snake." But he still didn't dare to disobey the order of the Snake Lady, and walked up. "I will give you a chance to challenge Lord Kizaru. If your performance satisfies me, I will allow you to follow him and leave the 9 snakes to travel the sea." Sister Snake, is this true? We can also go out to sea with Lord Shakya." Hearing this, Kikyo, Margaret, and Everlandra were all surprised and delighted. Of course, they would be willing to follow this adult on an adventure at sea. "Stop talking nonsense. I am the Emperor of the 9 snakes. I never joke." Hancock said in a deep voice, "Next, you must do the same as me and challenge this Lord Shakya with all your strength. Persevere to the end and make your husband surrender. Do you understand?" "Ah. This." Hearing the Empress say this, Kikyo and the other 2 were all stunned, hesitating. Hancock frowned, revealing an irresistible majesty. "Hey? Didn't you hear it?" No, I heard you, Lady Snake. We will try our best to do as you say." Impressed by the majesty of the Empress, Kikyo, Margaret, and Everlandra did not dare to disobey and nodded quickly. "That is an offense, Lord Shakya." Apart from the fact that Kikyo, who had already experienced this, had a flash in her eyes and was faintly excited and eager to try. Margaret and Everlandra were both a little confused, curious and nervous, but they still gritted their teeth and spoke to Lord Kizaru. "Anyway, this is the order of the Empress. Moreover, such an opportunity is indeed rare, so they are naturally unwilling to give it up." Next, everyone wanted to follow Lord Shakya and go out to see the outside world. "Husband, take it." Hancock launched an attack. "Right from the start, I went all out without any mercy. The blood in my body flows faster and becomes as tough as iron." "Sat down, iron body. It's useless, Hancock, you've already experienced my strength, finger gun." Shakya chuckled, and instead of sitting there and waiting to die, he launched a counterattack. At the same time, his hands formed into claws and stretched out straight. He attacked and guided the 3 people, Kikyo, who were standing there stupidly, at a loss as to what to do, even though they had made up their minds. Dragon Claw Hand. He used another of his own unique skills. He took the lead in attacking Kikyo, leaving the opponent with no way to escape and controlling her with great precision. If he had not shown mercy, the captain of the National Defense Warriors would have been defeated by this claw. Chapter 35. Sir Shakya, I'm sorry. Facing Shakya's attack, Kikyo trembled all over. He gritted his teeth and shouted to Margaret and Everlandra, everyone, come together. Hancock, even if I have to use all my best skills today, I will still deal with you rabble. Shakya faced Hancock head-on, his continuous and swift offensive, as fierce as the waves, one wave after another. Having been through many battles and being experienced, he remained calm and turned his claws into palms. Then he used the A-cup ointment pressing technique he had created based on the various unique skills of the Flower Kingdom and ancient medical theories. In an instant, the inexperienced Margaret let out a muffled groan. Margaret! Lord Shakya, damn it! The tallest one, Aflandra, lost his voice and cried out. She did not sit there and wait for death, but dodged and helped Margaret up. But Shakya showed no mercy, and used his left hand to control Kikyo and completely suppress it. The captain of the patriotic warriors froze all over, trembling and unable to move, unable to resist. He had a sharp eye and was experienced in combat, and his gaze was stern. Without hesitation, his right hand swept across like lightning, pointing directly at Everlandra's weakness. The acupoints were pressed, and Everlandra instantly lost his fighting ability. What a useless guy, restrain his hands and feet. Seeing this, Hancock, who was leading the way, looked pale. Even though he was the main force, bearing most of the firepower and being attacked continuously, he was still struggling to hold on, busy reminding everyone, don't show mercy, use the fruit ability and the relic pill, and go all out. At the same time, she used the 6 styles that she had already mastered after long-term training, life return. Paper arts Wushan. Her muscles were tense, and she felt extremely light. His body kept shrinking, tightly wrapping around Shakya and imprisoning the Vajra. Because 2 days ago, Shakya not only handed the relic to the 2 sisters Sander Sonia and Marigold. He even called the 3 national defenders over and gave them the devil fruit. After Shakya's guidance, they have all made considerable progress. Already able to use abilities proficiently. Yes, Lady Snake. Kikyo and Margaret reacted. He immediately struggled and pounced on me again and again. Moreover, each of them took out a golden pill and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, each of them activated the ability of the fruit they had recently obtained, and their bodies underwent amazing changes. One turned into a special form with furry dog ears and a dog tail, and the other grew a special form with furry cat ears and a cat tail. All 4 limbs turned into sharp claws. He used the strangulation technique passed down from generation to generation by the 9 snakes and clamped Shakya tightly. I'm sorry, Lord Shakya. Seeing this, the tall Aflandra blinked his big eyes and did not dare to delay any longer. The body shape also underwent amazing changes. But strangely, her upper body remained in human form. The lower body actually turned into a completely white horse body. It jumped up directly and wrapped its 2 hind legs around Shakya's neck. Want to strangle the other person? It's useless. The gap in strength cannot be made up by the number of people. Buddha's impact. Shakya looked stern. It was no longer retained and turned directly into an afterimage. The tiger's body shook, and with all its strength, it broke free and attacked Hancock. The demon subduing pestle turned into an afterimage, as fast as lightning, and struck the dragon directly. It made Hancock a little overwhelmed. Damn it, perfume femur. Hancock refused to accept defeat. He went all out and used a strangulation technique. Gritting her teeth, she clung to Shakya, trying her best to neutralize his attack. This time, you are doomed to lose, husband. How dare you, Hancock, to speak so rudely? I want you to show your true colors. Shakya is like a furious Vajra. His figure turned into an afterimage, launching a more fierce attack, great and mighty heavenly dragon. Clang, clang. Bang bang. The matchup was intense. But there was no suspense. The confrontation ended in the evening. Under the leadership of Hancock, the 9-Snake Emperor, even though the 3 national defenders Kikyo, Margaret and Everlandra tried their best to besiege Shakya, it was of no avail. Soon they were all defeated. No matter how unwilling the Empress was, she had no choice but to admit defeat. However, she gained a lot this time. After all, she was still a little arrogant, and she vowed to work harder next time and completely defeat the opponent. Filled with fatigue and exhausted, she no longer had her usual majestic dignity and could only surrender. Shakya is left as the winner. No one cheered. The night is hazy. A huge, beautiful eagle with colorful patterns all over its body flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky. It landed in front of Shakya, who had just walked out of the palace, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it transformed into a large python wearing a skull hat. Hiss Samiro, who was fed the bird fruit's eagle form ability, spit out his snake tongue and rubbed the other affectionately. Samiro, you have to protect Hancock well. Shakya said with a smile as she looked at the python that was very close to her and seemed reluctant to leave. Samiro opened his mouth wide, but he did not look ferocious. Instead, he looked naive and nodded repeatedly in a humane manner. And Shakya patted its head. He did not stay any longer, but strode away and soon returned to the laboratory. The giant panda Beilong was lying there bored, obviously having been waiting for a long time. Seeing the master coming back, he ran over excitedly. Let's go, we're getting ready to leave, Ziobai. He threw the luggage that had already been packed onto Beilong's back. Holding the six-path staff, which is as shiny as gold and gleaming with metallic luster. Shakya slowly walked out of the laboratory door with this cute giant panda. Mr. Shakya, are you leaving now? At this time, a huge eagle flapped its wings and came over. It was the Empress's pet, Samiro, who came with the two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. Seeing Shakya in such a hurry, he was about to leave. The two Sandersonia sisters were filled with surprise. If you stay any longer, I won't be able to bear to leave. Shakya shrugged and said with a smile, take good care of your sister, and help me train those three girls. I will come back to take them away after I have formed the pirates group and got a big ship. By the way, I'm not going to take the weapons in the lab away, so I'll give them to you. Speaking of, thought of something. He handed over a letter that he had already written in a modified Den Mushi that had a wider signal range to ensure that communication could be achieved even across the comm belt. Handed it to Sandersonia, give this letter and this Den Mushi to your sister when the time comes. Don't worry, I'll leave it to my sister, Mr. Shakya. Sandersonia took it and nodded seriously. Woo woo. At this time, the giant panda called out to Samiro, its playmate. Then he jumped up and turned into a somersault cloud. Flying into the air. Brush. Holding the six-path staff. Shakya jumped lightly and sat on it steadily. Shakya looked back in the direction of the palace, smiled and waved to the two sisters, goodbye. Mr. Shakya, take care of yourself. Bon voyage. With the two sisters Sandersonia and Marigold and the giant python Samiro watching over them. The white dragon transformed into a panda-brown somersault cloud and carried its master directly away from Amazon Lily. Disappeared into the vast night sky. Soon we left the comm belt and entered an unknown sea. But not long after, there was a sudden rainstorm. Woohoo! Hwala la! Even though Shakya had read the memories of many outstanding navigators and had already traveled the Grand Line, he had extremely rich sailing experience and had predicted the weather changes in advance. The White Dragon was asked to bypass this sea area as soon as possible, but it still failed to avoid it completely. Fortunately, the giant panda can control the ability of the union fruit that it copied with ease. Directly manipulate the clouds and make them become like a house, protecting the owner from wind and rain. Otherwise, I would have almost become a drowned chicken. Chapter 36. Woohoo! The next day, early morning. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Over the rough sea. The panda brand somersault cloud was flying past there. But at this time, the giant panda Beilong suddenly woke up Shakya, who was resting with his eyes closed on his back. Shakya yawned and opened his eyes. He seemed to hear the sporadic sound of artillery fire and asked, Artillery fire? Did we encounter the enemy? Squeak. A white dragon was flying there with half of its body turned into clouds. He manipulated the clouds to condense into a big hand, pointing to the front and squeaking there. Oh! Marine's fleet. Stretching, Shakya stood up and looked into the distance. We discovered that on the sea ahead, several warships flying the seagull flag were chasing a warship. From time to time, they opened fire and launched artillery bombardments. It seems to be chasing another warship. He took out a monocular telescope and observed the warship that was being pursued. It turns out that the people above are not Marines at all, but pirates and even prisoners in prison uniforms. Having read Robin's memory before, Shakya immediately recognized the identities of those people and couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, if I remember correctly, those guys should be members of the Baroque works, right? Just in time to try out the power of the six-path staff. He grabbed the six-path staff next to him. 6 golden rings jingled and aimed directly at the fleet ahead. Hiss, hiss. The next moment, an incredible scene appeared. The golden six-path staff changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 8 huge and ferocious snake heads with scales suddenly emerged from the head of the staff. Each snake head has horns and shows different expressions, some are mocking, some are fierce, some are angry, some are sneering, and some are sinister. It seemed as if it really had a different consciousness, and it looked extremely evil and made people's scalp tingle. Buzz buzz, all of a sudden, 8 heads appeared, spitting out snake tongues. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth, revealing his sharp fangs. Black gun barrels emerged from their mouths, shining with dazzling light. Each of the 8 heads is locked onto a different target. Swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, there was a loud whistling sound breaking through the air. Dazzling laser beams shot out one after another. That is. It's so blinding, is it the sun? No, the sun is on the other side. What on earth is that? Above sea level. On those warships. Marines chasing after the escaped prisoners from Baroque works. Many people noticed the strong light that suddenly flashed in the distant sky and subconsciously looked over there. That's, no way. On the leading large warship. Looking at the laser beam coming like lightning. The pupils of a Marine Rear Admiral wearing a cloak of justice shrank sharply and he cried out. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and screamed in fear, it must be Kizaru Admiral's laser beam. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye. One after another, terrifying laser beams attacked violently. The missiles hit the warships accurately, and the terrifying high temperature instantly vaporized the surrounding matter, causing a huge explosion of unparalleled violence. Woohoo! Ah! The heat wave is rolling. Countless Marines screamed. The leading large warship broke in the middle and flames billowed. Small and medium-sized warships were blown to pieces and burned with raging fire. Well, it worked pretty well. Witnessing this scene, Shakya showed a playful smile. On the snake head with 8 hideous horns and extremely ferocious. The pitch-black gun barrels were filled with wisps of hot steam. Swish! And with his own will, the hideous Yamata no Orokai instantly shrank back. In the blink of an eye, the six-path staff returned to its original state. It was as if the scene just now was just an illusion and did not exist. What's going on? These warships were suddenly blown up. Gilu! Is God blessing us? Unfortunately, Mr. 2 was caught and couldn't escape. The only survivor, currently on a fleeing warship. Mr. 5, Miss 2 Fingers, Miss Golden Week, Miss Valentine, and other fugitives from Baroque workshop. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths, some were speechless in disbelief. They were already at the end of their rope. Unexpectedly, I was able to escape. It's not God, but I who am looking after you. Panda brand somersault cloud appeared out of nowhere. Shakya looked down at the members of the Baroque workshop from a high position. Who? A flying panda. Is he a person with special abilities? There's someone up there, so handsome. Everyone in the Baroque workshop was stunned. He looked at Shakya in midair with inexplicable surprise and shock. Looking at the panda whose half-body turned into clouds and floated in the air, and the handsome and tall figure on its back. Sir, were you the one who saved us just now? The lady in prison uniform with dark blue wavy hair bowed with both fingers and said, thank you so much. No need to thank me so early. You guys are members of the Baroque Works Club, right? Shakya folded his arms. Looking down at the people from Baroque Works, he spoke lightly. Yes. Hearing this, Miss Zhuang's Hizi and others were a little uneasy. But he didn't dare to hide it, and responded bravely, we originally came to rescue 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, the boss of Baroque Works, but we were discovered by the Marine, and he didn't want to leave with us. We had no choice but to rob a warship and escape by ourselves. But after escaping the Marine base, we were still chased by the Marines. If it weren't for you, sir, we would have been in real danger just now. They are also very depressed. Originally, the president of Baroque Works, Mr. Zero, also known as Sand Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, could have escaped with them. As a result, for some reason, he stubbornly refused their rescue and was unwilling to leave. Chapter 37. Oh? That crocodile guy doesn't want to follow you to escape from prison. Shakya raised an eyebrow. He simply ignored the others. Looking at Miss Huang Jianzhou, a short girl with 2 dark red braids and a childish look, she carried a drawing board on her back and chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. As the price for saving you, you have to follow me from now on. I need a painter with outstanding abilities. Remember if it's correct. Ms. Golden Week Marinu is not a demon fruit power, but a realist painter similar to hypnosis. Color itself has suggestive effects such as excitement and calming. She is even able to use colored pigments to manipulate people's emotions and hint at their inner thoughts. It can even strengthen the suggestion effect and transform it into a special attack. It is a perfect match with the ability of the Paramecia BB fruit in his hand." "What? You're going to take Miss Golden Week away? Damn it, she's our partner, forget it." On the warship. I originally heard Shakya specifically asking Mr. Huang Jianzhou to follow him. The members of the Baroque workshop were all shocked and angry, glaring at him. Mr. 5mr.5 couldn't help but jump out and wanted to use his Paramecia bomb fruit ability to attack the opponent. Noisy. Shakya's eyes narrowed. Invisible waves swept past. All of a sudden, all the members of the Baroque workshop present fainted. Only 3 female members are left, Miss Golden Week, Miss 2 Fingers, and Miss Valentine. They looked at their companion who had suddenly fainted, and felt even more the horrible aura just now. They couldn't help but tremble, and some of them broke out in cold sweats. Looking at the young, tall, and mysterious figure in front of him, he was filled with fear and horror. "Let me be clear, I am not discussing with you." Shakya looked calm. He looked at the 3 people with pale faces and sweat on their foreheads, and said nonchalantly, "However, except for Miss Golden Week, if you 2 want to follow, I don't mind. I am now preparing to go to the Water City to pick up your old acquaintance, Miss, the Vice President of Baroque Works. On Sunday. How about, do you want to come together? In addition to Miss Golden Week Marinu, the talented young painter. Miss 2 Fingers Sarah and Miss Valentine Michita are both pretty good. Although their strength is a bit lacking, their looks and figures are still good. But if they don't want to follow, Shakya is too lazy to force them. Mainly because I just had a few days of indulgence at Amazon Lily." Although he was not in the sage time at the moment, he was not as angry as he was when he abstained for too long after leaving Epps Concert, so he let them choose whether to follow him or not. "Miss Sunday. Nico Robin. Hear Shakya say this." Sarah, Michita, and Marinu were all shocked. Sand Crocodile has been captured. As the remnants of Baroque Works, you have chosen to be chased around by Marine and have no peace. Shakya jumped onto the warship and asked the 3 people with a smile, "Or do you choose to follow me and witness the vast sky and sea?" The 3 women were unusually silent. Without the protection of Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, they will definitely be wanted by the Marine. Even if you hide under a false name, you never know when your identity might be exposed, and you might be caught by the Marine or continue to be hunted, so you have no choice but to run from place to place. "My lord, do you really need a painter?" His big eyes stared at Shakya's handsome face. Marinu suppressed his inner anxiety and uneasiness and couldn't help asking. Because her dream is to become a world-famous painter. And for some reason, she always felt that the person in front of her was reliable and trustworthy. "Certainly." Shakya smiled gently. He touched Miss Golden Week's head with his right hand and said with a smile, "Don't you want to travel around the world to collect folk songs, visit different islands, and experience all kinds of scenery and customs? Perhaps after traveling through this wonderful sea, your painting skills can be further improved, and the works you paint will have more soul." Hearing this, Marinu's eyes lit up. She didn't hesitate anymore and nodded seriously like a chick pecking at rice, "Then I'm willing to follow you." "Sir, we are willing to follow you too." For a while, Sarah and Michita's expressions changed. Finally, they looked at each other, saw the determination in each other's eyes, and made a decision. "The mysterious man in front of me is incredibly powerful. It can make Mr. 5 and others lose consciousness and pass out in an instant. It is probably even more powerful than the Sand Crocodile. The Baroque workshop has been disbanded, and they really have nowhere to go at the moment, and Marinu has already agreed. If you follow the other person, it is indeed a good choice. A wise choice, let's go." Shakya nodded in satisfaction. Signaled to the giant panda Beilong to make the somersault cloud bigger. "Sir, May I ask your name? Looking at the handsome face of the new boss, Sarah couldn't help but ask. My name is Shakya, I'm from the Kingdom of Flowers, and I'm a monk who broke his vows. Shakya did not hide it and said with a smile. A monk who broke his vows? The three girls looked at each other. He doesn't sound like a serious person. But then again, who would want to be a pirate? Then they. Sarah looked at the unconscious Mr. Five and others and was a little hesitant. After all, it was she, Miss Shuangfen, who was rescued by the other party. Don't worry, I have controlled the power. These guys won't be unconscious for too long and will wake up soon. Shakya waved his hand indifferently. He picked up the petite Miss Golden Week and jumped onto the panda brand somersault cloud. Seeing this, Sarah and Mishita no longer hesitated. He jumped onto the white dragon's back one after another. Chapter 38. Woohoo! Soon the panda brand somersault cloud flew away into the distance. I learned about your Baroque works from Robin before. Shakya put down Miss Golden Week, whose pretty face was red but not struggling, and asked with a smile, your name is Marineford, right? Miss Huang Jianzhou felt a little lost when she left the warm embrace, but she still responded seriously, yes, Lord Shakya. Shakya nodded. He looked at Miss Double Fingers and Miss Valentine, and sized them up, your name is Sarah, and your name is Mishita. Yes, Lord Shakya. Sarah and Mishita, the two girls, also responded somewhat stiffly. Don't be so reserved, relax. Shakya folded his arms, sat there, and chuckled as he said, I'm a very easygoing person to my own people. I'm not as harsh and cruel as other pirates, and I don't have so many miscellaneous rules. From now on, just remember one thing, the captain is the most important. Sarah, Mishita and Marineford were speechless. Doesn't this mean that I can't disobey you? You are the captain, you are the boss. Yes, Lord Shakya. It was the first time for the three of them to fly above the clouds, and they all felt it was a bit novel. They are pirates themselves, and except for Marineford who is a little quiet, the others are all cheerful and soon gradually relaxed. You're not a person with special abilities, are you? Shakya took out the Paramecia BB fruit from the package. He placed it directly in front of Marineford and said with a smile, if you don't mind being cursed by the sea and becoming a landlubber, then eat it. Eh? Devil fruit. Marineford was stunned, give it to me. She didn't expect to receive such a big gift just after agreeing to follow the other party. Of course she had heard of the legendary secret treasure of the sea, and there were many people with special abilities in the Baroque works. It is said that even the worst devil fruit is worth at least hundreds of millions of Baileys. It's actually a devil fruit. I just don't know what ability it is. Sarah and Mishita couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. I never expected that the other party would be so generous. The three of them had just agreed to follow, and to some extent were semi-forced, so trust had not yet been established. He actually believed them so easily that he gave Miss Golden Week such a valuable devil fruit as a gift. This is the Paramecia BB fruit. Consider it a gift to you, Marineford. Shakya pinched Marineford's childish face and said with a smile. As he spoke, he looked at the stunned Sarah and Mishita, and said, you two are both capable people now, I will give you other gifts when there is a chance. He learned from Robin's memories. Miss Sarah, who has 2 fingers, is the user of the Paramecia thorn fruit. And Miss Valentine, Mishita, is the user of the Paramecia light and heavy fruit. No, Lord Shakya. It is our honor to follow you. Sarah and Mishita were busy talking there. It's great to meet such a generous boss, who is so handsome and powerful. They all felt that they had probably made the most correct choice. BB fruit. Marineford grabbed the peculiarly shaped devil fruit, his big eyes full of curiosity. It can turn the things you draw into entities. For example, if you draw a bird or even a dragon, you can also make it materialize. However, the strength of the transformed object is related to the painting skills and strength of the ability user. Turning the drawn things into reality. Sarah and Mishita were both stunned. Unexpectedly, the ability Shakya gave to Marineford was so exaggerated. Really? Marineford was shocked and surprised. For a moment, the 2 little hands tightly grasped the devil fruit as if they had found a treasure. This was exactly the ability she had always dreamed of. Why don't you try it and know? Shakya smiled. Vomit. Marineford hesitated for a moment. He directly used the power of the BB fruit and took a bite. It tastes terrible. The taste is unforgettable. Sarah and Mishita were both smiling. The taste of the devil fruit was something they would never forget. Just one bite is enough, no need to eat it all. Shakya said with a smile. If it were him, he would definitely eat it all without hesitation, including the skin and meat. What if the condition for awakening is to eat them all, or you need to eat them all to develop the devil fruit's ability to the limit? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Of course, this possibility is so small that it can be ignored. Is that so? Marianu took a conflicted look at the remaining devil fruit and decided not to eat it. But she carefully checked her body, her big eyes full of doubts. I don't feel any changes. I just ate the fruit, so I still need some time to adapt. That's right, I believe you will be able to experience it soon during the Golden Week. As experienced people, Sarah and Masaito laughed and spoke one after another. Shakya touched her head and said directly, try to draw a picture. Okay. Marianu nodded. Her pretty face was as red as an apple. This adult's hands are so warm. It gave her unprecedented peace of mind and tranquility. There was no longer any tension or anxiety. Ziobai, stop first. Shakya signaled Beilong to stop first. Otherwise, the wind would be too strong and the drawing board would be blown away. Woo woo. The giant panda was full of doubts. But it also stopped. Soon, Marianu took out the drawing board. After mixing the paint, he used the brush as a medium and started painting quickly. Witnessed by Shakya, Sarah, and Makita. In a moment, a beautiful painting appeared. On the drawing board, a lifelike seagull is flying high with its wings spread. The movements and expressions are so lifelike, just like the real thing. Gah! Suddenly, the seagulls have changed. Suddenly it turned into a lifelike seagull. From the drawing board, it flapped its wings and took off, flying around several people. Wow, this is... He actually came back to life. Sarah and Michita widened their eyes in disbelief. And Marianu was also filled with shock, surprise, and joy. It's a nice painting. I took a look at this lifelike seagull that was impossible to tell whether it was real or not. Shakya patted Marianu's pretty face and praised with satisfaction, this fruit is really suitable for you. Thank you Lord Shakya, this ability is amazing. Marianu's little face was filled with excitement and turned red. This ability to make the things she draw materialize is what she has always dreamed of. It's amazing. Sarah couldn't help but reach out her hand. Touched the seagull flying on the clouds. I found that it felt like the real thing, and there was no paint on my hands. Amazing. It looks exactly like a real seagull. Michita was also full of surprise and couldn't help but touch it. Painting skills are one thing. If you want to fully utilize the power of the fruit, you must also exercise your physical strength and practice hard in the future. Otherwise, the things you draw will ultimately have limited effects. One of Shakya's best. An invisible air blade instantly pierced through the seagull. Let it wail and turn into a large amount of paint, splashing everywhere. Yes, Lord Shakya, I will try my best. Holding the drawing board excitedly, Marianu's childish face was full of joy and he nodded seriously. Chapter 39. Woohoo! A giant panda-branded somersault cloud. Flying towards the distant sky. Lord Shakya, what do you think of my painting? Marianu handed over the drawing board as if presenting a treasure. She had just finished a painting. On it, there is an image of Shakya himself, vivid and lifelike. He is handsome, tall, and strong, with a sense of nobility and majesty revealed between his brows and an outstanding temperament. Your paintings are amazing. Shakya looked at the self in the painting. He gave a thumbs up, not sparing his praise, and said with a smile, I think in addition to being a realistic painter, you can also be an excellent cartoonist. Hey! Cartoonist! It's not just Sarah and Makita. Marianu was also somewhat surprised. Yes, think about it. The cartoons you drew were serialized in newspapers like the World Economic News, and even published. They are bestsellers all over the world. Touching Marianu's little head, Shakya smiled and said, isn't it an achievement? He thought it would be interesting to train Marianu to become a well-known and best-selling cartoonist. Maybe give it a try. There should be no problem with the other party's painting skills. He has a lot of storylines in his mind. Of course there are achievements. Marianu's eyes lit up and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I imagine the future when the comics I draw become bestsellers around the world. She was so excited that her face flushed, and she was eager to try. Can I really do this? I'll tell you a passionate ninja story first, and you try to draw it. Shakya said with a smile. A passionate ninja story. For a while, Sarah, Mishita, and Marianu. They were all very curious and listened attentively. This is a world of ninjas. Konohagakure is suddenly attacked by the Nine-Tails demon fox. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato sacrifices his life to seal the demon fox into the then-infant protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. The ignorant villagers regarded Naruto as the incarnation of a demon fox and treated him coldly. In order to gain everyone's recognition, Naruto kept playing pranks in the village to attract people's attention. Naruto's goal was to become the greatest ninja Hokage in the village and make everyone recognize his existence. Listen to Shakya's story. Marianu and others were fascinated by what they heard. Well, let's stop here for now. Soon, Shakya talked about where the Chunin examination would begin. Marianu, who was still a young girl, felt itchy after hearing this. Even the more mature Sarah and Michita were no exception and were eager to know what would happen next. He pinched Marianu's cheek and said, "Try to draw the beginning, and I'll give you some suggestions and help you correct it." Okay. Marianu started drawing excitedly. It didn't take long to draw the scene of Nine-Tails attacking Konoha village. The picture was so impactful that Shakya couldn't help but nod her head. This girl really had the talent to be a cartoonist. And with Marianu's drawing speed, it doesn't take too much time at all, and it's no problem to serialize it every day. This is a comic, so the characters don't need to be so realistic. They can be simplified and abstract. Shakya was giving his opinion. Well, I'll draw a beginning for you to refer to. He took the sketchpad and brush. In just a few strokes, I drew the beginning of Hokage Ninja based on my memory. In fact, with the wisdom and understanding granted by his special observation haki and the ability of the mythical beast species Great Buddha form, he has read the memories of famous experts and scholars in various fields. Not only has he made considerable achievements in science and medicine, he has also made great achievements in the fields of art. He also has considerable painting skills, which are no worse than those of the famous painters. In other words, he himself was too lazy to paint and didn't want to spend too much time on these things. Otherwise, he might have already become a famous painter and cartoonist. Shakya sir, why don't you paint it yourself? Marianu and the other two were stunned. I didn't expect this adult to be such a good painter. The images are simple, yet easy to understand and not cluttered at all. With just a few scenes, a mysterious ninja world is presented. With such outstanding painting skills, a wild imagination, and the ability to tell stories, he could definitely do it himself. I'm lazy. Shakya shrugged. Handed the drawing board to Marianu. As a genius, I am a grandmaster in painting, medicine, science, architecture, cooking, but that's just my interest, I've only dabbled in it. Shakya stretched. He lay on the soft clouds and said casually, apart from women and cultivation, I won't waste too much time on these things. Next, Marianu, slowly draw your comics. Sarah, Mishita, the two of you help me massage my legs. This is a basic duty as a crew member. Speaking of two long legs. He stretched it out directly and rudely in front of Sarah and Michita. Sarah. Mishita. Marianu. My lord, I didn't expect you to be like this. No wonder he is called the Broken Monk. Sarah and Mikita looked at each other. Helplessly massaging the other person's legs. Use a little more strength. Shakya narrowed his eyes and spoke lightly. He won't let himself down. Otherwise, why bring them along? It is pleasing to the eyes, but it is not enough to just be displayed, it also has to serve people. Yes. Not long. When passing through a small town, Shakya directly stopped the giant panda Bailong. Several million Baileys were taken out from the package and thrown to Sarah, Masita, Marianu, and others, asking them to buy personal items and clothes. He himself did not follow, but took the giant panda Bailong directly, ignoring the surprised looks of passers-by, and swaggered to the most famous restaurant in the town. Under the surprised gazes of the boss and the waiter, he threw down a stack of Baileys and ordered a lot of delicious food. One person and one panda, feasting there. Adult. Wait until Shakya and Bailong have had enough food and drink. Sarah, Masita, and Marianu came over with bags full of satisfaction. The prison uniform he was wearing had long been changed out and was now full of fashion. Especially Sarah, although she was dressed very conservatively, her hot and sexy body could not be concealed at all. She looked seductive and charming, completely different from her previous embarrassed look. Although the young and beautiful Makita also has an outstanding figure, she is less mature than Sarah. Although her outfit is also very sexy, it lacks some charm. However, it also has a unique youthful and energetic charm. And Marineford is a girl full of energy. I was chased around by Marine and walked around the streets for such a long time. The three people, who were already starving, enjoyed their meal there. Sarah couldn't help asking, "Sir, don't we get a boat?" "Don't worry about the boat for now. We can get another one when we get to the water city." Shakya, who had already finished his meal with Beilong. He folded his arms, sat with his legs crossed, and said directly, "Otherwise, it will be too slow to get there. A lot of time has been wasted before. If we take the boat more slowly, we will have to go there. I'm afraid the daylily has gone cold." Chapter 40. On the busy street, Shakya rode the giant panda Beilong and swayed slowly. Sarah, Michita, Marineford, and others, who had eaten and drunk their fill, also carried large and small bags and sat on the white dragon's back. The returning rate of the group was 100%. But Shakya completely ignored the gazes of the residents and continued on his own. Just as they arrived at the coast, preparing to leave with Sarah, Michita, Marineford, and others. "Lord Shakya, there is movement ahead, it's the marine." Suddenly, Miss Sarah's face changed and she reminded him with 2 fingers. Several black spots appeared in front of us, growing bigger and bigger. It was obviously the marine fleet. "It looks like Kurikan Hina." Miss Valentine's pupils shrank sharply, and she said, "We were captured by her before, but thanks to Miss Golden Week's color trap, we were able to escape successfully and even robbed her warship to escape. We didn't expect that she would catch up with us." "Oh." Shakya raised an eyebrow, "Black Sil Hina." "Sir Shakya, she is the user of the Paramecia cage fruit. As long as the target touches her body, that part will turn into a steel lock to grab the opponent." Sarah introduced and asked Shakya, "Do you want to avoid these guys?" "That's not necessary, this is what makes it interesting." Looking at the several warships approaching slowly on the sea, Shakya showed a playful smile. "Colonel Hina, according to reports, the escaped criminals are on this island. Above sea level, 4 or 5 warships are approaching slowly. On the leading warship, a marine ensign was reporting to a tall and graceful figure." "Oh." The tall, sexy, heroic woman with long pink hair, a red suit, and a marine justice cloak raised her eyebrows. "Have you confirmed the location of those guys?" "It has been confirmed that they are on the opposite coast." Above, the lookout who was observing the situation on the island ahead through a monocular telescope spoke loudly. He observed Shakya and others who appeared on the coast without dodging or evading, and reported seriously, "There are 4 people in total, 3 of whom are members of the Baroque works, namely Miss Golden Week, Miss Valentine, and Miss 2 Fingers, 3 female killers. There is also a young man and a giant panda. Should we bombard directly?" "Young man? Giant panda?" Hina was a little surprised. He took the monocular telescope handed to him by his subordinate. Following the direction indicated by the lookout and observing the sea in the distance, I indeed found a giant panda appearing on the shore, and there were several figures sitting on it. These were the people she had dealt with before and had arrested, such as Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine. "Don't be careless. I heard earlier that several of our warships were suddenly sunk without even seeing the enemy." Hina said solemnly, "It seems that it may be related to that mysterious man. Prepare to dock, everyone, prepare for battle. We must arrest these guys." "Yes." Following the order from Hina, the colonel of the naval headquarters. The marines all perked up, their morale high, and began to check swords, guns, and other weapons. "Be prepared to fight." On the opposite coast, Shakya had no intention of attacking these warships immediately, nor did it plan to evacuate directly. Instead, they waited there leisurely for the marines to land. "Quick! Catch them! Don't let these guys get away!" Not long. The warship is getting closer. Soon it reached the shore. A fully armed marine landed directly. Led by Hina, a colonel at the naval headquarters, they surrounded Shakya and the others. "You few remnants of the Baroque works, I didn't expect that I could let you escape from the detention center by accident." Hina held a cigarette in her mouth and looked directly at Shakya, Sarah, Michita, Marineford, and others, "But this time, you will definitely not be able to escape. Just surrender," she said there with full confidence. "Are you Hakan Hina?" Shakya looked at the handsome and heroic female marine and smiled. Yes, you should be a remnant of the Baroque works, right? Looking at the tall, handsome figure riding on the giant panda, Hina pulled her gloves and prepared to attack. She said with some regret, he is indeed my type of handsome guy. What a pity. Hateful. This pretty boy actually attracted Colonel Hina. I must treat his face well later. That's right. Hearing this, the Marine, who had already been full of admiration for this heroic female colonel, could not help but grit his teeth and glared at Shakya with unfriendly eyes. They had never heard the beautiful Colonel Hina say such words to anyone in such a long time. They were really envious and jealous that she actually treated a pretty boy differently. No, I don't think it's a pity at all. Shakya smiled. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared on Beilong's body. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Hina, gently lifted her smooth chin, and said with a smile, "It is fate that I can meet you, Hina." What? Sudden changes. Hina was stunned as she saw nothing but a flash of light. His body froze, cold sweat pouring down his face, so fast, Hina was careless. That guy. The Marines were shocked. I never expected that the opponent's speed was so fast. He instantly appeared in front of Marine Colonel Hina. Even Sarah, Michita and Mariano could not help but open their eyes wide in disbelief. Because although they knew very well that Lord Shakya's strength was unfathomable, they had never seen him take action. He just glared at Mr. Five and others and knocked them unconscious. Awaken! Facing the 3-meter-tall Shakya. Without hesitation, she hugged him with both hands. The ability of the cage fruit was activated instantly, and both arms suddenly extended into fence-like iron branches, forming an iron chain. Shakya, who did not dodge or evade, was locked up tightly. Chapter 41. Shakya Adult. On the coast, we saw Shakya being locked up by the black cage Hina using her power. Sarah, Masita and Marianu were all horrified. I didn't expect this adult to be so careless and was directly caught by the other party's ability. Hey, isn't this a bit too enthusiastic? Shakya looked calm. Let Hina activate the ability of the cage fruit to lock herself up tightly. Seeing Hina hugging him tightly in a strange posture, he smiled and said, "Colonel Hina, no matter how much you like me, as a colonel of the naval headquarters, isn't it a bit bad to hug a pirate like me in public? You smooth-talking fellow, you'd better go to jail next." Hina snorted. Full of confidence, she let go of the other person. How heartless. Shakya didn't care and chuckled, "You just hugged me so warmly, but now you want to send me to prison. You female Marines, no matter how much you say you like someone, you turn your back on them and become ruthless. You are the same old thing." Speaking of. Before Hina could fight back, his eyes suddenly became stern. This powerful colonel of the naval headquarters felt his hair stand on end at that moment. Woohoo! In a moment, accompanied by a violent hurricane, an extremely terrifying wave swept out. The personnel who were about to rush up, as well as the Marines who stayed on the warships and did not participate in the landing operation and remained alert, were all stunned. One by one, they foamed at the mouth and fell there, unconscious. Clatter! The sea is boiling, the waves are surging and violent. Crack, crack! Even some of the weaker decks and guardrails of those sturdy warships were directly crushed by the powerful haki, leaving shocking cracks. Ah! Just by the momentum alone, all these Marines were stunned. Gurgle! Is this Lord Shakya's true strength? A sudden and horrifying scene. Sarah, Mishita and Marianu, who were not affected at all, were all stunned and shocked beyond words. Is this Conqueror's haki? Even Hina was sweating profusely. She was forced to kneel on one knee by the powerful Conqueror's haki, unable to move. The lady's cigarette in her mouth had long disappeared. With a pale face, he looked at Shakya in shock, no longer relaxed and calm as before. How can he be so powerful? Hina was careless. No, Hina, I'm not careless, it's just that the difference in strength between you and me is too big. Shakya clenched his hands into fists. He actually relied on his terrifying physical strength to shatter the black iron bars that bound him. He squatted down with a smile as if nothing had happened. He lifted Hina's chin lightly and said with a smile, "But if this happens, you, the colonel of the naval headquarters, will become a prisoner." UBD. Hina wanted to resist. But he stood up staggeringly. Buzz. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Sarah, Masida, and others couldn't help but close their eyes subconsciously. The next moment, Hina was shocked to find that she was suddenly frozen and completely unable to move. He was sweating profusely and panicked. Damn it, Hina can't move. Who the hell are you? Hina took a deep breath and looked directly at Shakya in front of her. He is so powerful that he can't possibly be inferior to others, let alone a member of the Baroque works. Namo Shakya. Shakya folded his hands. Smiling and chanting the Buddha's name, he said, "Excuse me, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Shakya, and I'm just an ordinary monk who broke his vows." Under the surprised gazes of Sarah, Michida, and Marianu, he directly lifted the dashing marine colonel onto his shoulders. Back on the back of giant panda Beilong. "Lord Shakya, you are so powerful." All these marines were stunned at once. Sarah, Michida, and Marianu looked at Shakya with full of worship and awe. Although they didn't spend much time together, they found that following each other was the right choice. This man's strength is simply unfathomable. Ridiculously strong. They are just some minor characters, no need to make a fuss. Shakya waved his hand. He placed Hina on his lap. "Ahole, let me go." Hina wanted to struggle. But he was unable to move. "Colonel Hina, it's rare that you like me so much, I can't let you down." Shakya stroked her smooth face and said with a smile, "I have to treat you well." Hina glared at him, "Damn pirates. You can curse as much as you want." Shakya gently pinched Hina's chin. Full of amusement, he said with a smile, "But unfortunately, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. UBD, if you dare, kill me." Hina said loudly with full determination and as if ready to die. Such a beautiful female marine. "As a monk, I am compassionate. I can't bear to kill you." Shakya pinched Hina's pretty face and said with a smile, "And killing you like this is a bit too wasteful." Speaking of. Under the astonished gazes of Sarah, Michida and other girls, he slapped Hina's butt without any hesitation. "Well, it feels very good. You can tell at a glance that she exercises regularly, her figure is firm yet elastic. Despicable and shameless, a filthy monk who broke his vows." For a while, Hina's pretty face turned red. He glared at the other person with flaming eyes, getting a little furious and cursing. "Well done, please continue." Facing Hina's abuse, Shakya smiled and didn't care. He is a monk who breaks all precepts and does not follow any taboos, but he is not a Buddha who saves people from suffering. Act recklessly, not bound by any rules or morals. Everything follows your heart, do what you want, and don't worry about anything. This is the real him. Sarah, Michida, and Marianu looked at each other. This gentleman is indeed a monk who has broken his vows. It's indeed a bit unorthodox. Chapter 42. At the same time, adjacent to Red Line's naval headquarters, Marineford. The majestic and magnificent naval headquarters building stands there. The two big characters Marine written in iron hooks and silver strokes on it are majestic and eye-catching. It seems to represent the power of justice, which makes people afraid. And at this moment, in the marshal's office on the highest floor. "What? Are you kidding?" Listening to Adjutant Branyu's report. A tall figure wearing a white military uniform covered with medals, a seagull hat, sunglasses and a braided beard stood up suddenly, shocked and angry. "Just this morning, a fleet was completely wiped out, and now another fleet has lost contact in the nearby waters. What on earth is going on?" This man, who stood at the pinnacle of marine power and was the supreme commander, could not help but feel a little angry at this moment. Because, early in the morning, a report was received that a fleet on the H2 route was suddenly attacked and completely wiped out. The detailed investigation results have not yet come out, but when we looked back, another fleet lost contact near that sea area. How could he not be furious? "I have already found out." Adjutant Branyu, who had green hair, a striped shirt, and a cloak of justice, was busy reporting. "It is said that the fleet led by Rear Admiral Mike was chasing the remnants of the Baroque works this morning, but was suddenly attacked and the entire army was annihilated. At noon, Colonel Hina received a report that the remnants of the Baroque works were lurking in the town of Barracks Island in the nearby waters, so he led his men there. According to the fleet's itinerary report, they arrived at Barracks Island an hour ago and indeed discovered the remnants of the Baroque works on the island. Colonel Hina gave the order to lead the Marines to land and fight. But for some reason, all of a sudden the entire fleet lost contact, and Den Den Mushi couldn't get in touch either." "Hina? If I remember correctly, she was a contemporary of Smoker, and she's also a user of the cage fruit, right? Sengoku raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. With her strength, ordinary Baroque Works members should not be her match at all. Served as Naval Headquarters Marshal. Of course, he was well aware of the relevant information about those elite officers with great potential and relatively outstanding in the Marine. Hina is a student of the former Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr, and a user of the Paramecia cage fruit. Although her military rank is not high, her strength is no worse than those elite rear admirals. Even an ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral may not be able to take her down. In other words, he has little experience and has been dragged down by Smoker, a troublemaker who often disobeys his superiors' orders and refuses to change. Otherwise, he would have been promoted to Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters long ago. According to the report, there are very few powerful members among the remnants of the Baroque Works. With Hina's ability, she should be able to solve it easily. Well, the staff at CP Cipher Paul, which is directly under the world government, sent an urgent message. Branyu wiped his sweat off his face and continued to report. When their intelligence personnel went forward to check, the remnants of the Baroque Works had already left, but the Marines present were all foaming at the mouth, unconscious, and fainted. And we didn't see Hina, the colonel of the Naval Headquarters. It seems that she has been captured by them. What? Fainted? Sengoku was shocked. Conqueror's Haki. Is there such a guy with amazing potential in Baroque Works? Or is there some lonely BD in New World who ran to the first half of the Grand Line to cause trouble? Well, we haven't yet. Branyu was about to reply. At the gate, a tall figure walked in slowly. Wearing a white shirt, blue trousers, a dark blue ponytail, and a cloak of justice. She looks heroic and indescribably beautiful. The whole person exudes a mature charm. Crane Vice Admiral. Branyu saluted. The person who came was none other than the Naval Headquarters Staff Officer, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, he. Although he looks to be in his 30s, this Vice Admiral Tsuru actually joined the Marine at the same time as Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. This Marine flower, who was once admired and worshipped by countless Marines, has dedicated her youth to the Marines and has not married yet. She deserves the respect of all Marines. And Sengoku was also surprised. Zaya, why are you here? Looking at this beautiful figure who looks to be in her 30s and still has some charm. There were complex emotions in his eyes, including surprise, admiration, and regret. This Marine flower, who was once known as the Iron Triangle with herself and Garp and fought side by side on the front line, still looks the same as she did back then, with not much change. But he, the Marine Marshal, is already old and feeble. Even his black hair and beard were dyed black with hair treatment. In fact, Sengoku is already an old man with grey hair and nearly 80 years old. Vice Admiral he is already in his 70s, but he takes good care of himself and looks very young, just like he is in his 30s. The situation has been investigated clearly. Crane nodded. Her expression was extremely serious. He came to the Marine Marshal Sengoku and said, "It's not the big pirates from New World, but a guy that none of us expected suddenly appeared." As she said this, she handed a few photos to Sengoku. This is the photo sent back by the fleet led by Marine Colonel Hina before they lost contact. This is... Sengoku took the photo in confusion. Looking at the giant panda and several figures above. His gaze finally settled on the tall and handsome young figure. With doubts, he finally thought of something, vague memories flooded into his mind, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His face changed, and he flipped through the photos, unable to believe it and cried out in horror, "Is it possible?" This Marine Marshal, who is usually calm in the face of emergencies, rarely lost his composure. At this moment, cold sweat broke out. Yes, that man is back. Looking at the young and handsome figure in the photo. He looked complicated, took a deep breath, and said, "He is still the same as before, his appearance has not changed at all. How could this be? Did he get the OPOP fruit and undergo an anti-aging surgery? Or did he get the legendary pure gold?" Sengoku was shocked. After all, he is the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. He has also come into contact with many secrets unknown to the world. It is natural to know that there is indeed a way in this world that can make people immortal. Even the world government has been in the underground world, offering a huge reward to buy the Paramecia OPOP fruit. It is rumored that its ultimate ability is to sacrifice the ability holder himself and perform the immortality surgery on others, allowing them to gain eternal life. Moreover, the monk Shakya who broke his vows has disappeared for more than 50 years. After so much time, his appearance hasn't changed at all. It's really unbelievable. Sengoku couldn't help but be suspicious. No, it shouldn't be. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, I investigated and found that he first appeared on Lulagia Island. It's the same location where he, the Knights of God from the world government, and those CP0 agents suddenly disappeared 50 years ago. There has always been a legend of a colorful fog there. A place called EPS Consett is known as the graveyard of ships. It is said that any ship that enters there will never come out again. Speaking of this, she paused and added, what is really surprising is that the colorful fog appeared exactly 50 years ago, and just a month ago, after a lapse of 50 years, it appeared again in the waters near Lulagia Island. What? Chapter 43. Zayahi, what you mean is? Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku was somewhat shocked. Looking at his confident tone, he lost his voice in disbelief. That colorful mist, connecting different time and space? So that guy can get here directly. Someone from 50 years ago. Branyu opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Staring blankly at the young and tall figure in the photo, is this guy from the same generation as Marshal Sengoku and the others? This is an anonymous adventure book that details the situation of Epscon Soden. Although it is unclear who the author is, it is suspected to be written by a survivor who walked out of it alive. Vice Admiral Crane seemed to be well prepared. She took out a book directly. He handed it to Marine Marshal Sengoku. It is said that the space of EPS Consett is very special. The flow of time inside is different from that in the outside world. Even if decades pass in the outside world, only a year or two will pass inside. If we were on Luluga Island, Rabani, who had just retired from the Marine with his former friends, would be here. You will be shocked to find that the book the Marine staff officer took out was actually the book he once published anonymously, which indeed recorded the general situation of EPS Consett. I didn't expect that he, a big figure known as the Marine think tank, had actually seen it. What? How is this possible? Sengoku and Branyu were in a daze. This was simply the most ridiculous topic they had ever heard. Although it's a little unbelievable, there are many things in this world that cannot be inferred by common sense. Crane shrugged. Picked up a photo on the desk. Looking at the familiar young and handsome figure above, he smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, for us, 50 years may have passed, but for him, it is very likely that he has only been in there for a few days. Seeing Tsuru's genuine, happy smile, Sengoku's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. No, such a troublesome guy suddenly appeared. Shouldn't we in the Marine Corps have a headache? Why are you so happy? There's something wrong with you, Zayahi. If this is really the case, then we must be fully prepared mentally. Sengoku's expression changed. He rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, especially the members of the Knights of God such as Saint Anthony and Saint Denis who went to hunt down the monk who broke his vows and disappeared with him, as well as those senior agents of CP0, their whereabouts are still unknown. It would be fine if those people could come back alive. If they had all been killed by the monks who broke their precepts. The opponent's strength is quite terrifying. Wait, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Branyu was confused, who is this man called Broken Monk? Sister, are you here? At this time, a tall pink figure walked in hurriedly. She was filled with surprise, and completely ignored the presence of Marine Marshal Sengoku, and hugged Crane intimately. Isn't this the man you've been worried about for decades? The young, beautiful, and heroic woman noticed the photo in his hand and asked in surprise, is he really still alive? As Crane's adopted sister, the two can be said to be closer than real sisters. Momuzagi recognized Shakya the first time she saw his photo. Because she had seen various bounty notices and newspapers from he at his home. This elder sister has a booklet that contains photos of Kesadagarba Shakya, as well as bounty notices for this broken monk from various periods. She also cuts out a number of photos published in newspapers from reports related to him. But it is so precious that it is preserved as if it were new. She had to persuade the other party for a long time before the older sister reluctantly allowed her to take a look. Stop it, Jun, we are talking about business. The reckless Momuzagi revealed his secret. Even the Marine staff officer Rao Shihi couldn't help blushing. He knocked on the other person's head and scolded this stepsister in a bad mood. She was very close to him, like a sister, and she was incredibly powerful and was listed as a candidate for admiral. Sengoku. He subconsciously covered his chest. I felt like an arrow shot into my heart, the pain was so severe that I could hardly breathe. No wonder he felt that something was wrong with he at the beginning. Such a calm person was just like Garp when he met Gold Roger, and he repeatedly led the fleet to chase and kill the other party without hesitation. And the book that he just took out was obviously not found suddenly. I'm afraid that this senior staff officer, who is known as the think tank of Marine, has already judged through clues that the monk Shakya has intruded into the waters of EPS Consid. For decades, this marine flower who once fascinated countless Marines has repeatedly rejected his pursuit. Are you really worried about that man? Back then, I was suffocated by that monster. Now he has become a Marine Marshal, but he is still suppressed by the other party. He doesn't even know when the goddess he has been thinking about has been snatched away. Damn you, you broken precepts monk. I can never coexist with you. Oh, Sengoku-chan, I forgot to tell you. Momuzagi suddenly thought of something and reminded Sengoku, when I came back, I saw Kyuzan running away on his bicycle. What? Hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he was a little furious, that BD actually dared to leave his post without permission. Brand new, go get him back. Ah? Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Clatter. Now unknown waters not far from the Long Chain Islands. A large pirate's ship was sailing slowly there. Damn Straw Hat crew. I will never let them off. Foxy, the captain of the West Blue pirate group, the silver fox with a butt chin, looked at the crooked and ugly pirate's flag on the pirate's ship and gnashed his teeth. That's right. Captain, we want revenge. All the pirates were filled with indignation. He clenched his fists and echoed angrily. Because, not long ago, they were playing pirates with the Straw Hat crew on Long Chain Island. After losing to the Straw Hat crew, if we can't win back, we will have to fly this shameful pirate's flag forever. But soon, they looked into the distance in shock. What is that? A cloud that looks like a panda. There are still people up there. I only saw it in the sky ahead. A white cloud with a panda face was floating over at an astonishing speed. Moreover, there were several figures sitting on it. For a moment, I was somewhat shocked and bewildered. Sir, there is movement ahead. It's the pirate's ship. Sarah observed the sea ahead through a telescope and shouted, it looks like the Fokker West Blue pirate group. As a killer of Baroque works, she was familiar with the famous pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Silver Fox Foxy is one of them. Fokker's West Blue bandits. Shakya, who was holding Marineford in his arms and guiding her to improve her painting style, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As for Hina Kurosaki, the female marine who used to be chattering and cursing, she was unexpectedly quiet. What is surprising is that there is a golden mark on her forehead. Yes, their captain, Silver Fox Foxy, is a pirates with a bounty of 24 million berry. Sarah thought about it and said, it seems he is also a person with special abilities. I know, the user of the Paramecia slowness fruit. Shakya stood up and glanced at the pirate's ship that was getting closer and closer in front of him, and said nonchalantly, it's a good ability, but it's a pity that it was eaten by a loser. Although it is not certain whether the slow fruit can be recovered. But now that he had met him, he was not going to miss it. He had previously spared the other members of the Baroque works, mainly because he did not want Sarah, Michida, Marineford and others to harbor resentment, so he did not do anything to Mr. Five and other people with special abilities. After all, even the Paramecia bomb fruit is nothing in his eyes and is dispensable. But he wouldn't be so polite to others. Alas! At the moment of approach, without waiting for the Fok West Blue thieves to react, a terrifying wave swept through in an instant. Including Silver Fox Foxy himself, everyone was foaming at the mouth and fainted on the ground. Brush! Shakya, along with Sarah, Michida and others who were not surprised by the situation, jumped onto the pirate's ship. He looked at the ship and said directly, this place should not be too far from the water capital. We can just requisition it. When the time comes, we can just spend some time to catch a sea beast to pull the boat. Do you want to seize this ship? That's great. Sarah, Michida, Marineford and others were all overjoyed. Although it would be nice to be able to fly on the clouds, after a while, they naturally still hoped to have a spacious ship to settle down on. Hina, whose body seemed out of control and who had to follow quietly, stared with a blank expression. These pirates were fighting each other, so she certainly had no sympathy for them. Chapter 44. First copy the ability of the slowness fruit, then get rid of him. Pirates on board. Shakya was carrying the unconscious silver fox Foxy in the lead. He quickly found a large bag of various fruits and told the giant panda Beilong directly, then try again to see if you can recover this ability. Woo woo. Beilong ran over excitedly. The bear's paw touched silver fox Foxy, and a strange light flashed. Directly copied the ability of its paramecia slow fruit. Copy ability. Isn't Hakuryu the user of the Logia cloud fruit? Sarah, Masida, and Marianu were filled with surprise. They had always thought that the giant panda was a Logia user like Crocodile. Hina, who was taken prisoner, also widened her eyes in disbelief. That giant panda actually has such ability? Hakuryu is the user of the copy fruit ability, and can copy the devil fruit abilities of others. The cloud fruit is one of the abilities it copies. Shakya explained with a smile. Incredible! Sarah exclaimed. I didn't expect that the giant panda Beilong had such powerful abilities. Don't underestimate the white dragon. It is much stronger than those naval headquarters vice-admirals. Even your former boss, the sand crocodile, may not be its opponent. Shakya said. He crushed the throat of the silver fox Foxy without any mercy, sending him to death. Signaling Beilong to swallow it and the fruits. Although it may still fail. But give it a try. Is the white dragon so strong? Hear Shakya say this. Sarah, Masida, and Marianu all widened their eyes in disbelief. Hina on the side blinked, her eyes full of contempt. She didn't believe that a mere giant panda was stronger than Crocodile. Even though he has quite amazing fruit abilities, he is still just a beast after all and can never compare to the 7 warlords of the sea. Swish! White Dragon switched to the ability of Munch fruit. Under the incredulous gazes of Sarah and others, he opened his mouth wide. Crunch, crunch! He swallowed all the silver fox Foxy and the fruits. Not long after, it spit out the fruits and silver fox himself again. Well, did it fail again? Shakya didn't care. It was just an attempt. If it fails, it fails. He casually grabbed a large, gleaming knife from the hand of a pirate. Under the puzzled gazes of Sarah, Michida, and Marianu, he cut several bloody cuts on the body of silver fox Foxy. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Shakya kicked the body into the sea without any hesitation. He gave orders directly to Sarah, Michida, and the giant panda Beilong, throw all these guys into the sea. Yes, Sarah and Michida quickly agreed. Marianu bit his lollipop and looked at the unconscious pirates. Pointing at the rather large pirate's ship, he could not help but ask, Lord Shakya, this ship is too big. Should we keep a few people to do odd jobs? The ability of the Paramecia BB fruit is powerful. But Marianu's current strength is limited and it cannot fully exert its due strength. Moreover, although the characters in the drawings have a certain degree of consciousness, they obey orders 100%. But after all, it is impossible to completely replace real people. It is better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect. Shakya raised an eyebrow. He glanced around at the pirates. He found a beautiful young woman with a good figure who was unconscious. He pointed at her and said, that woman is pretty good looking. Just keep her as a handyman. In the entire Fokker West Blue gang, she is the only woman who is pleasing to the eye. He doesn't want just any kind of person, even a handyman like a vase. It has to be a beautiful vase too. Okay. Marianu nodded, not taking it seriously. She took out her paintbrush and quickly painted a large octopus on the deck. Swish! A lifelike giant octopus, about several meters tall, appeared there. Under the command of its master, Marianu, the octopus claws danced with exaggerated movements and began to carry the pirates continuously. Throw them into the sea one by one. Woo woo! The giant panda Beilong ran over. He looked at the octopus curiously and circled around it. What was surprising was that the giant octopus, which was several meters tall, stretched out its claws and shook hands with it in a friendly manner. What a convenient ability! Sarah and Michida were amazed. But at the same time, after hearing Shakya's response, they looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. This Shakya sir is a bit unserious. But apart from being a little lustful, other aspects can be said to be perfect. He is handsome, capable, and not as bad-tempered as imagined. Instead, he is surprisingly easy to get along with. The most important thing is that he knows almost everything and is a true all-round genius. He has extremely high attainments in the fields of navigation, medicine, science, art, etc. He can be said to be a grand master in everything. The key point is that it actually has such powerful strength. They all couldn't help but feel fascinated. Hina, who was standing by, narrowed her eyes. Miss Golden Week's abilities are truly amazing. At the same time, he looked at Shakya with contempt and disdain. This guy was indeed a lustful man. You guessed it right, I am an out-and-out lecher. Shakya seemed to have sensed something. I looked back at Hina, who was unable to move freely and couldn't even speak. He showed her his big white fang and said with a smile, "So, just accept your fate." Hina rolled her eyes. I wonder if this BD can read minds. He actually guessed what she was thinking completely. Clatter. Just at this moment, as the silver Foxy was thrown into the sea, blood quickly spread on the sea surface. A huge sea beast that was no less than 100 meters in size, with a lion's head and a body like a fish, smelled the blood and suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea. Amidst the splashing water, the bloody mouth with sharp teeth suddenly opened. It swallowed Foxy's body in one gulp. This made Sarah, Marianu, and others on the boat change color. Buzz buzz, the sound of Sanskrit is heard. The golden light was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Under the shocked gazes of Sarah and others. As if Shakya had known this in advance, his entire body turned into a golden body, but his body shape did not change at all. Bayo looked solemn, with the golden light flashing in his eyes. "How dare you, UBD? Puppet seal!" He flashed. Like lightning, it swept across the ship. Appeared in front of the beast. A seal appeared on the golden palm. Pressed directly on the other person's head. Buzz. All of a sudden, the extremely ferocious sea beast suddenly became quiet. The ferocious eyes became somewhat dull, and there was no struggle at all. On the ugly and ferocious head, there is a golden mark, which is quite eye-catching. Swimming on the sea, no longer moving. Chapter 45. So amazing! What an incredible ability! Not only humans, but also sea beasts can be controlled. Pirates on board the ship. Witnessing this amazing scene, Sarah, Machida, Marianu and other women, although it was not the first time they saw Shakya use his ability, they had previously seen him use this method to control Marine Colonel Hina and make her obedient. But I was still a little amazed. Woo woo. But the giant panda Bailong was not surprised. Amid the surging clouds, it cooperated with the giant octopus drawn by Marianu, and a large number of unconscious pirates were thrown into the sea one after another like dumplings. Bang, bang. The golden light converges. Shakya returned to his old self. This was obviously not the first time he had done something like this. In the astonished gazes of the female members of the Baroque workshop and Hina, he easily tied the iron chain on the boat to the body of the sea beast. This is one of the abilities Shakya developed after gaining the ability of the mythical beast Great Buddha form. Any target branded with the puppet mark can only obey his orders and cannot resist. Of course, it is not without flaws. It can only control the target's body, not the mind directly, and it cannot control those with too strong haki. But there will naturally be no problem in controlling a few sea beasts. Even Hina, a colonel of the naval headquarters, whose strength is not inferior to those of the Marine Rear Admiral, but whose rank is only colonel of the naval headquarters, is no exception. They were ordered not to speak, let alone resist. Listen, head in this direction. Shakya gave the order. This sea beast is completely impossible to disobey. As if gathering all his strength and going mad, he pulled the pirate's boat and rushed out wildly. Rushing towards the depths of the sea. Lord Shakya, you are truly amazing. And the three daughters are Sarah, Mishita, and Marianu. They all looked at Lord Shakya with great admiration. How powerful it is that it can easily subdue such a huge sea beast. Lord Shakya, what about this guy? Sarah pointed at the beautiful and young member of the Fokker West Blue Thieves gang, Palchi, who was still unconscious, and asked for instructions. Leave it to you, Sarah. Shakya said nonchalantly, I don't care about the rest, as long as she obeys me, she is just a servant anyway. He wasn't really so impatient that he would eat anything. But the pirates group he was going to form next did not plan to recruit any male crew members, and since the ship was so big, it would inevitably need some odd jobs. However, the ship was only temporarily requisitioned. What he really had his eyes on was the island ship that World's crew had painstakingly built. Not only is it huge enough, but it also looks gorgeous. If at that time, the white dragon can directly copy the ability of lion fruit. It's just too perfect. Okay, I promise you'll be satisfied. Sarah smiled. Hina rolled her eyes. This guy named Shakya has a terrible personality. No wonder he became a monk who broke his vows. Who are you? Not long. A bucket of cold water. It was poured directly on Porchi's head. She, who was tied up, woke up instantly. We are. Sarah was about to say, but her tone paused. I couldn't help but look at Shakya. Sir, what is the name of our pirates group? She really forgot that this adult had never told them the name of the pirates. Let's just call them the Jizo pirates. Shakya sitting on the bow. He touched his chin and said with a smile. The Jizo pirates. Mishita and Marianu were very surprised. The giant panda Beilong was lying there with his head tilted, looking very adorable. Did you hear that? We are the Jizo pirates. Sarah put her hands on her hips, looked down at Porky, and said directly, Foxy and his crew have all been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. From now on, you are the slave of this ship. If you behave well, you can stay on the ship and serve tea and water and do odd jobs. If you perform poorly, this will be the outcome. Sarah said with a smile. The right hand was extended slowly with 5 fingers spread out. The next moment, it suddenly turned into a long sharp spike. Chi-chi! It pierced through the thick deck in an instant. He just wiped Porchi's pretty face and was just a hair's breadth away from disfiguring her. Looking at the spikes that were so close and pierced through the deck, Porchi's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. No need to threaten again, she said quickly with cold sweat on her head. Yes, I understand, sir, please don't kill me, I will work hard. By the way, what's your name? Sarah asked. Porchi didn't dare to hide it and responded obediently, Sir, my name is Porchi, and I'm the cheerleader of the West Blue Thieves of Fok. Porchi, right? Now, immediately, right away. Sarah nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the cabin, go clean up and throw all the pirates' clothes, blankets and other messy things into the sea. Speaking of. She smiled and untied the ropes, of course, you can try to escape. No, I won't run away, sir. I will go to work now. Porch turned pale. I was so scared that tears streamed down my face. He stumbled hurriedly and ran towards the cabin. Hee. Sarah and Michita couldn't help but smile at each other when they saw this. Forget it. With just her words, I don't know how long it will take. Marianu took the paintbrush and started painting quickly. One after another, cartoon-like maids appeared on the deck. In the blink of an eye, it became a physical entity and stood there, waiting for orders. Go and clean up the cabin. Marianu ordered. The creatures she draws all have a certain degree of consciousness. It is totally possible to complete such a task. You also have to work. Shakya crossed his arms and ordered Hina directly, cooperate with them and clean the cabin. Hina glared at the other person. But the mark on his forehead was shining, and his body was completely out of control, and he walked towards the cabin involuntarily. This BD actually treated her as a slave and made her do chores. Damn it, Hina is furious. Chapter 46. Clatter. Time passes. A gigantic sea beast was pulling the huge pirate ship, racing wildly across the sea. The symbol of the Fokker West Blue Thieves gang above was taken down by Miss Valentine, also known as Mickey Tower, who easily jumped up there with the power of the light and heavy fruit. Miss Marianu even designed a pirate's flag during Golden Week. It was hung on it by Makita with Shakya's permission. The white dragon even turned into a somersault cloud, carrying the realist painter Marianu, and repainted the logo of the Fok West Blue gang on the sail. It was a golden skull. 2 golden Zen sticks were crossed, with a string of Buddhist beads hanging on them. As night fell, Sarah acted as cook and made dinner. It's not very rich, but it's still delicious. You guys are a little weak. From today on, you must take time out every day to practice. On deck. Shakya looked extremely serious. He called Sarah, Michita, Marianu, and Porchi, the cheerleader of the Fokker West Blue Bandit gang, and said, Next, I will teach you the 6 styles of superhuman skills popular in the world government. After you have mastered them, I will teach you the training method of Haki. He didn't expect them to become very powerful. But at least you have to be able to protect yourself and not just be a vase. Furthermore, hard exercise can at least help improve one's physical fitness. At least it is necessary to improve endurance, recovery ability, and ability to withstand blows. The main thing is to be strong and durable. This is very important. 6 styles. Sarah, Michita, Marianu, and others were full of surprise. You also know the 6 styles. Hina, who was allowed to speak, looked at Shakya in shock. Unexpectedly, the opponent even mastered the 6 styles which only some elite officers in the Marine were qualified to practice. It's just 6 moves, isn't it easy to do? Shakya glanced at her, unimpressed. Listen carefully, the 6 styles are divided into 6 different physical techniques: shave, finger pistol, tempest kick, moonwalk, iron body, and paper arts. First, shave. Within a split second, that is, within 0.36 seconds, you need to stomp the ground dozens of times at high speed to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed. From the enemy's perspective, it looks like teleportation. Ah! Can this really be done? Stomping the ground dozens of times in an instant. 4 daughters, Sarah, Mishita, Palsi, and Marianu. They all looked at each other in bewilderment. It sounds difficult, but it's actually very easy, that's it. Shakya said. A simple demonstration. He stomped his feet hard and disappeared in front of them in an instant. All of a sudden, as if teleporting, he appeared at the bow of the ship several meters away. Next is finger pistol. Gather all your strength into your fingers, and thrust them out with your hardened fingers in a flash. Your fingertips have the attack power of bullets, and can easily penetrate a human body. He lifted a thick wooden board. The index finger shot out like lightning and pierced through the wooden board easily in an instant. There were many shocking finger holes left on it. Moreover, the wooden board was not damaged at all. Gurgle. So amazing. This made Mishita, Palchi, and Marianu swallow their saliva. Hina, a colonel at the naval headquarters, already has the finger pistol. Although Sarah has not mastered the finger pistol, she is the user of the thornthor fruit, which allows her fingers to turn directly into spikes and even penetrate walls easily. So I didn't feel anything. Next is moonwalk. Shakya looked calm as he continued, you can step on the air with strong force to generate a strong air-staying force. You can walk in the air like walking on stairs, but you can't stay in the air for too long. However, as long as you use this high-altitude movement technique, you can attack the enemy from a blind spot in the air. And if you train to the ultimate level, you can achieve the equivalent of flying. Especially for people with abilities that can't swim, even if you fall from a high altitude, you don't have to worry about falling directly into the sea. As he spoke, he pressed his feet down and jumped into the air. Controlling the strength, his feet continuously stepped on the air, and his whole body was constantly suspended in the air, relaxed and free. Sarah and others were stunned and some of them couldn't believe it. Then, to tempest kick. This is a foot technique. It does not inflict damage to the enemy through kicking. Instead, it uses an ultra-high speed and powerful kick to create a vacuum and slash the opponent. It can easily split the target in half. Shakya pressed his foot down and jumped up. Under the fierce gazes of Sarah, Michita, Polki, and others. Swish! His right foot directly tore through the atmosphere and kicked out a huge crescent-shaped slash, tearing the sea apart. It took a long time to close. So amazing! Witnessing this scene, Sarah, Michita, Marianu, and others couldn't help but have their eyes shining with excitement. If they could master such superhuman skills, I believe their strength would skyrocket. Then there's iron body, paper arts. Shakya demonstrated the 6 physical techniques one by one. Then, he began to explain the exercise methods in detail. Okay, I've told you the detailed training method. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Looking at the girls in front of him, Shakya said, from today on, you must set aside a certain amount of time every day to practice hard. Although I don't expect you to become a powerful fighting force, but in the future when you face the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and other small-time characters, you must at least be able to protect yourself and not be a drag. Sarah, Masita, Palchi, Marianu, and others present twitched their lips and were speechless. The Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters are the elites among the elites and are very powerful. Especially the Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters, each of them is an expert with amazing strength. In Shakya's eyes, such a strong man is still a small-time character. Not up to par? What an arrogant fellow! And Hina rolled her eyes and looked at Shakya speechlessly. This guy is really arrogant. Not to mention the ordinary rear admirals, those vice admiral level strong men are the backbone of the naval headquarters and the indispensable core combat force. Although she also admitted that the other party had the qualifications. Conqueror's haki alone can easily stun thousands of marines. Even the colonel of the naval headquarters, who had studied under Black Arm Zephyr, a former marine admiral, and had already mastered the 6 styles and even the 2-color haki, and who boasted that his strength was no worse than that of an elite rear admiral or even an ordinary vice admiral, was suppressed and unable to move. Although he is incredibly young, he does have monstrous strength, and is definitely not someone that an ordinary naval headquarters vice admiral can contend with. Most likely, only powerful vice admirals such as Momuzagi and Chitun, who are listed as admiral candidates, or even admiral of headquarters, can suppress him. Yes, Lord Shakya. We will try our best. At the beginning, Sarah, Machida, Marianu and others are naturally full of confidence. But soon they began to complain. Because if you are lazy. There was Shakya supervising their practice. He really whipped him without hesitation. Although the force was controlled so as not to break the flesh, it still hurt terribly and he cried out for his parents. After 3 hours of continuous training, everyone was sweating profusely and so tired that they just wanted to lie on the ground. Even the youngest, Marianu, who was only 16 years old, was more strict with Shakya, who was usually very fond of her. Several times, because this miss wanted to be lazy during the Golden Week. He was beaten so hard that his eyes were filled with tears. P.S. This book is about to be put on the shelves, please be sure to give it a first order, thank you for your support. Chapter 47 of It's finally over. I feel like my body doesn't belong to me anymore. I can't even lift my arms and legs. Time passes. After 3 hours of high-intensity training. After the extremely strict Shakya announced that today's training was over. Sarah, Masida, Marianu, who were sweating profusely, and several captives, including Palchi, all fell down from exhaustion. They sat there slumped and exhausted, like they had survived a disaster. They all had sad faces, as if they had seen a dark life in the future. You guys did a good job, go back and wash up and have a rest early. Looking at the women who were too tired to move. Shakya crossed his arms and smiled, saying, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, get up on time to practice. If you are lazy or late, the training will be doubled. 017 Yes, Lord Shakya. Except for Sarah who is a bit courteous. Mishita, Marianu and Palchi all had sad faces. I thought following a strong man like Shakya would make things easier, but it turned out to be even harder. Although, they all knew that this was a rare opportunity. The 6 moves displayed by the opponent were indeed very powerful. If they can master it, they can definitely become stronger. With more confidence, we can survive better in this cruel ocean. But this process is really too difficult to endure. If it weren't for the whip in the hand of Lord Shakya, they really couldn't hold on. Humph, these scumbags, don't you expect them to master the 6 styles? Although he was still unable to move, controlled by the mysterious power, his body could not help but follow Shakya step by step. But because Hina had been allowed to speak during the meal and had seen the entire process, she mocked him rudely. Don't be complacent, Marine. Sarah is a very proud person. Not wanting to be outdone, he immediately glared at the other person and shouted, I will definitely master the 6 styles. That's right, just wait and see. Marianu also clenched her fists and said angrily. Damn it. You're just a captive, yet you're so arrogant. Mishita glared at Hina. If Lord Shakya hadn't stopped her, she would have wanted to torture her severely. Well, I'll wait. Hina was not frightened and spoke with a sneer. Okay, that's enough for today, you can all go and have a rest. Shakya didn't say much. He stretched his muscles and walked towards the cabin with Hina. He has already given you the opportunity to become stronger. But whether they can grasp it or not depends on how determined Sarah and the others are and whether they can persist. Wait, where does Hina sleep? Inside the cabin. Hina followed involuntarily. Realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly asked. Of course, with me. Shakya lifted her chin slightly and said with a smile, you don't think that I have kept you, a colonel of the naval headquarters, until now just to keep you as a treasure, do you? From now on, it is your duty to serve me every day. A hole, despicable, shameless, obscene. The mark on the forehead is glowing. Hina was unable to struggle, her pretty face flushed red with shame and anger. From now on, no talking. Shakya smiled. At his command, Hina immediately closed her mouth, staring at each other with fiery eyes. Soon spacious and comfortable bathroom. Come here and rub my back. Shakya ordered. Hina, who was filled with indignation, walked over uncontrollably and began to rub the back of the hateful monk who had broken his vows. 2 hours later. Shakya receiving Japanese-style service. Looking at Hina, who was lying there with lifeless eyes. Smiling, he said, from now on, you are allowed to speak. A forced melon is not sweet. But I have to admit that it is really thirst-quenching. Especially training a proud female marine like Hina. Still pink hair. Hina, it's not clean anymore. Hina muttered absent-mindedly. He glared at the smiling Shakya, gritted his teeth and said angrily, you damned monk who broke his vows, don't be so complacent, I will kill you sooner or later. Well, that's very well said. I'm waiting for that day to come. Shakya smiled softly. Resting his head on his arms, he said with a smile, now, Hina, please continue to serve me. I have to say that Hina, who is in her early 30s, has a really good figure, especially she is very charming, she is totally incomparable to Sarah, Michita, and the others. Moist and attractive. Damn BD. The mark glows. Hina stood up involuntarily. She was filled with humiliation and closed her eyes. The whole person staggered and swayed, almost falling down. But amidst the continuous cursing, the body was extremely honest. See Circle Calendar, 1520, June 14th. This is a dark day for Hina. He was leading the fleet to chase the remnants of the Baroque works who had escaped from prison. But unexpectedly, an unimaginable guy suddenly appeared. He is unexpectedly young and surprisingly handsome, which fits Hina's aesthetic very well. Unfortunately, it's a pirate's. However, Hina never expected it. That guy actually has Conqueror's haki, and it's incredibly strong. Even the thousands of marines I brought with me were all stunned. Hina was careless and I was pinned down to the point where I couldn't move at all and almost lost consciousness. But seeing the other party's relaxed expression, Hina couldn't help but doubt that he was fully capable of knocking out a naval headquarters colonel like me who had cage fruit and whose strength was no less than those elite rear admirals. What really makes Hina feel scared and powerless is the other party's ability. I don't know what kind of special ability that guy has, but he controlled Hina in an instant, making me completely unable to move. Even the body cannot help but obey its orders and is completely unable to resist. Moreover, that guy can easily control and tame sea beasts. What shocked Hina even more was that he had mastered the 6 styles. This devil who calls himself a broken monk does not take naval headquarters seriously at all. On this day, Hina's nightmare came true. Originally, Hina always felt that no matter what kind of difficulties she faced, she could overcome everything with her own will. But after this incident, Hina found out that she was extremely wrong. My body just won't obey my commands. Chapter 48. Early morning. The sun is rising. Hina's eyes were dull. During the confrontation with the monk who broke his vows. Although they were unwilling to give in and persisted in the fight, they gained a lot. But she, a user of cage fruit, is only a colonel in the naval headquarters after all. The gap between the two is obviously too big and cannot be made up so easily. How do you feel, Hina? Shakya pinched her pretty face and said with a smile, you can't defeat me, just accept your fate. You damned monk who broke his vows, don't be so complacent. Hina swears that I will catch you sooner or later. Exhausted, Hina glared at the other person fiercely, and said loudly in unwillingness. Haha, then you should slowly work hard to improve yourself. Shakya chuckled. Stretching his muscles, he came out of the captain's room. I saw Sarah, Michita, Marinu and other girls, already working out hard with sweat all over their faces. Moreover, Sarah prepared a 30-minute sumptuous breakfast in advance, which made him quite satisfied. Step forward, guide them in their practice and correct their mistakes. Time always passes quickly without us noticing. In a blink of an eye, it was already noon. Just finished the lunch Sarah prepared. Shakya was enjoying the sea breeze and gazing at the sea when he suddenly felt something. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, as if he had foreseen something. Did we bump into each other? The next moment, his eyes suddenly became stern. A huge amount of armament haki surged out from his body like an endless tide. Instantly it covered the entire pirate's ship, and even the galloping beast. Witnessing this sudden scene, Sarah, Masida, Marianu, and others standing by were all a little shocked. Oh Soyoyen! But before Shakya could speak, there was no sign. An extremely terrifying cold current surged past in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, except for the pirate's ship that was protected by the surging armament haki and the sea beast responsible for towing the pirate's ship, the entire sea surface was frozen in all directions. How is that possible? The sea suddenly froze. Sarah, Masida, Palchi, Marianu, and Hina, who had just staggered out of the cabin, were all stunned. Everyone opened their mouths wide, staring at the sea in front of them that instantly froze and turned into glaciers. Some of them can't believe it. Is this the ability of the Logia freeze fruit? Shakya looked calm. I glanced at the sea surface a few hundred meters away and found that it was not frozen. This is Admiral Aokiji's ability. Hina on the side widened her eyes and couldn't help but look excited. She immediately recognized that this was the ability of Aokiji Admiral, and only that man could do such an exaggerated thing. In other words, the Kyuzan Admiral, who represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, is in the waters nearby. Fortunately, we are at the edge of the frozen area, so we don't have to exert so much effort. At this time, Shakya moved. Jumped directly onto the glacier in front. The right foot was raised slowly, faintly condensing invisible waves. Stomped suddenly. Boom! The ice surface was shaking violently. The next moment, the ship shook violently. Sarah, Michida, Marianu, and others who were almost unable to stand looked at him in disbelief. Crack, crack! The exaggerated ice surface continued to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the sea became turbulent. Gradually submerged the broken ice. Roar! The sea beast, which was easily controlled by Shakya's ability and shivered with cold, couldn't help but roar. He immediately pulled the pirate's boat out of the frozen waters. One kick cracked the ice. Gilu! Is this the true strength of Lord Shakya? Sarah, Mishida, Marianu, and others all opened their mouths wide, too shocked to speak. Although this gentleman did not destroy all the glaciers, the thick ice layers within a radius of several hundred meters were all shattered by him. Moreover, it didn't look difficult at all. With just a stomp of his feet, he was able to accomplish such an exaggerated thing. It was not until this moment that they truly understood what kind of monster they were following. No wonder their tone of voice always seemed to show that they didn't take their former boss, Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, seriously at all. Porchi, the cheerleader of the Fok West Blue bandit group who was captured, almost dropped his jaw to the ground. Even Hina, a colonel at the naval headquarters, was sweating profusely. He stared blankly at the handsome and tall young figure, somewhat dazed. The opponent's strength is unexpectedly so strong. Ziobai, somersault cloud. As if he had done something insignificant. Shakya did not fall into the sea. Instead, he jumped lightly on the air and landed steadily on the giant panda Beilong who had been alarmed and 120 had run to the bow of the ship. He took out a life card and threw it to Zayla, the leader, and said, "I'll go check out what's going on first. You can follow the life card and bypass the frozen sea later," he said without waiting for their response. The giant panda Beilong has already transformed into a somersault cloud. Following Shakya's guidance, he rushed towards the glacier in the distance. Shakya adult, looking at the figure rushing towards the glacier. Sarah, Mishida, Marianu and other girls looked at each other. Amazing! Lord Shakya is so powerful. Marianu's face flushed when she came back to her senses. The whole person was indescribably excited, because his eyes were full of admiration. What a powerful force this is! Looking at the receding figure with admiration, Mishida said excitedly, "It seems that we are really following the right person. Although this adult is a little too strict and harsh. But following such a strong person doesn't seem to be unacceptable." "That's right." Sarah took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, by chance, they ended up following such a big shot. This made her look forward to the future. Chapter 49. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Straw Hat Crew, I didn't expect there are good people among the pirates. Not only did you help us heal our wounds, but you also gave us food and water. I really don't know how to thank you. We will always remember this kindness in our hearts. Farewell, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates. Yes, we will never forget you. Bye now. On an unknown desert island. The enthusiastic Straw Hat crew helped those people who were unfortunately stranded here due to shipwreck. After the ship's doctor, Tony Chopper, treated them, Straw Hat Luffy and his companions prepared a large sled that could be towed across the frozen sea, and generously provided them with plenty of food and warm clothing. Before leaving, these people could not help but express gratitude. Bon voyage! The Straw Hat crew looked back excitedly as they watched the people trapped here leave with joy and hope. Then they saw Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, who had previously frozen the sea and opened a road to the nearby island for the people trapped here. At this moment, he was sitting there, looking at them expressionlessly. Although I was well taken care of by your grandfather, I really can't just leave you alone. I still think it's better for you to die here now. Hey, are you kidding? The Straw Hat crew's face changed drastically. For a moment, I felt tremendous pressure and even a little panic. They had just witnessed with their own eyes the Marine Admiral's terrifying power to freeze the ocean in an instant. Although the government doesn't pay enough attention to you, if you look into your experiences carefully, you will find that you are all very strong-willed. Although there are not many of you, if you dangerous people gather together, it will become more and more troublesome in the future. Aokiji, who was tall and thin, had an afro and was wearing a suit, sat there, staring at the Straw Hat crew in front of him, and said lightly, "From the time you were first wanted, to what you have done until now, you have grown so fast. I have been dealing with some lawless guys, so I think your future will be very scary. If we leave it alone, it will become a big problem sooner or later." Finally, his indifferent gaze fixed on Robin, who had been worried and forcing a smile since meeting the Admiral of Headquarters, "Especially you. Nico Robin. You kept hiding in various organizations, and when you were in danger, you kept betraying them. Over the years, any organization that had anything to do with you was destroyed. Speaking of this..." Aokiji stood up slowly and looked directly at Robin. "This time, the target you chose to hide in is the Straw Hat Pirates." Although he did not show any murderous intent. But it made the Straw Hat crew present very nervous, and Robin couldn't help but tremble. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to kill me, just come on." Robin, with sweat on his forehead, looked unhappy and spoke loudly while gritting his teeth. Looking at this Marine Admiral who has unfathomable strength, represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, and is as strong as a monster. Recalling the experiences over the years, she looked unwilling and gave it her all. Her eyes were full of determination and she crossed her hands, 30 rounds. All of a sudden, the petals fluttered. Hands appeared from Aokiji's body. He was pinned down so hard that he was bent over. Hug. Then, Robin clenched his hands suddenly. Under the shocked gaze of the Straw Hat crew. Crack, crack. In an instant, Aokiji turned into broken ice. However, in their eyes there was a beam of shock. The cold air was everywhere, and the ice there solidified into a human shape again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Marine Admiral Aokiji appeared before them intact. Ah! Chopper, Nami, Usopp and others turned pale with fright. "You are so merciless, Ice Blade." He grabbed a handful of weeds and blew a breath of cold air at them. In an instant, it flew along the trajectory of the weeds. A sharp ice blade is formed directly. "Although I'm not going to kill you, but you still." Aokiji locked his eyes with Robin. The tall and thin figure appeared in front of her in 10 seconds. Holding the ice knife, he chopped at Robin without any mercy, who had no time to resist. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others change color. Just about to rush up. But someone is faster than them. Swish! A golden Zen staff flew over directly through the air. It stuck straight in there, but accurately blocked the ice knife swung by Aokiji. Everyone present was stunned. "Hey!" Aokiji raised an eyebrow. Subconsciously looked to the front left. A cloud with a panda mask and surging clouds is flying towards us. Above, there was a handsome and tall figure. "Ah, here comes this incredible guy." His face was filled with surprise and became extremely solemn. His rather strong observation Haki had immediately noticed the extremely powerful Haki. He looked at the other person in disbelief, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Hey, Haki, are you kidding me for being so exaggerated? Are all the newcomers nowadays so scary? The other person looks so young and energetic." But the haki that was revealed invisibly made this Marine Admiral feel a little frightened. Lees. It's incredible. No way. Gulp. That's Mr. Shakya. Hey, are you kidding me? Has he really come to this era? Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy were originally preparing to take action. Robin, Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others were all shocked. Looking at the panda brown somersault cloud speeding towards them and the familiar figure on it, the Straw Hat crew were all stunned. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes. I'm sorry, as you can see. I can't go back. Copy in mid-air. Shakya sits astride the giant panda Beilong. Looking at the Straw Hat crew, he finally fixed his gaze on the surprised and delighted Robin, and said with a smile, "Little Robin, I'm here to pick you up." How? You want to follow me? Chapter 50. Mr. Shakya. Robin was stunned. His eyes were complicated, surprised and happy. After meeting Marine Admiral Aokiji, she, who had been feeling a little hopeless, regained hope. She glanced at the Straw Hat crew whose faces changed drastically, but she gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously, "Of course, as long as you don't think I'm a big trouble." "Are you leaving us?" Hearing Robin say this, Nami, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp and others all changed color. "You are here to steal Robin." Luffy glared at Shakya in mid-air, "She is our partner, we won't give her to you." "I'm sorry, because my family." Robin took a deep breath. He bowed deeply and said loudly to the Straw Hat crew, "You can see that if I stay on the boat, I will only be a burden to you. Thank you very much for your shelter and care these days. Now, it's time for me to leave." She is willing to follow Shakya. Of course it's not just because the other party is so powerful. Instead, he was very clear that he was now hiding in the Straw Hat Pirates. If he continued to stay, he would inevitably drag the Straw Hat crew into unnecessary danger. Robin really didn't want to drag down the Straw Hat crew anymore. And so far, although she has a good impression of Straw Hat CREW 773, she does not have a very deep bond with them. Especially, Shakya had such a close relationship with her mother Auravia, which made her feel inexplicably close to her and couldn't help but want to follow her. Hearing this, Straw Hat Luffy froze. The other members of the Straw Hat crew were also filled with reluctance. "I want to keep Robin as my companion, but I don't know how to persuade him." Faced with the monster-like Marine Admiral, who represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, they really weren't sure they could protect each other. "I've told you before, if you let this woman follow you, she will abandon and betray you sooner or later." Aokiji watched coldly. He looked at Nico Robin indifferently and said coldly, "Nico Robin, you really haven't changed at all. When facing the world government's wanted list, you only choose the most advantageous targets and organizations to hide in. Once the opponent loses his ability or encounters danger, he will betray without hesitation and leave without any regrets." "No, I..." Hearing Aokiji say this, Robin's face changed and he hesitated to speak. "I want to argue, but I don't know how to refute." "No need to explain, I know everything." Suddenly, a figure instantly appeared in front of her. A big hand covered her head and said with a smile, "No one in this world knows you better than me. Mr. Shakya." Robin froze. Her eyes became red. Just like before in EPS Concert, the other person's gaze was as gentle as ever, full of pity and concern. That big hand makes people feel so warm and reassured. Sure enough, there are still people in this world who care about themselves from the bottom of their hearts. Be good, don't cry. Looking into those eyes filled with tears, Shakya patted her pretty face and said with a smile, "Your mother, Auravia, called me brother, and you can call me uncle." "Uncle." Hearing this, Robin looked weird. She wiped her tears and burst into laughter. "You look younger than me, but I can't call you that. Looking at Shakya, who is so young and younger than me, I always feel that he is taking advantage of me and I don't know whether to laugh or cry." But the tension and repressed emotions in my heart disappeared at this moment. Recovered. Hey, let's get this straight. Now is not the time for you to play house and recognize your relatives." Aokiji on the side. There was a slight chill all over his body, and his face looked gloomy and uncertain. He stared at Shakya coldly, his eyes were filled with suspicion and vigilance. "Where on earth did you come from? Do you know what it means to recruit a woman like Nico Robin? Isn't it because you can decipher ancient texts that you are wanted and hunted by the world government?" Shakya turned around. He grabbed the six-path staff that was stuck there. 0147035330 Philo 11201128. Looking down at Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, his tone was full of sarcasm and provocation. In fact, I can also interpret, even the historical texts. I have collected a lot of copies. Marine Admiral, why don't you try to hunt me down? Speaking of. Shakya turned around. Looking at the shocked Robin, he chuckled and said, if you are interested, we can discuss it. He had read the memories of those scholars in O'Hara. I also acquired from Dr. Clover a wealth of archaeological knowledge and relevant experience that enabled me to interpret historical texts. But at the beginning, his purpose was not to understand the blank century or ancient weapon. It is to gain a deeper understanding of some archaeological knowledge and experience so as to find the abilities of the bat fruit, the mythical beast species, and the vampire form. Can you really interpret historical texts? Robin's eyes widened. He stared at Shakya in disbelief. Hey, are you kidding? And Aokiji's expression changed. He looked at Shakya solemnly, his eyes full of suspicion and murderous intent. You can also decipher ancient texts? I can't pretend I didn't hear you. Hey, do you want to guess whether I'm joking or not telling the truth? The golden Zen stick danced with great force. Shakya spoke to Marine Admiral Aokiji with a playful tone. I guess there's no need to guess. He stared at the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, unscrupulously threatening to take Nico Robin away, and totally disregarding him, the Marine Admiral. Aokiji was emitting a chilling aura and said coldly, whether you know ancient characters or not, you'd better go to the deep-sea prison and explain it slowly. Haha, the world's largest deep-sea prison? You're not the first one who wants to lock me up in there. Shakya heard this. I couldn't help but chuckle. His eyes were full of amusement and ridicule, but, can you do it? This. The words haven't finished yet. He pressed down, and the ground cracked. He disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared directly in front of Aokiji at ghostly speed. The right hand wrapped with the high-level armament haki turned into an after-image. Grab the Marine Admiral. So fast. Aokiji's pupils shrank sharply. With his observation haki, which was already quite strong after years of unremitting training, it was almost impossible to predict. But as a Marine Admiral with rich combat experience, he remained calm and immediately grasped Shakya's hand tightly with both hands, and a cold air surged out. Freeze time. The terrifying freezing air caused the temperature around to drop sharply. In an instant, Shakya was completely frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.